Part 6, A New Dawn. Chapter 51, A Hard-Won Victory. In the aftermath of the grueling conflict, the air was thick with a mixture of triumph and sorrow, casting a somber hue over the once tumultuous battlefield. The land, now quiet and still, bore the scars of the fierce combat that had unfolded. The echoes of battle, once a cacophony of chaos, had faded into a mournful silence. The air was heavy with the weight of what had transpired, a silence occasionally broken by the distant sounds of mourning, a poignant reminder of the human cost of their struggle. The victory they had achieved was hard-won, a testament to the immense effort and sacrifice poured into the conflict. Every strategic maneuver, every rallying cry, and every drop of sweat had culminated in this moment of triumph. Yet, the victory was not merely a moment of glory. It was a reflection of the intense struggle that had led to this point. The battlefield, now strewn with remnants of the clash, shattered weapons, tattered banners, and the scattered debris of war, was a stark reminder of the sacrifices made and the battles fought. The battlefield, once a theater of relentless combat, now lay silent save for the low hum of recovering soldiers and the occasional distant cry. The contrast between the chaos of battle and the eerie calm of its aftermath was striking. Where once there had been the clamor of steel and the shouts of combatants, there was now only the subdued noise of a landscape in recovery. The soldiers, many of whom were tending to their own wounds or assisting their comrades, moved with a sense of weary resignation, their faces etched with the exhaustion of prolonged conflict. Every inch of ground had been fiercely contested, each footstep hard-won amidst the struggle. The terrain was marked by the intense battle that had taken place, with scars on the earth reflecting the fierce determination of both sides. The once pristine fields and roads were now marred by the evidence of conflict, craters, trenches, and the remnants of fortifications. The sheer extent of the destruction was a testament to the scale of the confrontation and the relentless nature of the fight. The cost of their success was evident in the heavy toll it had taken on both their forces and their spirits. The soldiers, though victorious, bore the marks of their ordeal, bruised, battered, and emotionally spent. Their faces, grim and weary, reflected the toll of countless hours of combat and the strain of watching their comrades fall. The weight of their victory was not solely in the accolades of success, but in the profound sense of loss and sacrifice that accompanied it. The weight of the victory was further tempered by the stark reality of the losses they had endured. The toll was not only measured in the lives lost but also in the deep emotional scars carried by the survivors. The once vibrant ranks of their forces were now diminished, their numbers reduced by the harsh reality of battle. Each fallen comrade was a reminder of the personal sacrifices made and the cost of their hard-won success. The sense of victory was intertwined with a profound grief, making the triumph bittersweet. As the first rays of dawn broke over the battlefield, casting a soft light on the devastation, the reality of their situation became clearer. The victory they had achieved was undeniably significant, but it came at a cost that demanded reflection and healing. The path forward would require not only the reconstruction of their lands but also the reconciliation of their spirits and the acknowledgement of the sacrifices made. The journey ahead would be marked by the effort to honor the fallen, heal the wounded, and rebuild a future shaped by the lessons learned from the cost of their hard-won victory. The cost of their triumph extended far beyond the immediate tally of lives lost. It was etched deeply into the lives of the survivors, whose every step was marked by the weight of their ordeal. The battlefield, now a somber landscape of victory, bore the indelible marks of the sacrifices made. The victors, although relieved to have achieved their goal, were grappling with the profound impact of their experience. The triumph was tainted by a pervasive sense of sorrow that clung to them like a shadow, a stark reminder of the human cost of their success. Wounded and weary, the victors cast somber glances at the silent reminders of their comrades who had paid the ultimate price. Each fallen soldier was a poignant symbol of the high cost of their struggle. The sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the battlefield served as a constant, heartbreaking reminder of the friends and allies they had lost. The grief they felt was not just for the individuals but also for the shared dreams and hopes that had been extinguished alongside them. The weight of their loss was a burden they carried with heavy hearts. Every casualty served as a stark reminder of the sacrifices made and the heavy price of their success. The faces of the fallen were etched into the memories of those who remained, each one a testament to the cost of their hard-fought victory. The once clear sense of achievement was now clouded by the profound realization that every victory had come at a significant personal and collective expense. The victors were left to grapple with the paradox of celebrating their success while mourning the high price at which it had been bought. The once gleaming banners of victory, symbols of their hard-fought success, now seemed muted against the backdrop of loss and mourning. What had once been vibrant emblems of triumph were overshadowed by the somber task of honoring those who had fallen. The celebratory air of victory was now tinged with a deep sense of solemnity, as the focus shifted from revelry to remembrance. The banners, once symbols of their collective achievement, were now reminders of the sacrifices that had paved the way for their success. The emotional and physical scars borne by the survivors were a testament to the harsh reality of war. The battlefield had not only left its mark on the land but also on the people who had fought there. Wounds, both visible and hidden, spoke of the brutal toll of combat. The physical injuries were accompanied by deep emotional wounds, manifesting in the haunted looks and strained expressions of those who had witnessed the horrors of war. The scars were a daily reminder of the battle's true cost. The need for reconciliation was palpable as the victors confronted the aftermath of their struggle. The process of healing extended beyond the physical reconstruction of their lands. It encompassed the emotional and psychological repair of their communities. The survivors faced the daunting task of mending fractured relationships, addressing lingering resentments, and finding a path forward amidst the wreckage of their shared experience. The road to reconciliation was fraught with challenges, but it was essential for restoring a sense of unity and purpose. In the quiet moments following the battle, as the first light of dawn began to break over the scarred landscape, the true work of reconciliation and healing began. The victors understood that their journey was far from over. The triumph, though hard-earned, was accompanied by a deep responsibility to honor the fallen and rebuild not just their kingdoms, but their lives. The path ahead was one of reflection, remembrance, and renewal, as they sought to reconcile their victory with the profound cost it had incurred. Reconciliation, in the aftermath of their victory, was not merely an emotional necessity but also a practical imperative. The weight of their triumph was tempered by the realization that the war had left more than physical scars. It had deeply fractured relationships and sowed seeds of mistrust that now threatened the stability of their societies. The victorious leaders were acutely aware that addressing these rifts was essential not only for healing but also for the practical task of rebuilding their fractured world. The path to a stable and prosperous future required more than just addressing the immediate needs of recovery. It demanded a comprehensive effort to mend the deep-seated divisions that had emerged during the conflict. The conflict had exposed and exacerbated existing tensions, both within their ranks and among their allies. The alliances that had once seemed strong were now tested by the strains of war, with lingering mistrust and unresolved grievances threatening to unravel the fragile unity. The victors faced the daunting challenge of repairing these relationships, understanding that the success of their efforts would be measured not just by the reconstruction of physical structures but by the restoration of social cohesion. The task was complex, requiring careful diplomacy and a genuine commitment to addressing the root causes of the divisions that had emerged. Healing the rifts among their own ranks and with their allies was crucial for rebuilding their society. The leaders understood that the process of reconciliation involved more than just symbolic gestures. It required substantive actions that addressed the concerns and grievances of all parties involved. Efforts to mend these relationships were grounded in a recognition of the shared experiences and sacrifices that had bound them together in the first place. By acknowledging and addressing the underlying issues, the leaders aimed to foster a sense of mutual understanding and respect, which was essential for moving forward as a unified front. The leaders, burdened with the responsibility of forging peace, initiated dialogues to mend the divisions that had emerged. These dialogues were not merely formalities, but deeply engaged discussions that sought to bridge the gaps created by the conflict. The leaders brought together representatives from various factions, including former adversaries, to participate in these conversations. The goal was to create a platform for open and honest communication, where concerns could be aired and solutions could be sought collaboratively. The process was often fraught with tension and difficulty, but it was essential for laying the groundwork for lasting peace. Their efforts were aimed at creating a unified front, essential for the stability and future prosperity of their realms. The leaders recognized that true reconciliation required more than just ending hostilities. It necessitated the rebuilding of trust and cooperation among all parties. By fostering an environment where collaboration was prioritized over division, they aimed to establish a foundation for a more stable and harmonious society. This approach was not only a strategic necessity but also a moral imperative, reflecting a commitment to ensuring that the hard-won victory led to a sustainable and inclusive future. As the dialogues progressed, tangible steps were taken to address the practical aspects of reconciliation. Joint committees were established to oversee the implementation of agreements, and initiatives were launched to promote community engagement and understanding. These measures were designed to reinforce the commitment to unity and to demonstrate that the process of healing was ongoing and genuine. The leaders worked to create opportunities for shared experiences and collaborative projects, helping to rebuild relationships and foster a sense of collective purpose. In the end, the process of reconciliation was a testament to the resilience and determination of the victors. The challenges they faced were significant, but their commitment to addressing the divisions and mistrust that had emerged during the conflict was a crucial step towards achieving lasting peace. By focusing on both emotional and practical aspects of reconciliation, they laid the foundation for a future where their societies could rebuild and thrive, united by the lessons learned from their shared journey and the commitment to a better, more cohesive world. Recovery from the conflict proved to be an arduous process, one that extended far beyond the immediate aftermath of the battlefield. The once thriving towns and villages, vibrant with life and activity, now lay in a state of disarray. Buildings that had stood as symbols of community and progress were reduced to rubble, and infrastructure essential to daily life had been devastated by the relentless violence. The once familiar streets were now unrecognizable, scarred by the upheaval and destruction wrought by the conflict. The survivors, grappling with the enormity of the devastation, faced the daunting task of rebuilding their homes and lives amidst the remnants of destruction. Each day was a struggle to navigate through the ruins of what had once been their neighborhoods. The process of clearing debris, salvaging what remained, and reconstructing homes was a laborious and emotionally taxing endeavor. Families returned to find their dwellings in ruins, their belongings scattered, and their lives upended, forcing them to confront the reality of starting anew amidst the chaos. Resources, already stretched thin during the conflict, were now scarce, adding another layer of difficulty to the recovery efforts. The infrastructure needed to support the rebuilding process was in disrepair, and essential supplies were limited. The survivors faced not only the challenge of physical reconstruction, but also the practical hurdles of obtaining materials and tools. The scarcity of resources meant that recovery efforts had to be prioritized, with communities working together to allocate what little they had to the most pressing needs. The emotional toll on the population was considerable, as the psychological scars of the conflict were as profound as the physical damage. The loss of homes, the displacement of families, and the trauma of witnessing the destruction took a significant toll on the mental well-being of the survivors. The process of healing from these emotional wounds was an essential part of recovery, requiring support systems and counseling to help individuals cope with their experiences and find hope amidst the despair. Recovery efforts demanded a concerted and sustained effort from all corners of society. Rebuilding a community from the ground up required the collective will and cooperation of individuals, organizations, and leaders. Volunteers and aid workers joined forces with local residents, each contributing their skills and resources to the massive task at hand. The spirit of collaboration became a driving force, as people from different backgrounds and experiences came together to address the challenges of reconstruction. The resilience of the survivors was tested as they worked tirelessly to overcome the obstacles before them. The road to recovery was fraught with setbacks and difficulties, but the determination to rebuild and restore their lives drove the community forward. Each small victory in the reconstruction process, a repaired home, a reopened school, a restored marketplace, served as a symbol of hope and progress, reinforcing the belief that recovery was possible despite the enormity of the task. As the months and years passed, signs of renewal began to emerge. The once devastated towns and villages slowly transformed as new buildings rose from the rubble, infrastructure was repaired, and daily life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. The recovery process, though slow and fraught with challenges, bore witness to the enduring strength and solidarity of the survivors. The scars of the conflict remained, but they were now interwoven with a narrative of resilience and rebirth, marking the beginning of a new chapter for the communities that had weathered the storm. In the midst of the daunting challenges of recovery, the hard-won victory began to take on a new, profound meaning. What had once been viewed as a simple success over the enemy gradually transformed into something far more significant. It was no longer merely a symbol of triumph in battle, but a catalyst for deep and lasting transformation within the society. The victory served as a turning point, marking the beginning of a journey that went beyond the battlefield and into the hearts and minds of the survivors. It became a symbol of resilience, a testament to the strength of those who had endured the conflict and emerged on the other side with a renewed sense of purpose. As the survivors worked together to rebuild their shattered communities, the struggle they had endured forged a new understanding among them. The hardships of war had revealed the true value of unity and perseverance, qualities that were now essential in the process of reconstruction. The shared experiences of loss and sacrifice created a bond among the people, uniting them in their efforts to restore their society. This newfound understanding transcended previous divisions, fostering a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect that had been absent before the conflict. The people began to realize that their strength lay not only in their individual efforts, but in their ability to come together as one. The rebuilding process became a living embodiment of the lessons learned during the struggle. Every brick laid, every road repaired, and every life restored was a reflection of the collective determination to rise above the devastation. The challenges that once seemed insurmountable were now approached with a sense of shared responsibility and optimism. The people understood that the sacrifices made during the conflict were not in vain. They had paved the way for a stronger, more resilient society. This realization brought a growing sense of hope that, despite the cost, the victory would ultimately lead to a brighter future. As they worked towards rebuilding and reconciling, the survivors began to see the victory as more than just the end of a war. It was the beginning of a new era, one where the values of unity and perseverance would guide them in creating a better society. The process of reconciliation, though difficult, was embraced as an opportunity to heal old wounds and build a foundation of trust and cooperation. The people recognized that true victory lay not only in defeating their enemies, but in overcoming the divisions that had once weakened them. This shift in perspective allowed them to move forward with a renewed sense of purpose and a commitment to ensuring that the sacrifices made would lead to lasting peace. The growing sense of hope was further reinforced by the tangible progress being made in the reconstruction efforts. As the towns and villages slowly regained their former vitality, the people could see the fruits of their labor and the impact of their unity. The success of these efforts became a powerful motivator, inspiring them to continue working towards a future where the lessons of the past would not be forgotten. The victory, though costly, had provided them with the tools and the wisdom needed to build a society that was not only stronger but also more compassionate and inclusive. The costly nature of the victory also served as a reminder of the importance of vigilance in preserving the hard-earned peace. The survivors understood that the sacrifices made during the conflict were a solemn responsibility, one that required them to apply the lessons learned to prevent future conflicts. They became more committed to fostering dialogue, understanding, and cooperation among different factions, knowing that these efforts were crucial in maintaining the stability and cohesion of their society. The victory was not just an end, but a beginning, a foundation upon which a new, more resilient society could be built. In the end, the hard-won victory became a symbol of transformation, resilience, and hope. It marked the turning point where a society once torn apart by conflict began to heal and rebuild, united by the lessons learned and the shared commitment to a better future. The survivors, having endured the trials of war, emerged with a deeper understanding of the value of unity and perseverance. They knew that the sacrifices made had not been in vain. They had laid the groundwork for a society that, though born from the ashes of conflict, would rise stronger, more cohesive, and more capable of facing the challenges of the future. The journey ahead was undoubtedly fraught with difficulty, a path lined with obstacles that would test the resolve of those who had survived the conflict. Yet, within these challenges lay the promise of renewal, a chance to rebuild not only their physical world but also the very fabric of their society. The hard-won victory had opened a new chapter in their history, one that was defined not by the devastation of war but by the determination to overcome its lingering effects. As they looked toward the future, they knew that the road to peace and prosperity would be long and demanding, but they also knew that their collective strength and resolve would carry them forward. This new chapter in their journey was marked by a profound sense of resolve, a determination to confront and conquer the challenges of recovery and reconciliation. The scars of war were deep, both physically and emotionally, but the survivors were united in their commitment to healing. They understood that the process would be arduous, requiring patience, cooperation, and a willingness to face the painful truths of the past. However, this resolve was fueled by the belief that their efforts would lead to a brighter future, one where the horrors of the past would give way to a society rooted in unity and peace. The road to peace was indeed long and demanding, filled with the complexities of rebuilding a world shattered by conflict. The survivors faced countless challenges, from restoring infrastructure and reviving economies to mending broken relationships and addressing the psychological toll of war. Each step forward required careful planning, collaboration, and the unwavering belief that peace was within their reach. The journey was not without setbacks, but each obstacle overcome served as a reminder of their resilience and the progress they had already made. Amidst the trials of post-conflict life, there was a growing sense of hope, a beacon that guided the survivors through the darkest moments of their recovery. This hope was rooted in the shared determination to heal and rebuild, a collective commitment that transcended individual interests and past grievances. The people began to see the fruits of their labor in the small victories of daily life, the reopening of a school, the rebuilding of a marketplace, the restoration of a home. These tangible signs of progress reinforced their belief that a better future was possible, and that their sacrifices had not been in vain. As they navigated the complexities of rebuilding their world, the focus gradually shifted toward creating a future where the fruits of their labor could be enjoyed by all. The survivors recognized that the work of recovery was not just about restoring what had been lost but also about laying the foundation for a new society, one that was more resilient, just, and inclusive. This vision for the future became a driving force behind their efforts, inspiring them to push forward despite the challenges. They knew that the legacy of their struggle would be measured not only by the battles they had won, but by the society they would build in the aftermath. Honoring the legacies of their sacrifices became a central theme in the rebuilding process. The survivors understood that the losses they had endured and the hardships they had faced were not just personal tragedies but collective experiences that had shaped their society. As they worked to create a better future, they sought to ensure that the memories of those who had fallen and the lessons learned from the conflict would be preserved and honored. Monuments were erected, stories were told, and traditions were established to keep the memory of their sacrifices alive and to remind future generations of the cost of peace. In the end, the journey ahead was not just about overcoming challenges but about embracing the opportunity for renewal. The survivors knew that the road to peace would be long and difficult, but they were also filled with the hope that their efforts would lead to a brighter, more cohesive society. The new chapter that had been opened by their hard-won victory was one of healing, rebuilding, and honoring the past while looking toward the future. As they continued on this journey, they carried with them the knowledge that their determination, unity, and perseverance would ultimately lead them to the peace and prosperity they so desperately sought. Chapter 52: Healing the Wounds. In the weeks following the hard-won victory, the once vibrant landscapes were transformed into somber reminders of the recent conflict, now lying under a heavy shroud of silence. Fields that had once been lush with greenery and life were marred by the scars of war, the remnants of battle strewn across the land. Villages that had echoed with the sounds of daily life were now eerily quiet, their streets deserted, and their buildings reduced to ruins. The beauty that had once defined these places was overshadowed by the devastation, and the survivors were left to grapple with the reality of a world forever changed. The echoes of battle had faded into memory, but the work of healing and rebuilding lay ahead, a formidable task that loomed large before the weary victors. The silence that now blanketed the land was a stark contrast to the chaos and noise of war, yet it was filled with an unspoken understanding of the challenges that lay ahead. The survivors, though exhausted, knew that their struggle was far from over. The battle for survival had been won, but the battle to restore their world was just beginning. The path to recovery would require not only physical labor but also emotional resilience, as they confronted the enormity of what had been lost and the daunting task of rebuilding from the ashes. The leaders of the victorious alliance, who had guided their people through the trials of war, now found themselves facing a new and equally challenging responsibility. Though they were weary from the rigors of conflict, they understood that their true test lay not in the battlefield's aftermath, but in the painstaking process of restoration. The victory they had achieved, while significant, was only the first step in a much longer journey. They were now charged with the task of leading their people through the difficult process of healing, reconciliation, and reconstruction, a task that would require all the wisdom, patience, and strength they could muster. Rebuilding their world was not merely a matter of reconstructing physical structures. It required addressing the deep wounds that the conflict had inflicted on their society. The leaders recognized that the scars of war were not only visible in the landscape but also in the hearts and minds of the people. The emotional toll of the conflict was immense, with many grappling with grief, trauma, and the loss of loved ones. The leaders knew that healing these wounds would be essential for the long-term stability of their society. They began by fostering a sense of unity and purpose, encouraging their people to come together in the spirit of cooperation and mutual support. Unity, however, was easier said than achieved. The war had not only pitted them against a common enemy but had also exposed and, in some cases, deepened divisions within their own ranks. Old grievances and suspicions lingered, threatening to undermine the fragile peace that had been won. The leaders understood that true reconciliation would require more than just words. It would demand concrete actions that demonstrated their commitment to a shared future. They initiated dialogues between different factions, seeking to bridge the gaps and rebuild trust. These efforts were met with varying degrees of success, but they were crucial steps in the process of mending the social fabric that had been torn apart by the conflict. As the days turned into weeks, the painstaking work of reconstruction began in earnest. The physical rebuilding of homes, infrastructure, and communities was a monumental task that required the mobilization of all available resources. The leaders worked tirelessly to coordinate these efforts, ensuring that aid was distributed fairly and that the most urgent needs were addressed first. Volunteers from all walks of life stepped forward to contribute, their collective efforts symbolizing the resilience and determination of a people committed to rising from the ruins. Each act of rebuilding, no matter how small, was a step toward restoring the vitality and vibrancy of their world. The emotional healing of the population was an equally important aspect of the recovery process. The leaders understood that without addressing the psychological scars left by the war, any physical reconstruction would be incomplete. They established support systems to help those struggling with the trauma of their experiences, offering counseling and creating spaces for people to share their stories and find solace in the community. These efforts were vital in fostering a sense of hope and renewal, as individuals began to find strength in their shared experiences and the knowledge that they were not alone in their suffering. In the end, the work of healing and rebuilding was not a task that could be completed in a matter of weeks or even months. It was the beginning of a long and ongoing process. The leaders and their people were aware that the road ahead would be difficult and fraught with challenges, but they faced it with a renewed sense of purpose and determination. The victory they had achieved on the battlefield had given them the opportunity to rebuild their world, and they were committed to ensuring that the sacrifices made during the conflict would lead to a brighter and more unified future. The silence that had once been filled with despair began to give way to the sounds of rebuilding and renewal, as a society scarred by war took its first tentative steps toward a new beginning. The first steps toward recovery began with the grim task of surveying the damage, a necessary yet heart-wrenching endeavor. What had once been vibrant towns and villages, filled with the sounds of daily life and activity, now lay in ruins. The devastation was overwhelming, with buildings reduced to piles of rubble and fields that had once yielded bountiful harvests now scorched and barren. The once familiar streets, where children had played and merchants had called out their wares, were now strewn with debris, a stark reminder of the war's brutal toll. The sight was enough to weigh heavily on the hearts of all who witnessed it, bringing home the full cost of the conflict they had endured. As they moved through the wreckage, the leaders of the victorious alliance could see the despair etched on the faces of their people. The scale of the destruction was immense, and the challenge of rebuilding seemed almost insurmountable. Yet, amidst this desolation, the leaders understood that they could not afford to be paralyzed by grief. The future of their communities depended on their ability to rally the survivors, to transform their sorrow into action. With this in mind, they began to gather their communities, urging them to come together to face the daunting task ahead. It was a call to unity, to collective effort, and to the resilience that had seen them through the darkest days of the war. The initial response was mixed, as the enormity of the task at hand threatened to overwhelm the survivors. The despair that had taken root in the aftermath of the conflict was palpable, manifesting in the slumped shoulders and downcast eyes of those who had lost so much. The idea of rebuilding from the ashes of what had once been their homes seemed an impossible dream. However, the leaders persisted, knowing that the first step toward recovery was not merely physical but also psychological. They spoke of the need to honor the memories of those who had fallen by ensuring that their sacrifices were not in vain. This message began to resonate, stirring a sense of purpose among the survivors. As the days passed, the call for collective effort and resilience began to take hold. Slowly but surely, the survivors started to respond, driven by a deep-seated determination to rebuild their lives and their communities. Groups of people began to organize, each taking on different aspects of the reconstruction effort. Some focused on clearing debris from the streets, while others began the arduous task of rebuilding homes and public spaces. The fields, though charred and barren, were not abandoned. Instead, they became a symbol of hope and renewal as farmers and volunteers worked together to restore the land to its former fertility. The initial despair, while still present, was gradually being replaced by a sense of resolve. The leaders, seeing this newfound determination, continued to provide guidance and support, helping to coordinate the efforts and ensure that resources were distributed where they were most needed. They understood that the road to recovery would be long and fraught with challenges, but they also knew that with each small victory, the survivors were reclaiming not just their physical spaces but their sense of identity and community. The act of rebuilding was more than just a practical necessity. It was a way of reaffirming their connection to the land, to each other, and to the values that had sustained them through the conflict. Each new wall erected, each field tilled, was a testament to their resilience and their refusal to be defeated by the destruction that had befallen them. The process of reconstruction also became a time of reflection and reassessment. As they rebuilt, the survivors began to consider not just what had been lost, but what could be gained in the new world they were creating. There was an opportunity here to build something better, to address the flaws and divisions that had contributed to the war in the first place. The leaders encouraged this line of thinking, fostering discussions about the kind of society they wanted to create and the lessons they had learned from the conflict. This dialogue was not always easy, as it often required confronting painful truths, but it was a necessary part of the healing process. The act of rebuilding was, in this sense, both a physical and a moral endeavor. As the reconstruction efforts gained momentum, a sense of hope began to emerge. It was fragile at first, easily overshadowed by the enormity of the task ahead, but it grew stronger with each passing day. The survivors, once gripped by despair, began to find solace in their shared efforts and in the progress they were making, however slow it might be. The sight of a rebuilt home, the first green shoots emerging in a once scorched field, or the laughter of children playing in a cleared street were all signs that life, despite everything, was beginning to return. These moments of joy and connection served as powerful reminders of what they were working toward, not just survival, but a future where their communities could thrive once again. In the end, the first steps toward recovery were not just about rebuilding what had been lost, but about laying the foundation for a new beginning. The leaders and their people knew that the road ahead would be long and difficult, but they also knew that they had the strength and the will to see it through. The destruction of the war had left them with little, but it had also given them an opportunity to rebuild their world on a more solid and just foundation. The journey had only just begun, but with each step forward, they were moving closer to a future defined not by the scars of the past, but by the promise of renewal and the enduring strength of the human spirit. As the days passed, the focus of the survivors gradually shifted from the overwhelming task of assessing the damage to actively working toward recovery. The initial shock of seeing their towns and villages in ruins had given way to a determination to rebuild. The leaders, recognizing the urgency of the situation, quickly mobilized teams of builders, engineers, and craftsmen. These individuals were the backbone of the reconstruction effort. bringing with them the skills and knowledge necessary to restore the damaged infrastructure. They worked tirelessly, understanding that their efforts were crucial not just for physical rebuilding, but for the emotional recovery of the people as well. In the heart of each devastated town, the soundscape began to change. Where silence had once reigned, now the clang of hammers and the rumble of machinery filled the air. These sounds, once associated with destruction, had taken on a new meaning. They became symbols of hope and renewal. Each strike of a hammer, each brick laid, was a step toward reclaiming what had been lost. The survivors, who had been living in a state of uncertainty and fear, found comfort in the steady rhythm of construction. It was a tangible sign that life was slowly returning to normal, that the world they had known was not entirely lost. Families that had been scattered and displaced by the conflict began to return to their homes, or at least to what remained of them. For many, the sight of their once familiar surroundings, now altered beyond recognition, was both heartbreaking and motivating. These homes, even in their ruined state, were more than just buildings. They were repositories of memories, of lives lived and loved. The return of these families marked the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. They rolled up their sleeves, working side by side with their neighbors, friends, and even strangers, united by a common goal: to restore a semblance of normalcy and rebuild their communities from the ground up. The act of rebuilding was not only about restoring physical structures. It was also about mending the social fabric that had been torn apart by war. The sense of community, which had been tested to its limits during the conflict, now emerged as a powerful force for healing. The bonds forged in the fires of conflict, through shared hardship, loss, and perseverance, became the foundation upon which the survivors built their new lives. In working together, they rediscovered a sense of belonging and purpose that had been lost amidst the chaos of war. The collective effort to rebuild was, in itself, a form of healing, as it allowed the survivors to channel their grief and pain into something constructive and hopeful. As the reconstruction efforts gained momentum, the leaders played a crucial role in maintaining morale and ensuring that resources were allocated efficiently. They understood that the process of rebuilding was not just a physical challenge, but also an emotional one. The leaders made it a point to be present in the towns and villages, offering words of encouragement and support. They listened to the concerns and needs of the people, making sure that no one felt forgotten or left behind. This hands-on approach helped to foster a sense of trust and solidarity, further strengthening the community's resolve to see the rebuilding process through to completion. In addition to the physical reconstruction, efforts were made to revive the cultural and social aspects of the communities. Festivals, markets, and communal gatherings that had been suspended during the war were gradually reintroduced, providing much-needed moments of joy and normalcy. These events, though simple, were vital in restoring the rhythm of daily life. They offered the survivors a chance to reconnect with one another, to celebrate their resilience, and to find comfort in the traditions that had sustained them before the war. The revival of these communal activities was a reminder that, despite the destruction, the spirit of the community remained unbroken. As the towns and villages began to take shape once more, there was a growing sense of optimism. The challenges ahead were still immense, but the progress made in such a short time was a testament to the strength and determination of the survivors. Each repaired road, each reconstructed home, was a symbol of their ability to overcome adversity. The community had not only survived the war but was now thriving in the face of its aftermath. This success, however, did not come without reflection. The leaders and their people understood that the process of recovery was ongoing and that the lessons learned from the conflict must guide their future actions. Ultimately, the focus on recovery and rebuilding became a rallying point for the survivors. It allowed them to transform their grief into action, their despair into hope. The physical act of rebuilding was mirrored by an emotional and psychological recovery, as the survivors began to find peace in their shared efforts. The towns and villages, once devastated, were gradually being restored, not just to their former state but to something stronger and more resilient. The sense of community that had emerged from the ashes of war became the cornerstone of this new beginning, ensuring that the scars of the past would not define them, but rather would serve as a reminder of their enduring strength and unity. Reconciliation was an equally critical aspect of the rebuilding process, as the conflict had left behind more than just physical scars. It had also sown deep-seated divisions within and between the various factions. The war had fractured communities, pitting neighbors against each other, and creating rifts that ran deep into the fabric of society. The leaders understood that without addressing these emotional and social wounds, any efforts to rebuild infrastructure would be hollow and incomplete. Recognizing the need for healing, they embarked on a mission to mend these rifts through a series of dialogues and councils aimed at fostering understanding and resolving lingering grievances. These dialogues were not easy. The wounds of war were still fresh, and the memories of betrayal, loss, and suffering were difficult to confront. In the early stages, the gatherings were often tense, with emotions running high as old wounds were reopened. The leaders, however, were resolute in their commitment to reconciliation. They knew that true peace required more than just the cessation of hostilities. It demanded a deep, mutual acknowledgement of the pain that had been caused and a shared willingness to move forward. The leaders took on the role of mediators, guiding the discussions with patience and empathy, ensuring that all voices were heard, and that the process was both inclusive and respectful. The councils were composed of representatives from all the factions involved in the conflict, including those who had been on opposing sides. Bringing these groups together in the same room was in itself a significant achievement, but the real challenge lay in fostering a dialogue that could lead to genuine reconciliation. Each faction had its own grievances and perspectives, shaped by their experiences during the war. The leaders encouraged each group to express their concerns openly, creating a space where past wrongs could be acknowledged without fear of retribution. This openness was crucial in breaking down the barriers of mistrust that had built up over the course of the conflict. As the discussions progressed, the participants began to realize that, despite their differences, they shared common goals: the desire for peace, stability, and the well-being of their communities. This shared vision became a foundation upon which to build mutual respect and cooperation. Slowly, the initial hostility gave way to a more constructive atmosphere, where ideas for moving forward could be exchanged. The leaders facilitated these exchanges, helping to translate grievances into actionable solutions. This process was not without setbacks, as old animosities occasionally resurfaced, but the leaders remained steadfast in their belief that reconciliation was possible. The turning point came when the councils began to focus on shared experiences rather than divisions. Stories of loss, sacrifice, and survival resonated across factional lines, revealing the common humanity that had been obscured by the conflict. These shared experiences became a powerful force for healing, as participants began to see each other not as enemies, but as fellow survivors of a terrible ordeal. The leaders capitalized on this shift, encouraging initiatives that promoted collaboration between the factions. Joint projects, such as rebuilding shared public spaces or restoring community services, became symbols of a new era of cooperation. These efforts helped to rebuild trust, as people who had once been divided by war now worked side by side for the common good. The success of these reconciliation efforts was not solely due to the formal councils and dialogues. Equally important were the informal interactions that took place in the spaces between these meetings. As the atmosphere of tension began to ease, individuals from different factions started to engage with each other outside the formal settings, over shared meals, in communal work projects, or during social gatherings. These interactions, though often understated, were vital in breaking down the barriers that had kept them apart. Through these everyday exchanges, relationships were mended, and the seeds of lasting peace were sown. Despite the progress made, the leaders remained vigilant, knowing that reconciliation was an ongoing process that required continuous effort and commitment. They established mechanisms to monitor and address any emerging tensions, ensuring that the dialogue remained open and that grievances could be addressed before they escalated. They also invested in education and community programs that promoted tolerance, understanding, and cooperation among the younger generation. The leaders understood that for reconciliation to be truly sustainable, it needed to be ingrained in the cultural and social fabric of their society. In the end, the reconciliation efforts proved to be a cornerstone of the broader rebuilding process. The dialogues and councils, though challenging, had paved the way for a new era of cooperation and mutual respect. The physical reconstruction of towns and villages was mirrored by the emotional and social healing that took place within and between the factions. The leaders, through their unwavering commitment to peace and unity, had not only mended the scars of the past but had also laid the foundation for a future where the lessons learned from the conflict could guide them toward a more harmonious and resilient society. The journey toward reconciliation was far from over, but the steps they had taken were a testament to the power of understanding and the strength of the human spirit in the face of adversity. The emotional toll on the people was immense, leaving scars that ran as deep as the physical destruction around them. Recognizing this, the leaders knew that addressing the psychological and emotional needs of the population was just as crucial as the task of rebuilding infrastructure. They initiated the establishment of support centers across the towns and villages, providing spaces where individuals could seek counseling and assistance in coping with the trauma and loss they had experienced. These centers became a lifeline for many, offering not only professional help but also a sense of community and understanding, where people could share their stories and begin the healing process together. These support centers were staffed by trained counselors, many of whom were volunteers who had themselves survived the conflict. Their empathy and first-hand understanding of the people's pain made them invaluable in helping others navigate their grief. The centers offered a range of services, from individual therapy sessions to group discussions, where survivors could connect with others who had endured similar experiences. For many, just having a safe space to talk about their emotions was a critical step toward recovery. The counselors worked tirelessly to provide comfort and guidance, helping individuals to slowly rebuild their lives, piece by piece, from the emotional ruins left by the war. In addition to the support centers, community gatherings played a pivotal role in addressing the collective grief of the population. These gatherings were more than just meetings. They were opportunities for people to come together, to remind each other that they were not alone in their sorrow. The leaders organized memorial services to honor those who had fallen during the conflict. These services were solemn and deeply moving, with families, friends, and comrades coming together to remember their loved ones. Monuments were erected in central locations, bearing the names of the deceased, ensuring that their sacrifices would not be forgotten. The act of remembering became a communal ritual, binding the survivors together in shared mourning and respect. The memorial services were carefully designed to be inclusive, allowing people from all factions and backgrounds to participate. This inclusivity was essential in fostering reconciliation, as it acknowledged the losses suffered on all sides and emphasized the shared humanity of the people. The services provided a formal space for grieving, where emotions could be openly expressed and where the pain of loss could be collectively acknowledged. The rituals performed, whether through the laying of flowers, the lighting of candles, or the recitation of names, served as acts of closure, helping individuals to come to terms with their grief and to begin the slow process of healing. Beyond the memorials, these gatherings also served a crucial social function. They were a reminder of the strength and resilience of the community, offering moments of connection and solidarity amidst the ongoing recovery efforts. In these gatherings, stories of bravery and sacrifice were shared, reinforcing the bonds between survivors and helping to rebuild the trust that had been fractured during the war. The leaders encouraged these stories, understanding that they were not just about honoring the past, but also about providing inspiration and hope for the future. Through these narratives, the community was able to find meaning in their suffering and to draw strength from the examples set by those who had fought and fallen. The emotional support provided by the community and the structured efforts through the centers helped to foster a sense of closure for many individuals. Closure, however, did not mean forgetting. Rather, it meant integrating the experiences of loss and trauma into a new, post-conflict identity. The support systems in place encouraged people to remember, but also to look forward, to rebuild their lives with the knowledge that their grief was shared and that their pain was understood. This collective processing of emotions was crucial in preventing the festering of unresolved trauma, which could otherwise have impeded the community's ability to move forward. In time, the acts of remembrance and support began to transform the landscape of grief into one of resilience. The memorials and community gatherings became annual events, evolving from moments of mourning into celebrations of life and survival. These events marked not just the passage of time, but also the community's progress in healing. The support centers, initially established as places of immediate relief, continued to operate as community hubs, offering ongoing assistance and fostering a culture of openness and mental well-being. The leaders made sure that these resources remained accessible, understanding that the process of healing was long-term and required sustained attention. Ultimately, the combined efforts to address the emotional toll of the conflict were integral to the overall recovery of the society. By acknowledging the deep psychological wounds left by the war and actively working to heal them, the leaders ensured that the rebuilding process was holistic. The physical reconstruction of homes and infrastructure was paralleled by the emotional reconstruction of lives, ensuring that the community could emerge from the shadows of conflict not just intact, but stronger. These efforts to heal the emotional scars of war created a foundation for a more resilient and united society, where the lessons of the past were honored and where the people could look to the future with renewed hope and determination. As the months turned into years, the once devastated landscape began to show signs of transformation. The remnants of war, charred ruins, barren fields, and empty streets, gradually gave way to the vibrant colors of renewal. Where the rubble of destroyed homes once lay, new structures began to rise. These rebuilt homes, though modest, were symbols of hope and resilience, each one a testament to the unwavering determination of the people to reclaim their lives. The process was slow and arduous, with each brick laid and each wall erected representing the collective will to move forward. As the construction progressed, the towns that had been reduced to ashes started to resemble their former selves, though now marked with the strength of survival. The fields, once scorched and abandoned, began to bloom again, bringing life back to the countryside. Farmers returned to the land, working tirelessly to restore the soil and plant new crops. It was a grueling task, made more difficult by the memories of conflict that still lingered in the air. Yet, as the seasons passed, the fields began to flourish once more, with rows of crops swaying in the wind as a sign of renewal. The sight of green fields stretching across the horizon became a source of pride for the people, a clear indication that life was returning to the land. The harvests, initially meager, gradually grew more abundant, feeding the towns and providing a sense of security that had been absent for so long. In the towns, the sounds of hammers and saws were eventually replaced by the lively buzz of everyday life. Markets reopened, filling the streets with the chatter of merchants and the bustle of shoppers. Stalls lined the main squares, offering goods that ranged from fresh produce to handmade crafts, a stark contrast to the desolation that had once gripped the region. The return of markets was not just an economic revival, it was a cultural one as well. The festivals that had been halted by the war slowly resumed, bringing joy and celebration back to the towns. These events, filled with music, dance, and laughter, became important milestones in the recovery process, reminding everyone of the community's resilience and capacity for joy even after the darkest times. The process of healing, however, was far from complete. While the physical scars of war were being addressed, the emotional wounds remained a persistent challenge. The memories of loss and trauma could not be erased as easily as the ruins of buildings. Yet, the progress made in rebuilding their homes and livelihoods provided a foundation upon which the people could continue their journey of healing. Support networks, established in the immediate aftermath of the conflict, continued to operate, offering counseling and communal activities that fostered a sense of unity and understanding. These efforts were crucial in helping individuals and communities to process their grief and to find a way forward together. The kingdoms, though forever marked by the conflict, emerged stronger and more united than before. The shared experience of rebuilding had fostered a sense of solidarity among the people, breaking down many of the divisions that had once existed. The leaders, who had guided their kingdoms through war and recovery, were now focused on ensuring that the lessons learned from the conflict were not forgotten. They implemented policies that promoted collaboration between the different regions and factions, encouraging dialogue and cooperation to prevent future conflicts. The emphasis on unity and mutual support became a cornerstone of the new era, helping to create a more stable and cohesive society. The enduring spirit of resilience that had seen the people through the darkest of times became a defining characteristic of the kingdoms. It was reflected in the determination of the farmers to restore their fields, the resolve of the builders to reconstruct their towns, and the commitment of the leaders to foster peace and unity. This resilience was not just about survival. It was about the ability to adapt, to rebuild, and to thrive despite the challenges. It became a source of pride for the people, who took strength from their collective achievements and the knowledge that they had overcome adversity together. As the years passed, the kingdoms continued to rebuild, but now with a renewed sense of purpose. The lessons learned from the conflict were ingrained in the fabric of society, guiding the way forward. Education, diplomacy, and social welfare became priorities, ensuring that future generations would be better equipped to handle challenges and maintain peace. The memory of the war, though painful, served as a reminder of the cost of division and the value of unity. This collective memory, honored through monuments and annual commemorations, helped to bind the people together, creating a shared identity that was rooted in both resilience and hope. In the end, the transformation of the landscape was more than just a physical one. It was a reflection of the inner transformation that had taken place within the people and their kingdoms. The scars of war would never fully disappear, but they were now interwoven with signs of renewal and growth. The kingdoms had emerged from the ashes of conflict not just as survivors, but as stronger, more united communities, guided by the lessons of the past and the enduring spirit of resilience that would carry them into the future. Chapter 53: A Changing Dynamic. The sun cast a warm, golden light over the bustling city, illuminating the streets where life was beginning to flourish once more. In the aftermath of the conflict, Mara and Kale found themselves in positions of great responsibility, their roles having expanded and shifted in ways they had not anticipated. The victory they had fought so hard to achieve had brought with it a new era, not just for their kingdoms, but also for them personally. The clear lines that had once defined their duties were now blurred, merging their once separate paths into a shared journey of leadership and growth. As they adjusted to these changes, both Mara and Kale sensed that their relationship was also evolving, influenced by the pressures and challenges of their newfound roles. Mara, who had always been resolute and focused on her responsibilities, now found herself having to consider Kale's perspective in her decisions. The weight of leadership had always been heavy, but now it was shared, requiring a balance of power and trust between them. She was no longer just a solitary figure making choices for her people. She was part of a partnership that demanded collaboration and compromise. This shift was both unsettling and invigorating, forcing her to reassess her approach to governance and her relationship with Kale. The dynamic between them was no longer simply one of allies in battle. It was now a complex interplay of equals navigating the intricacies of leadership together. Kale, too, was grappling with the changes in their relationship. His role, once clearly defined within the context of the conflict, had expanded to include the responsibilities of peacetime governance. This transition required a new set of skills and a different mindset, one that focused on rebuilding and maintaining stability rather than just surviving. As he adapted to these new demands, he found himself relying more on Mara's wisdom and experience, recognizing that their strength lay in their ability to work together. The bond they had forged in the heat of battle was now being tested in the quieter, yet equally challenging, arena of political and social reconstruction. This shift deepened their connection, as they leaned on each other in ways they hadn't before. The evolving dynamic between Mara and Kale was not without its tensions. As they navigated their new roles, there were moments of disagreement and conflict, born from the stress of their responsibilities and the different perspectives they brought to the table. However, these challenges also offered opportunities for growth. Each conflict, while difficult, pushed them to communicate more openly and to understand each other more deeply. The shared goal of rebuilding their kingdoms required them to set aside their individual egos and to focus on the greater good, strengthening their partnership in the process. The process was not always smooth, but it was essential in solidifying the trust and respect that underpinned their relationship. Over time, as they continued to adapt to their new roles, Mara and Kale found that their relationship had transformed into something stronger and more resilient. The shared experiences of both conflict and peace had forged a bond that was not easily shaken. The challenges they faced together, whether in battle or in governance, had revealed the depth of their commitment to each other and to their kingdoms. Their partnership, once rooted in necessity and circumstance, had grown into a true alliance, characterized by mutual respect, trust, and an understanding that their fates were inextricably linked. As the sun set on the bustling city, casting long shadows over the streets, Mara and Kale stood together, ready to face whatever the future might bring, united by the journey they had undertaken and the relationship they had built along the way. Mara, now a central figure in the kingdom's reconstruction, embraced her leadership role with a determination that both inspired and challenged those around her. She had become the cornerstone of the recovery efforts, her presence commanding respect and her decisions shaping the future of her people. Each day brought a new set of challenges: strategic meetings to coordinate the rebuilding, diplomatic negotiations to secure alliances, and countless hours dedicated to overseeing every aspect of the kingdom's restoration. The sheer weight of these responsibilities was evident in the deep lines of concentration that had formed on her brow, and in the subtle signs of exhaustion that occasionally shadowed her eyes. Yet Mara carried on, driven by a fierce commitment to her kingdom and a sense of duty that left little room for rest. Beneath Mara's resolute exterior, however, was a growing awareness that her role required more than just the execution of power and authority. The demands of leadership had always been great, but the aftermath of the conflict had revealed a deeper, more complex challenge, guiding her people not just through the physical rebuilding of their lands, but through the emotional and societal healing that was just as vital. This realization began to change her approach to governance. While her strategies remained sharp and her decisions decisive, There was now a layer of empathy in her leadership that had not been as pronounced before. Mara understood that strength alone would not be enough to lead her kingdom into a new era. Compassion and understanding were equally essential. As she navigated the intricacies of her role, Mara found herself increasingly focused on the human element of reconstruction. Her interactions with her people became more personal, as she took the time to listen to their stories, their fears, and their hopes for the future. These moments, though brief, had a profound impact on her, deepening her connection to those she served. It was in these encounters that Mara began to see the true nature of her leadership, not as a distant ruler but as a shepherd guiding her flock through a time of unprecedented change. Her resolve to rebuild the kingdom was now intertwined with a genuine desire to heal the wounds of war, fostering a sense of community and shared purpose among her people. The challenges Mara faced were immense, but they also revealed her capacity to adapt and grow as a leader. The strategic mind that had served her so well in battle was now applied to the more nuanced task of rebuilding a society. She became adept at balancing the demands of governance with the need for emotional support, creating policies that were both practical and compassionate. This dual approach began to bear fruit, as the kingdom slowly but surely began to recover. The people, once weary and uncertain, began to take comfort in Mara's leadership, seeing in her not just a ruler, but a leader who truly understood the complexities of their struggle. As Mara continued to lead her people through the reconstruction, the kingdom began to reflect the changes within her. The rebuilt towns and restored farmlands were symbols of physical recovery, but the renewed sense of hope and unity among the people was a testament to the deeper transformation she had helped to bring about. The path forward was still fraught with challenges, but Mara had grown into her role, embodying the balance of strength and compassion that her people needed. Her leadership was no longer just about rebuilding a kingdom. It was about forging a future where resilience and empathy would guide them through whatever trials lay ahead. Kale, in contrast to Mara's prominent role in the rebuilding process, had found his place as a crucial advisor and supporter in the new era of peace. The transition from a fierce warrior to a strategic thinker marked a significant shift in his career and responsibilities. As he settled into his new role, Kale's primary focus became aiding Mara in navigating the intricate web of post-conflict diplomacy and administration. His sharp mind and extensive experience in strategy proved to be invaluable assets. However, the change from the immediate, decisive actions of the battlefield to the more abstract and prolonged deliberations of the council room introduced its own set of challenges. Adapting to the subtleties of political maneuvering was a difficult task for Kale. The clarity of action that once defined his role as a warrior was replaced by the complexities of negotiation and diplomacy. On the battlefield, decisions were straightforward, driven by immediate objectives and clear-cut goals. In contrast, the political landscape demanded a nuanced understanding of alliances, rivalries, and the intricate dance of compromise and persuasion. Kale often found himself longing for the directness of combat, where outcomes were determined by swift and decisive actions. This yearning highlighted the struggle he faced as he adapted to his new responsibilities. Despite the challenges, Kale's transition into his role as a strategic advisor was not without its successes. His insights into military strategy and his experience with high-stakes decisions brought a fresh perspective to the council discussions. He was instrumental in advising Mara on issues related to security, defense, and international relations, drawing from his extensive background in conflict management. His ability to think several steps ahead and anticipate potential outcomes was a crucial asset in navigating the complexities of peace building. However, the shift in focus from direct confrontation to indirect influence required him to develop new skills and adapt his approach. The dynamic between Kale and Mara, once defined by their shared experiences in battle, was evolving into a more intricate partnership. Their interactions were now characterized by the need for patience and mutual understanding. Where their previous collaboration had been driven by a common goal of victory, their current partnership demanded a more subtle alignment of their respective strengths and strategies. This evolution required both of them to adjust their expectations and to communicate more effectively about their visions and approaches. The process of aligning their new roles and working together in this transformed capacity was both challenging and enriching. As Kale continued to navigate his new role, he began to appreciate the value of the skills he was developing. The patience required for political negotiations and the understanding needed for effective diplomacy were gradually becoming integral parts of his leadership. The challenges he faced served as opportunities for growth, pushing him to refine his abilities and adapt to the demands of peace. The dynamic that had once been marked by the immediacy of battle was now defined by a more deliberate and collaborative approach. In this evolving partnership, Kale and Mara were learning to balance their respective strengths, creating a more cohesive and effective leadership team for their kingdom's future. As Mara and Kale adjusted to their new responsibilities, the nature of their interactions evolved significantly. Gone were the days when their conversations revolved around immediate tactical decisions and the urgency of shared combat objectives. Instead, their discussions now delved into broader visions and strategic planning for the future of their kingdoms. The focus had shifted from immediate survival to long-term stability and growth, requiring them to address complex issues that extended beyond their previous experiences. This new focus demanded a different kind of dialogue, one that encompassed not just the logistics of their roles but also the overarching goals and philosophies guiding their decisions. The mutual respect that Mara and Kale had built through their shared experiences in battle was now being tested by the complexities of their new roles. While their respect for each other's capabilities remained strong, the nature of their responsibilities introduced new challenges to their relationship. They were no longer allies facing a common enemy, but partners navigating the intricate landscape of governance and diplomacy. This shift often brought to light different perspectives and priorities that had not been as apparent before. The issues they faced were more nuanced and required a level of cooperation and compromise that sometimes strained their previously straightforward dynamic. There were moments of tension as Mara and Kale grappled with their differing viewpoints and the demands of their new roles. These disagreements, while challenging, also provided valuable opportunities for growth. They were forced to confront and negotiate their differences, leading to a deeper understanding of each other's perspectives and needs. The process of working through these conflicts became a critical aspect of their development as leaders and partners. It was through these trials that they learned the importance of patience, open communication, and empathy in maintaining a strong and effective working relationship. As they navigated these evolving responsibilities, Mara and Kale found themselves developing more effective communication skills. The complexities of their roles necessitated a higher level of dialogue, where listening and understanding were as important as speaking and directing. They made a concerted effort to listen with empathy, acknowledging each other's viewpoints and concerns. This improved communication helped them to address issues more constructively and to find common ground, even when their perspectives initially seemed divergent. Their ability to engage in meaningful discussions became a cornerstone of their collaborative efforts. In the end, the challenges they faced in adapting to their new roles also forged a stronger partnership. The process of navigating differing perspectives and priorities allowed them to build a more resilient and nuanced relationship. Their experiences taught them the value of working through conflicts together, emerging with a deeper appreciation for each other's strengths and contributions. As they continued to develop their leadership, the evolving nature of their interactions became a testament to their growth and adaptability. Together, they embraced their roles not just as leaders but as partners in the ongoing journey of rebuilding and shaping the future of their kingdoms. The shift in Mara and Kale's dynamic was clearly mirrored in their personal interactions, reflecting the profound changes in their lives and responsibilities. The camaraderie that had initially defined their relationship, built in the heat of conflict and shaped by their shared battles, was evolving into something more nuanced. As they transitioned from wartime leaders to peacetime administrators, their bond was no longer solely anchored in the immediacy of combat, but was now being redefined by the demands of their new roles. This transition marked a significant change, where their relationship began to transform from one of fierce companionship to a more complex and layered connection. The camaraderie that had once united them in their fight against a common enemy began to give way to a deeper, more intricate relationship. Their interactions, once characterized by the urgency and intensity of battle, were now influenced by the subtleties and demands of leadership. This evolution was not merely a shift in context but also a deepening of their emotional and intellectual connection. The camaraderie forged in battle was now the foundation for a relationship that required them to navigate the complexities of governance and diplomacy, adding new dimensions to their bond. As they adjusted to their new roles, their interactions became more contemplative and introspective. The nature of their conversations shifted from tactical discussions and immediate concerns to more reflective dialogues about their shared vision and the future of their kingdoms. They found themselves delving into discussions that explored their personal philosophies, values, and long-term goals. These conversations, though sometimes challenging, allowed them to gain a deeper understanding of each other's perspectives and motivations, fostering a more profound emotional connection. Navigating this new terrain brought its own set of challenges and opportunities. The intertwining of their individual roles and responsibilities with their personal relationship created a dynamic that was both rewarding and complex. They were no longer just allies in a common cause but partners in a collaborative effort to shape their kingdom's future. This new landscape required them to balance their professional duties with their personal connection, leading to a deeper appreciation for the ways in which their lives and roles were interlinked. Their relationship, once defined by shared struggles, was now being shaped by their joint efforts to rebuild and lead. In embracing this evolving dynamic, Mara and Kale discovered that their personal connection was enriched by the depth of their shared experiences and the challenges they faced together. The journey from warriors to leaders had transformed their relationship, creating a bond that was as resilient as it was intricate. Their evolving interaction reflected the growth they had undergone as individuals and as partners. As they continued to navigate their new roles, they did so with a renewed understanding of each other, their connection a testament to the strength and adaptability they had developed through their shared journey. Despite the numerous challenges they faced, there was an undeniable sense of mutual growth and understanding emerging between Mara and Kale. The transformation from their roles as warriors to leaders in a time of peace had not been smooth, but it had fostered a deeper appreciation for each other's strengths and limitations. Both were coming to terms with the demands of their new responsibilities, learning to navigate the complexities of governance while still grappling with the personal adjustments required by their evolving roles. This period of transition, though fraught with difficulties, was proving to be a profound journey of personal and professional development for both of them. As Mara and Kale adapted to their new roles, they began to recognize that their shifting dynamic was not a source of division, but rather a natural reflection of their evolving journey together. The changes in their relationship, while sometimes challenging, were also indicative of their growth as individuals and as partners. They were learning to embrace the nuances of their new roles, finding strength in their shared experiences and the evolving nature of their partnership. This growing understanding allowed them to see the shifts in their dynamic as opportunities for deeper connection rather than obstacles to their collaboration. Their partnership was increasingly becoming a cornerstone of their efforts to rebuild and lead their kingdoms. The mutual support and respect they extended to each other were integral to their success in navigating the complexities of post-conflict leadership. By acknowledging and valuing each other's contributions, Mara and Kale were able to effectively combine their strengths, creating a balanced and dynamic leadership team. Their ability to work through the evolving nature of their relationship highlighted their commitment to each other and to the future of their kingdoms, reinforcing the importance of their partnership in the rebuilding process. The process of adaptation and support that Mara and Kale experienced together was a testament to their resilience and dedication. As they faced the challenges of their new roles, they relied on each other for guidance and encouragement. Their willingness to embrace change and to support each other through the transitions was a powerful demonstration of their commitment to their shared goals and to each other. This mutual support not only strengthened their partnership but also enhanced their effectiveness as leaders, enabling them to address the needs of their people with greater empathy and understanding. In reflecting on their journey, Mara and Kale recognized that their evolving dynamic was a crucial part of their growth as leaders and as partners. The challenges they faced together had forged a deeper connection between them, one built on a foundation of mutual respect and shared purpose. Their ability to adapt and thrive amidst change was a testament to their resilience and their unwavering commitment to both their personal relationship and their leadership roles. As they continued to navigate their responsibilities, they did so with a strengthened bond and a renewed sense of purpose, ready to face the future together. As the city began to flourish under Mara and Kale's leadership, their evolving dynamic became emblematic of the new era they were helping to shape. The transformation of their relationship from one defined by the immediacy and intensity of battle to a more complex and nuanced partnership mirrored the broader changes occurring within their kingdoms. This shift was not merely a personal evolution but also a reflection of the deeper, systemic transformation that was taking place as they moved from a period of conflict to one of reconstruction and growth. Their relationship had matured into something far more intricate and substantial than it had been during the heat of battle. The bond they had forged in the midst of conflict had laid a strong foundation, but it was through their joint efforts and leadership that it truly deepened and expanded. As they navigated the complexities of governance, their interactions became more reflective of their shared vision for the future. This new phase of their relationship was characterized by a mutual understanding and a collaborative spirit that was essential for addressing the multifaceted challenges they faced in their roles. Together, Mara and Kale confronted the demands of their new roles with a unified approach, demonstrating a commitment to both their personal and professional growth. Their partnership, now defined by a shared sense of purpose and a willingness to adapt, played a crucial role in guiding their kingdoms through the period of recovery and renewal. The way they worked together, balancing their strengths and compensating for each other's weaknesses, highlighted the strength of their bond and their capacity to lead effectively in this new era. Their evolving dynamic also underscored their readiness to embrace the future with a renewed sense of purpose and unity. The challenges they faced were met with a collaborative approach that emphasized both strategic thinking and emotional resilience. As they adapted to their new roles and responsibilities, they remained steadfast in their commitment to creating a prosperous and stable future for their people. This sense of purpose was reflected not only in their leadership but also in the way they supported and complemented each other. In the broader context of their thriving city and revitalized kingdoms, Mara and Kale's changing relationship stood as a powerful symbol of the progress they had made. Their journey from warriors to leaders had been marked by significant personal growth and mutual understanding. As they continued to shape the future, their partnership became a testament to the strength and adaptability required to overcome the challenges of transition. The unity they exemplified was a beacon of hope and an inspiration for their people, embodying the promise of a new era forged through resilience and collaboration. Chapter 54: A Reformed Alliance. The once volatile alliance, forged in the heat of conflict, had endured countless trials, emerging from the war scarred but unwavering. The alliance, originally born of necessity, had been tested repeatedly by the pressures of battle, political tensions, and the varying ambitions of its members. Yet, through every challenge, the bond between the kingdoms had not broken. It had merely been tempered, growing stronger with each ordeal. The victory they had secured together marked not just the end of a brutal conflict, but also the beginning of a new chapter, one that demanded the reconstruction and redefinition of their alliances in a time of peace. As the dust settled and the echoes of war faded, the leaders of the Allied forces found themselves confronted with a critical task: to reform and strengthen the bonds that had been both their salvation and their greatest vulnerability during the conflict. The unity that had been necessary for survival now had to evolve into something more sustainable and enduring. Diplomatic efforts, once focused on coordinating military strategies and resources, now shifted toward fostering deeper trust and cooperation. The leaders knew that the foundation of their victory lay not only in their collective might but in their ability to maintain a united front in the face of any future challenges. The reforming of the alliance was no simple matter. The war had left its mark, not just on the land and the people, but on the relationships between the kingdoms. Old grievances had resurfaced during the conflict, and new ones had emerged. Trust, while strengthened by their shared victory, still required careful nurturing. The leaders convened a series of high-level meetings, where they openly discussed the issues that had strained their alliance and sought to address them with honesty and transparency. These discussions were not always easy. Emotions ran high, and the scars of recent battles were still raw, but they were necessary for the alliance to move forward. In these meetings, a new understanding began to take root. The leaders recognized that their future cooperation could not rely solely on the fear of a common enemy, as it had during the war. Instead, they needed to build a relationship based on mutual respect, shared goals, and a commitment to the well-being of all their people. To this end, they began to draft new agreements, ones that reflected the lessons learned from the war and that aimed to prevent the kinds of misunderstandings and rivalries that had plagued them in the past. These agreements focused on trade, defense, and cultural exchange, seeking to bind the kingdoms together in times of peace just as they had been during the war. As these new agreements were finalized, the leaders made a conscious effort to involve their people in the process of alliance building. They understood that for the bonds between their kingdoms to truly endure, they had to extend beyond the ruling classes. Cultural festivals, shared infrastructure projects, and cross-border initiatives were launched to foster goodwill among the citizens of each kingdom. Over time, these efforts began to bear fruit. Old enmities started to fade, replaced by a growing sense of shared identity and purpose. The once fragile alliance was gradually becoming something more, a partnership built on trust and mutual benefit, rather than mere convenience. The transformation of the alliance was not without its challenges, but it was clear that something fundamental had changed. What had begun as a necessity born of desperation was evolving into a true coalition, one capable of weathering the storms of the future. The leaders, now more than ever, were committed to ensuring that the scars of the past would not dictate their future. They had come to realize that their strength lay not just in their armies or their resources, but in their ability to stand together, united by a shared vision of peace and prosperity. As they looked to the future, they did so with renewed hope and determination, knowing that the alliance they had forged in war would be the cornerstone of the new order they sought to build in its aftermath. In the early days of peace, the priority that emerged was clear and pressing: to stabilize and strengthen the alliance that had been the linchpin of their hard-won victory. The leaders of the coalition, though exhausted from the relentless demands of the conflict, understood that their work was far from over. The war may have ended, but the peace they sought to secure would require the same level of dedication and strategic foresight that had guided them through battle. The strength of their alliance would be the bedrock upon which a lasting peace could be built, and they could not afford to neglect this vital task. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the leaders convened a series of high-stakes meetings and diplomatic discussions. These were no mere formalities, but critical gatherings where the future of their kingdoms and their collective security hung in the balance. The leaders came together, not just as victors, but as cautious architects of a new order. The discussions were intense, with every word carefully weighed and every concession thoroughly considered. They knew that the fractures and tensions that had surfaced during the war needed to be addressed head-on if they were to avoid future discord. The negotiations were challenging, marked by a delicate balancing act between asserting national interests and making necessary compromises. Old rivalries and fresh wounds from the war were still present in the minds of many, making the task of rebuilding trust all the more difficult. Each leader was acutely aware that the alliances forged in war were often tenuous, and without a strong foundation, they could easily crumble under the pressures of peace. The sessions were often long and grueling, with tempers flaring and moments of silence, as each party weighed the potential outcomes of their decisions. Despite the difficulties, a sense of shared purpose began to take shape during these discussions. The leaders, though representing different kingdoms with their own unique challenges, recognized that their futures were inextricably linked. The peace they sought was not just the absence of war, but a positive, enduring stability that could only be achieved through cooperation. This realization prompted a shift in tone, as the leaders moved from a mindset of wariness to one of cautious optimism. The common goal of rebuilding and securing a lasting peace started to outweigh the divisions that had previously held them back. To facilitate this process, the leaders began to draft a series of agreements and treaties designed to address the issues that had caused friction during the conflict. These documents were not just legal formalities, but carefully crafted frameworks aimed at promoting trust, ensuring mutual respect, and fostering deeper cooperation between their kingdoms. Provisions were made for joint defense initiatives, economic collaboration, and cultural exchanges, all intended to bind the kingdoms together in a way that went beyond mere convenience. The leaders knew that for the alliance to thrive, it needed to be rooted in shared interests and mutual benefit. As the negotiations drew to a close, there was a palpable sense of achievement. While the process had been fraught with challenges, the leaders had managed to lay the groundwork for a more cohesive and cooperative relationship. The alliance, once held together by the immediate threat of war, was now being reforged with the tools of diplomacy and mutual understanding. The foundation for a lasting peace had been set, and though the road ahead would still be difficult, there was a newfound confidence among the leaders that their coalition was strong enough to face whatever challenges the future might hold. The process of reforming the alliance was as challenging as it was essential, a task that demanded both diplomatic finesse and a commitment to healing the deep scars left by historical grievances and recent conflicts. The wounds of the past could not be simply papered over with new agreements. They required a genuine commitment to change and a willingness to address the underlying issues that had driven wedges between the kingdoms. The leaders understood that the success of their alliance depended not just on formal treaties, but on rebuilding trust and fostering a spirit of cooperation that could withstand future challenges. To this end, the leaders engaged in open and often difficult dialogues about their priorities and concerns. These discussions were marked by an honesty that was both refreshing and necessary, as each leader laid bare the fears and hopes that had shaped their actions during the conflict. There was an understanding that for the alliance to endure, they needed to move beyond the superficial and confront the deeper issues that had led to past tensions. These conversations were not without their challenges, as old wounds were reopened and long-held grudges resurfaced. but they were crucial in creating a foundation for genuine reconciliation. Throughout this process, the leaders worked tirelessly to align their goals and find common ground. They knew that the success of their alliance depended on their ability to move forward as a unified front, despite the differences that had once divided them. This effort required not just strategic thinking but also empathy and a willingness to see things from each other's perspectives. The leaders sought to understand the unique challenges and needs of their allies, recognizing that only by addressing these could they hope to create a truly stable and cohesive coalition. This dedication to unity was reflected in the series of agreements and compromises that began to take shape. These were not merely formalities or acts of political theater but carefully negotiated accords that addressed the concerns of all parties involved. Each agreement was a step forward, a testament to the leaders' commitment to building a stronger and more resilient alliance. The process was slow and often fraught with difficulty, but with each compromise, the bonds between the kingdoms grew stronger, their collective future more secure. The agreements reached during this period were diverse, encompassing everything from military cooperation and economic integration to cultural exchanges and mutual defense pacts. Each accord was designed to address a specific issue that had previously caused friction, ensuring that the alliance was not only stable in the present but also capable of withstanding the pressures of the future. These treaties were more than just words on paper. They were the manifestation of the leaders' shared vision for a peaceful and prosperous future. In the end, the process of reforming the alliance became a transformative journey for all involved. The leaders emerged from it not just as allies bound by necessity, but as partners united by a shared commitment to peace and cooperation. The scars of the past had not been erased, but they had been acknowledged and addressed in a way that allowed for healing. The alliance that had once been fragile and uncertain was now stronger than ever, a testament to the power of dialogue, compromise, and a genuine desire for lasting peace. As the reforms began to take shape, the impact on the alliance was immediately noticeable, marking a significant shift in the dynamics among the allied kingdoms. The renewed sense of cooperation transformed the way they interacted, leading to more effective coordination on various fronts. This change was particularly evident in the way the kingdoms now approached their shared challenges. Where once there had been hesitation and mistrust, there was now a growing confidence in their collective strength. This newfound unity allowed them to pool their resources and expertise, enhancing their ability to address both internal issues and external threats more efficiently. One of the most visible signs of this enhanced cooperation was the launch of joint initiatives aimed at tackling the pressing concerns that affected all members of the alliance. Economic recovery was a top priority, as the war had left many regions struggling to rebuild their economies. The Allied kingdoms worked together to establish trade agreements, share technological advancements, and provide mutual aid in areas that had been hardest hit. These efforts not only spurred economic growth but also fostered a sense of mutual benefit, as each kingdom saw tangible gains from their collaboration. Security was another area where the strengthened alliance made a profound difference. Recognizing the importance of a united front against potential threats, the kingdoms developed a coordinated defense strategy that involved joint military exercises, intelligence sharing, and the establishment of a unified command structure. This level of cooperation was unprecedented and served as a powerful deterrent to any would-be aggressors. It also provided a sense of reassurance to the citizens of each kingdom, who felt safer knowing that their leaders were working together to protect their collective interests. The reforms also had a noticeable effect on the relationships between the leaders of the allied kingdoms. The once tenuous bonds, strained by years of conflict and mistrust, were now characterized by a newfound stability and camaraderie. The leaders, having worked closely together to reshape their alliance, developed a deeper respect for one another's strengths and perspectives. This mutual respect translated into a more collaborative approach to decision-making, where the needs and concerns of each kingdom were given equal consideration. The alliance was no longer just a strategic necessity but had evolved into a partnership built on trust and shared values. As the alliance grew stronger, so did the sense of solidarity among the people of the allied kingdoms. The reforms had not only strengthened ties at the leadership level but had also fostered a broader sense of community among the citizens. Cultural exchanges, joint celebrations, and cooperative projects became more common, breaking down the barriers that had once kept the kingdoms apart. People began to see themselves not just as citizens of their respective kingdoms, but as members of a larger, united entity. This shift in perspective played a crucial role in solidifying the alliance's stability and ensuring its longevity. In the end, the impact of the reforms was far-reaching and transformative. What had started as a necessary response to the challenges of the post-war period had grown into something much more significant. The alliance, once fragile and uncertain, had become a robust and resilient force, capable of withstanding the tests of time and adversity. The collective efforts of the Allied kingdoms had not only secured their immediate future but had also laid the foundation for a lasting peace, built on the principles of cooperation, mutual respect, and shared prosperity. The transformation of the alliance was not merely a political achievement. It was a profound symbol of what could be accomplished when unity and cooperation were placed above discord and division. This reformation was a testament to the resilience and adaptability of the leaders, who had successfully navigated the complex and often fraught process of bringing together once fractured relationships. The newly forged partnership stood as a beacon of hope, showing that even the most deeply rooted tensions could be overcome through dedication and a shared commitment to a better future. The journey to this reformed alliance was marked by challenges that tested the resolve of the leaders. Each step forward required not only diplomatic finesse but also an unwavering belief in the possibility of reconciliation. The leaders had to confront historical grievances, manage present tensions, and anticipate future conflicts, all while maintaining a delicate balance between their kingdom's interests. Their success in doing so was not just a matter of strategy but of vision, a vision that saw beyond immediate gains to the long-term stability and prosperity that unity could bring. This transformation also had profound implications for the citizens of the Allied kingdoms. The renewed alliance signaled a shift in how the people viewed their leaders and their neighbors. No longer were they simply subjects of isolated realms. They were now part of a larger, interconnected community. This sense of belonging fostered a new spirit of collaboration at all levels of society, as people began to see the benefits of working together rather than remaining divided. The alliance's success in reforming itself provided a powerful example of what could be achieved when individual and collective interests were aligned. The symbolism of the reformed alliance extended beyond its immediate borders. Other kingdoms and regions, witnessing the success of this newfound cooperation, began to reconsider their own approaches to diplomacy and governance. The alliance became a model for others to emulate, demonstrating that even the most entrenched divisions could be bridged through sustained effort and a commitment to common goals. The leaders, aware of the broader implications of their achievement, took on a new role as ambassadors of peace and cooperation, sharing their experiences and lessons with others who sought to follow their path. In the wake of this transformation, the leaders found that their partnership had evolved into something far more robust than they had initially envisioned. The trials they had faced together had forged a bond that was both resilient and adaptive, capable of withstanding future challenges. This partnership became the cornerstone of the Reformed Alliance, a living testament to the power of unity in the face of adversity. The leaders, now more than just allies, were partners in every sense of the word, bound together by a shared history and a common purpose. Ultimately, the Reformed Alliance was more than just a political arrangement. It was a symbol of hope and a blueprint for the future. It showed that even in a world fraught with division and conflict, there was a path to reconciliation and unity. The leader's ability to navigate the complexities of reform and emerge with a stronger, more cohesive alliance provided a powerful lesson that with vision, determination, and cooperation, even the most fractured relationships could be healed, paving the way for a more stable and prosperous future for all. In the wake of these changes, the Allied kingdoms entered a period of relative peace and prosperity that had long been elusive. The stability fostered by their strengthened alliance created an environment where long-term strategies for growth and development could finally take root. This newfound calm allowed the kingdoms to shift their focus from mere survival to the advancement of their societies. With the immediate threats of conflict behind them, the leaders could now turn their attention to the constructive endeavors that would ensure the prosperity and well-being of their people. The alignment between the leaders was pivotal in this transformation. Having weathered the storms of conflict together, they had developed a deep mutual understanding and trust that enabled them to work in harmony. This unity of purpose allowed them to make decisions that were not only beneficial for their individual realms, but also for the alliance as a whole. They recognized that their fates were intertwined and that the success of one kingdom was inextricably linked to the success of the others. This realization fostered a collaborative spirit that permeated their governance, leading to policies and initiatives designed to uplift all members of the alliance. With this cooperative framework in place, the Allied kingdoms embarked on a series of ambitious projects aimed at revitalizing their economies and infrastructures. Trade routes that had been disrupted by the conflict were re-established, bringing a steady flow of goods and resources that fueled economic growth. Investments in agriculture, industry, and education began to bear fruit, as the people enjoyed the benefits of increased productivity and innovation. The leaders also prioritized the rebuilding of towns and cities that had been ravaged by war, ensuring that the scars of conflict were healed not only in spirit but also in the physical landscape. As the prosperity of the Allied kingdoms grew, so too did the cultural and intellectual exchange between them. The stability brought about by their alliance allowed for a flourishing of the arts, sciences, and philosophy, as scholars and artists traveled freely between the realms, sharing ideas and inspiring one another. Festivals and celebrations, once muted by the constant threat of war, now became vibrant expressions of the shared heritage and newfound unity of the kingdoms. This cultural renaissance not only enriched the lives of the people but also strengthened the bonds between the Allied realms, as they came to appreciate and celebrate their diverse yet interconnected identities. The period of peace and prosperity also allowed the leaders to focus on social reforms that had long been neglected during the years of conflict. Recognizing the need to address the inequalities and injustices that had contributed to the unrest in the first place, they implemented policies aimed at improving the lives of all their citizens. These reforms included expanding access to education, healthcare, and legal protections, ensuring that the benefits of peace were felt across all levels of society. The leaders understood that true stability could only be achieved if their people felt secure, valued, and empowered to contribute to the continued growth of their kingdoms. Ultimately, the Allied kingdoms emerged from this period of transformation not only stronger but also more resilient. The peace and prosperity they enjoyed were not simply the result of military victories or political maneuvers but were the fruits of a genuine commitment to cooperation and shared vision. The leaders, having successfully navigated the challenges of reforming their alliance, were now able to focus on the future with confidence. They knew that the strength of their partnership would serve as a foundation for continued growth, and that their united efforts would ensure the sustainability of the harmony they had worked so hard to achieve. The journey of reform had been anything but easy. The path was riddled with struggles, negotiations, and moments of doubt that tested the resolve of all involved. Historical grievances and the scars of recent conflicts were difficult to overcome, often threatening to derail the process. Yet, the leaders of the allied kingdoms remained steadfast in their mission. They understood that the future of their realms depended on their ability to transform a once fractured alliance into something stronger and more resilient. The hardships they faced only served to deepen their determination to see the process through, knowing that the stakes were nothing less than the peace and prosperity of their people. As the reforms began to take shape, the results spoke for themselves. What had once been a tenuous and fragile coalition, held together by necessity and shared fear, evolved into a robust and cooperative partnership. The leaders had succeeded in not only mending the fractures that had threatened to divide them, but also in creating new bonds of trust and mutual respect. This newly forged unity allowed the allied kingdoms to operate with a level of coordination and effectiveness that had previously been unimaginable. The challenges that had once seemed insurmountable were now met with a united front, proving the strength of their reformed alliance. The success of this endeavor was a testament to the resilience of the leaders and their unwavering commitment to building a better future for their kingdoms. They had faced down not only external threats, but also the internal divisions that could have easily torn them apart. Through perseverance, dialogue, and a shared vision for the future, they managed to turn their alliance into a foundation upon which the security and prosperity of their realms could be built. This achievement was not merely a political victory, it was a triumph of collective will, demonstrating that even the most fractured relationships could be healed with time, effort, and a genuine desire for reconciliation. As they looked ahead, the leaders did so with renewed confidence. They had navigated the complexities of reform and emerged with a partnership that was stronger than ever. The stability they had achieved through their cooperative efforts allowed them to plan for the future with a sense of optimism. They could now focus on the long-term development of their kingdoms, secure in the knowledge that their alliance would provide the support and collaboration needed to face any future challenges. This sense of security was a precious commodity, one that they had fought hard to attain and were determined to preserve. The Reformed Alliance had become more than just a political arrangement. It was a cornerstone of stability and prosperity for all the kingdoms involved. The trust that had been built through the process of reform was now the bedrock upon which they could construct a peaceful and thriving future. The leaders understood that the strength of their partnership would be tested in the years to come, but they also knew that they had laid a solid foundation capable of withstanding whatever challenges might arise. This shared confidence in their collective future was a source of great pride and a driving force behind their continued efforts to strengthen their bonds. As the years passed, the fruits of their labor became increasingly apparent. The allied kingdoms, once fractured and weakened by division, now stood as a beacon of unity and cooperation. The Reformed Alliance had brought about a period of unprecedented stability and growth, allowing each kingdom to flourish in ways that would have been impossible on their own. The leaders, having shepherded their realms through this transformative process, could now look to the future with the assurance that their partnership would continue to be a guiding light for generations to come. The journey of reform had not been without its struggles, but the legacy it left behind was one of resilience, unity, and hope. Chapter 55: A New Order. In the wake of their monumental victory and the subsequent reform of their alliance, the leaders were confronted with a new and equally formidable challenge: the establishment of a new order. The conflict that had ravaged their lands was not a random occurrence. It was the culmination of deep-seated issues, long-standing grievances, and systemic inequalities that had festered for generations. The war had been a painful but necessary catalyst for change, and now, with the immediate threat of violence behind them and their alliance newly reformed, the leaders recognized that their next task was to address the root causes that had led to such widespread devastation. The leaders understood that true peace could not be achieved through military might alone. It required the creation of a system that would prevent the resurgence of old conflicts and ensure the stability of their realms. This realization marked the beginning of an ambitious effort to establish a new order, one that would be built on the principles of justice, equity, and mutual respect. The first step in this process was to convene a series of councils and assemblies, bringing together representatives from all corners of the Allied kingdoms. These gatherings were intended to foster open dialogue and allow for the airing of grievances that had long been ignored or suppressed. As the discussions unfolded, it became clear that the task before them was far from simple. The grievances were as varied as the people themselves, ranging from economic disparities and territorial disputes to issues of governance and cultural recognition. Each kingdom had its own unique challenges, and finding solutions that would satisfy all parties required a delicate balance of diplomacy, compromise, and innovation. The leaders were acutely aware that they were not merely addressing the symptoms of past conflicts, but were attempting to reshape the very foundations of their societies. One of the central issues that emerged was the question of governance. The old systems, which had concentrated power in the hands of a few, had proven inadequate in addressing the needs of their diverse populations. In response, the leaders proposed a series of reforms aimed at decentralizing power and creating more inclusive forms of governance. These reforms included the establishment of local councils with greater authority, the introduction of more transparent decision-making processes, and the creation of mechanisms for holding leaders accountable to their people. The goal was to create a system in which all voices could be heard, and where power was exercised in a manner that reflected the will of the governed. Another critical area of focus was the economy. The war had left many regions devastated, with infrastructure destroyed and resources depleted. The leaders recognized that economic recovery was essential for long-term stability, but they also understood that simply rebuilding what had been lost would not be enough. They needed to create an economy that was more equitable and sustainable, one that would prevent the kinds of disparities that had fueled past conflicts. To this end, they implemented policies aimed at redistributing resources, promoting fair trade, and investing in the development of previously neglected regions. These measures were designed not only to rebuild but to create a more just and balanced economic order. Cultural recognition and respect for diversity also became central to the new order. The conflict had highlighted the dangers of cultural homogenization and the marginalization of minority groups. In response, the leaders made a concerted effort to promote cultural inclusion and protect the rights of all peoples within their kingdoms. This included the recognition of minority languages, the preservation of cultural practices, and the establishment of laws to prevent discrimination. The leaders understood that a truly stable society was one in which all individuals felt valued and respected, regardless of their cultural background. As these reforms began to take shape, the impact on the Allied kingdoms was profound. The new order, though still in its infancy, started to foster a sense of hope and renewal among the people. The old wounds were far from healed, and challenges remained, but the foundations for a more stable and equitable future were being laid. The leaders, though weary from the burdens of war and reform, found a renewed sense of purpose in this work. They knew that the success of this new order would determine the fate of their realms for generations to come. In the end, the establishment of the new order was not merely a response to the past but a deliberate effort to shape the future. The leaders had learned from the mistakes of history and were determined to create a system that would prevent the recurrence of such devastating conflicts. The road ahead was long, and the work was far from complete, but they had set their kingdoms on a path towards a more just and peaceful existence. The new order, born from the ashes of war, held the promise of a brighter future, one in which the lessons of the past would guide them towards a more harmonious and prosperous world. The first step in this transformative process was to conduct a thorough analysis of the factors that had fueled the war. Recognizing the complexity of the issues at hand, the leaders assembled a diverse group of advisors, scholars, and representatives from across their realms. This team was tasked with an extensive review aimed at uncovering the multifaceted causes of the conflict. The intention was to gather a wide range of perspectives and expertise to ensure that all dimensions of the conflict were addressed. By pooling together insights from different fields and regions, the leaders hoped to gain a comprehensive understanding of the underlying issues that had driven their kingdoms to war. The analysis began with an in-depth examination of historical grievances. The advisors pored over centuries of records, treaties, and accounts of past disputes. They studied the historical narratives of various groups, looking for patterns of injustice and recurring themes of discontent. This process involved not only reviewing official documents, but also engaging with oral histories and personal testimonies. The goal was to identify long-standing issues that had never been resolved and that continued to influence current tensions. Understanding these historical grievances was crucial for acknowledging past wrongs and laying the groundwork for genuine reconciliation. Economic disparities were another critical area of focus. The conflict had been exacerbated by stark inequalities in wealth and resources, with some regions suffering from chronic poverty while others thrived. The analysis team conducted detailed assessments of the economic conditions across the Allied kingdoms, examining income distributions, access to resources, and the impact of war on various sectors. They identified regions that had been particularly hard hit by the conflict and assessed the ways in which economic imbalances had fueled resentment and unrest. Addressing these disparities would be essential for creating a more equitable and stable economic environment in the post-war era. Political injustices also played a significant role in the lead-up to the conflict. The team investigated issues related to governance, representation, and power dynamics within and between the kingdoms. They scrutinized the structures of political power, looking for evidence of corruption, exclusion, and abuses of authority. This involved reviewing governance practices, election processes, and the responsiveness of political institutions to the needs of the populace. By identifying areas where political systems had failed to serve their citizens effectively, the leaders aimed to implement reforms that would promote greater transparency and accountability. The comprehensive examination also included an analysis of social and cultural factors that had contributed to the conflict. The advisors explored issues related to ethnic and cultural divisions, social inequalities, and the marginalization of minority groups. They assessed how these social dynamics had impacted intergroup relations and contributed to the overall climate of discord. This aspect of the analysis was particularly important for ensuring that the new order would foster inclusivity and respect for diversity, addressing the social roots of conflict and promoting a sense of unity among the people. Throughout this process, the leaders maintained an open and inclusive approach, seeking input from all affected parties. They held public consultations and forums to gather feedback and ensure that the analysis reflected the experiences and perspectives of ordinary citizens as well as experts. This participatory approach was intended to build trust and ensure that the solutions proposed would be grounded in the real needs and concerns of the people. By involving a broad cross-section of society, the leaders hoped to create a more democratic and representative framework for the new order. Once the analysis was complete, the leaders convened a series of strategy sessions to formulate their response. They used the insights gained from the examination to develop a set of actionable recommendations and policies aimed at addressing the identified issues. These proposals were crafted with the goal of not only resolving immediate problems, but also creating a sustainable and just system that would prevent future conflicts. The recommendations were designed to be comprehensive and integrated, addressing economic, political, and social factors in a coordinated manner. The comprehensive nature of the analysis ensured that the new order would be grounded in a deep understanding of the conflict's root causes. The leaders recognized that true and lasting change required more than superficial fixes. It demanded a fundamental restructuring of the systems and relationships that had perpetuated discord. By addressing the underlying issues with a thoughtful and inclusive approach, they aimed to lay the foundation for a more harmonious and prosperous future, one that would be resilient in the face of future challenges and capable of fostering genuine peace and stability. Armed with their findings, the leaders embarked on the task of designing a new governance framework that sought to address the deep-seated injustices of the past and foster a fairer society. Their approach was grounded in the principles of inclusivity and transparency, reflecting a commitment to rectifying the disparities that had fueled the conflict. They understood that true transformation required not only acknowledging past wrongs but also implementing structural changes that would prevent the recurrence of inequality and division. The goal was to create a governance system that was equitable and responsive to the needs of all citizens. The first major area of reform was land distribution. Historically, land ownership had been concentrated in the hands of a few powerful families or groups, leading to widespread disparities in wealth and opportunity. The new framework introduced measures to redistribute land more equitably, ensuring that previously marginalized communities had access to vital resources. This involved the establishment of fair allocation processes and support programs to help displaced individuals and families rebuild their lives. By addressing land inequality, the leaders aimed to promote economic stability and social cohesion. Resource management was another critical focus of the new governance system. The conflict had exacerbated issues related to the control and distribution of natural resources, often leading to competition and conflict between different regions and factions. To address this, the leaders implemented reforms designed to create a more transparent and efficient management system. This included the creation of independent regulatory bodies to oversee resource allocation, as well as policies to ensure that resources were distributed in a manner that benefited all regions equitably. The goal was to reduce the potential for disputes over resources and promote cooperation among the various kingdoms. Political representation underwent significant changes as well. The previous system had been marked by imbalances and exclusion, with certain groups holding disproportionate power while others were marginalized. The new governance framework introduced reforms to ensure more equitable representation in decision-making processes. This involved revising electoral systems, establishing proportional representation, and creating channels for minority voices to be heard. By fostering a more inclusive political environment, the leaders aimed to build a system that was more responsive to the diverse needs of their populations. Each reform initiative was carefully crafted to balance the needs and interests of different factions. The leaders recognized that implementing changes in one area could have far-reaching implications for others, so they took a holistic approach to ensure that their reforms did not create new sources of discord. This involved extensive consultations with stakeholders, including community leaders, experts, and ordinary citizens, to gather input and address concerns. By engaging in dialogue and seeking consensus, they aimed to create solutions that were both effective and broadly supported. The leaders also focused on establishing mechanisms for ongoing oversight and accountability. To ensure that the new governance framework remained effective and adaptable, they created bodies responsible for monitoring the implementation of reforms and addressing any emerging issues. These oversight bodies were tasked with conducting regular reviews, gathering feedback, and making recommendations for adjustments as needed. By incorporating a system of checks and balances, the leaders sought to maintain the integrity of the reforms and ensure that they continued to serve the best interests of their societies. The implementation of the new governance framework was not without its challenges. There were instances of resistance and reluctance from those who were accustomed to the old power structures or who feared the loss of their influence. The leaders addressed these challenges through continued dialogue, education, and persuasion, emphasizing the long-term benefits of the reforms for the greater good. They worked to build trust and demonstrate the positive impacts of the changes, reinforcing the message that the new system was designed to benefit everyone and create a more just and harmonious society. As the new governance framework began to take shape, it became clear that the leaders had made significant strides towards creating a fairer and more stable society. The reforms, while complex and multifaceted, were laying the groundwork for a new era of cooperation and equity. The leaders remained committed to monitoring the effects of their changes and making adjustments as necessary to address any new issues that arose. Through their efforts, they aimed to build a legacy of positive transformation that would endure for generations to come, ensuring that the lessons learned from the past conflict would continue to guide their path forward. Implementing the reforms demanded a delicate balance between diplomacy and decisiveness, requiring the leaders to navigate a complex landscape of political, social, and economic factors. Recognizing the importance of gaining broad support for the changes, they embarked on an extensive process of consultation with a diverse array of stakeholders from various sectors of society. These consultations were designed to ensure that the reforms were well informed and responsive to the needs and concerns of different groups. The leaders met with representatives from community organizations, business leaders, and local officials, gathering input and addressing questions to build a foundation of trust and collaboration. Public forums and discussions were a crucial component of this consultative process. These gatherings provided citizens with opportunities to voice their opinions, ask questions, and offer suggestions about the proposed reforms. The leaders understood that engaging with the public in a transparent and inclusive manner was essential for fostering a sense of ownership and buy-in from the broader community. By actively involving citizens in shaping the new order, they aimed to create a more democratic and participatory approach to governance. The forums also served as a platform for educating the public about the benefits of the reforms and the rationale behind the changes. Despite these efforts, the implementation of the reforms faced significant challenges. Resistance from entrenched interests who were accustomed to the old power structures posed a major obstacle. These groups, which included influential individuals and organizations with a stake in maintaining the status quo, often pushed back against the proposed changes. Their opposition ranged from vocal criticisms to attempts to undermine the reform process through political maneuvering or lobbying. The leaders had to navigate these challenges with a combination of strategic negotiation and steadfast commitment to their goals. Skepticism from those wary of change also tested the leaders' resolve. Many citizens, while supportive of the idea of reform, were uncertain about how the changes would play out in practice. Concerns about the potential for unintended consequences, disruptions to their daily lives, or the effectiveness of the new policies were common. To address these concerns, the leaders engaged in ongoing dialogue, providing detailed explanations and updates about the progress of the reforms. They worked to build confidence in the new system by demonstrating its benefits through pilot projects and early successes. The leaders' commitment to creating a more just and equitable system drove them forward despite the challenges. They remained focused on the long-term goals of the reforms, understanding that the path to a fairer society would be marked by obstacles and setbacks. Their determination to address past injustices and build a more inclusive governance framework provided the motivation needed to persevere. They continued to emphasize the broader vision of a united and equitable society, reinforcing their resolve to see the reforms through to completion. In addition to their efforts to manage resistance and skepticism, the leaders also prioritized the establishment of mechanisms for monitoring and evaluation. They recognized that ongoing assessment was crucial for ensuring the effectiveness of the reforms and making necessary adjustments. Independent oversight bodies were created to track the implementation of the changes, gather feedback from stakeholders, and report on progress. These mechanisms helped to maintain transparency and accountability, allowing for continuous improvement of the new governance framework. As the reforms began to take effect, the leaders observed gradual but positive changes in society. The new system, with its emphasis on inclusivity and transparency, started to show tangible benefits. The public's confidence in the governance framework grew as the leaders demonstrated their commitment to addressing concerns and adapting to emerging issues. The reforms began to foster a greater sense of fairness and stability, contributing to a more cohesive and cooperative society. Overall, the process of implementing the reforms was a testament to the leaders' dedication and resilience. Through careful diplomacy, decisive action, and persistent engagement with stakeholders, they managed to navigate the complexities of creating a new order. The challenges they faced only strengthened their resolve, and the successful implementation of the reforms marked a significant step towards achieving a more just and equitable future for their kingdoms. As the new order began to take shape, its impact became increasingly evident across the allied kingdoms. The early stages of reform were marked by a palpable shift in the atmosphere, with the population slowly embracing a sense of stability that had been elusive for years. The measures introduced by the leaders aimed to address some of the most pressing issues that had plagued their societies, and the initial signs of positive change began to emerge. Communities that had once been marked by discord and unrest now started to experience a renewed sense of hope and optimism. Economic inequalities, which had been a significant source of tension and conflict, were gradually being addressed through targeted policies. Efforts to redistribute resources more equitably began to show results, as previously marginalized communities saw improvements in their living standards. Initiatives such as equitable land distribution, investment in infrastructure, and support for local businesses helped to create a more balanced economic environment. These changes were not immediate, but the steady progress was evident in the growing opportunities and improved quality of life for many citizens. Political representation also underwent a transformative shift as the new order emphasized inclusivity and fairness. Reforms aimed at broadening participation in governance led to the establishment of more representative and democratic institutions. Previously underrepresented groups were given a stronger voice in decision-making processes, ensuring that the diverse needs and perspectives of the population were considered. This increased inclusivity helped to build a more cohesive and unified political landscape, where the interests of various factions could be addressed more effectively. The leaders' concerted efforts to rebuild trust and ensure transparency played a crucial role in healing the rifts that had long divided their societies. By fostering open communication and accountability, they worked to restore confidence in the governance system. Regular updates on the progress of reforms, combined with mechanisms for public feedback, helped to demonstrate a commitment to addressing concerns and making necessary adjustments. This transparency was essential for rebuilding relationships and reinforcing the legitimacy of the new order. Despite these positive developments, the transition to the new order was not without its challenges. The process of implementing reforms was gradual and often fraught with obstacles. Resistance from entrenched interests, coupled with the complexities of enacting sweeping changes, posed significant hurdles. The leaders had to navigate these difficulties with persistence and adaptability, balancing the need for progress with the realities of resistance and the practicalities of change. Throughout this period of transformation, the progress achieved was a testament to the leaders' dedication and the resilience of their people. The gradual but tangible improvements in economic conditions, political representation, and social cohesion underscored the effectiveness of the reforms. The leaders' commitment to creating a more just and equitable society, combined with the unwavering support of the populace, played a pivotal role in overcoming the challenges and achieving meaningful progress. As the new order continued to take root, the positive impact on society became increasingly clear. The sense of stability and hope that had emerged began to translate into broader societal changes, with communities working together to build on the gains made. The efforts to address historical grievances, promote inclusivity, and foster transparency laid the groundwork for a more harmonious and prosperous future. In conclusion, the implementation of the new order marked a significant turning point for the Allied kingdoms. The changes brought about by the reforms began to reshape the fabric of society, fostering stability, addressing inequalities, and promoting inclusivity. The progress achieved was a reflection of the leaders' unwavering commitment and the resilience of the people, setting the stage for a brighter and more equitable future. The establishment of the new order marked a profound shift in the relationship between the leaders and their citizens. Where once the leaders had been primarily recognized as wartime figures, their roles had now evolved into those of visionaries and architects of a hopeful future. This transformation was not merely a change in title but a deep and meaningful shift in how they were perceived and how they engaged with their people. The transition from military commanders to peacemakers required the leaders to adapt their approaches and strategies to match their new responsibilities. As the leaders moved away from their wartime roles, they embraced their new position as custodians of peace with both dedication and enthusiasm. This change in focus allowed them to invest in long-term planning and development, addressing the needs and aspirations of their citizens with a renewed sense of purpose. They were no longer just strategists on the battlefield. They were now the architects of a stable and prosperous future. This evolution in their role enabled them to forge deeper and more meaningful connections with their people. The new dynamic between the leaders and their citizens fostered a sense of collective ownership over the changes being implemented. With the leaders focusing on building a lasting peace, there was an increased emphasis on involving the public in decision-making processes. Citizens were encouraged to participate in community forums, provide feedback on policies, and contribute to the shaping of their new society. This inclusive approach helped to build trust and ensure that the reforms reflected the diverse needs and perspectives of the population. The leaders' commitment to transparency and engagement played a crucial role in strengthening their relationship with the people. By openly communicating their vision for the future and actively seeking input from citizens, they demonstrated a genuine dedication to collaborative governance. This openness not only helped to address any lingering skepticism but also empowered individuals to take an active role in the rebuilding process. The sense of involvement and shared purpose fostered by these efforts contributed to a more cohesive and united society. The shift in the leaders' roles also brought about a change in public perception. The leaders, once seen through the lens of conflict and military prowess, were now recognized for their contributions to peace and reconstruction. This change in perception was accompanied by a growing appreciation for their efforts in creating a more just and equitable society. The leaders' ability to transition from wartime figures to peacemakers helped to build their credibility and strengthen their legitimacy in the eyes of their citizens. As the new order took hold, the leaders and their citizens worked together to navigate the challenges of this transformative period. The sense of shared responsibility and mutual support created a strong foundation for ongoing progress. The leaders' ability to connect with their people on a personal level and involve them in the rebuilding process was instrumental in fostering a sense of unity and collective achievement. This collaborative approach was key to ensuring the sustainability of the changes and the continued growth of the newly established order. In conclusion, the establishment of the new order represented a significant shift in the relationship between the leaders and their citizens. The transition from wartime figures to peacemakers allowed the leaders to build stronger connections with their people and foster a sense of collective ownership over the changes being implemented. This new dynamic not only enhanced the effectiveness of the reforms but also contributed to the creation of a more cohesive and inclusive society. the leaders' dedication to transparency, engagement, and collaboration played a crucial role in shaping a hopeful and prosperous future for all. Looking forward, the leaders remained vigilant in their efforts to sustain and build upon the new order. They understood that the success of their reforms depended not only on their initial implementation but also on their ongoing maintenance and adaptation. Recognizing that a static approach could lead to stagnation or unintended consequences, they committed themselves to an active and responsive governance model. This forward-thinking approach was integral to ensuring that the reforms they had worked so hard to establish would continue to serve their societies effectively. To maintain the integrity and effectiveness of the new order, the leaders planned for regular assessments of the system. These evaluations were designed to monitor the progress of the reforms and identify any areas that required adjustment or improvement. The assessments would involve a comprehensive review of various aspects of the new order, including its impact on economic stability, social equity, and political representation. By regularly scrutinizing the effectiveness of their policies, the leaders aimed to address emerging issues before they could undermine the gains they had made. Adaptation to changing circumstances was another critical aspect of their ongoing efforts. The leaders were keenly aware that the world around them was dynamic and that new challenges and opportunities would arise. Their commitment to flexibility and responsiveness meant that they would continuously refine and adjust their strategies to meet the evolving needs of their people. This proactive stance was essential for ensuring that the new order remained relevant and effective in a rapidly changing environment. The leaders also recognized the importance of involving their citizens in the maintenance and adaptation of the new system. They sought to foster a culture of engagement and feedback, where public input played a crucial role in shaping the direction of future reforms. Town hall meetings, surveys, and public forums were established to facilitate dialogue between the leaders and the populace. By valuing and incorporating citizen perspectives, the leaders aimed to create a more inclusive and democratic process that reflected the diverse needs of their society. In addition to these measures, the leaders prioritized the development of mechanisms for addressing grievances and resolving disputes. A robust system for handling conflicts and complaints was essential for maintaining public trust and ensuring that the new order remained fair and just. This included the establishment of independent review bodies and mediation services to address issues impartially and effectively. By providing clear avenues for redress, the leaders hoped to prevent dissent and dissatisfaction from undermining the stability of their governance. The leaders' commitment to continuous improvement was not only about preserving the new order, but also about fostering an environment of innovation and progress. They encouraged the exploration of new ideas and approaches that could enhance the effectiveness of their governance. This spirit of innovation was intended to drive the ongoing evolution of their society, ensuring that it continued to thrive and adapt in the face of future challenges. Looking ahead, the leaders understood that the stability and prosperity of their realms depended on their ability to balance immediate needs with long-term goals. Their efforts to sustain and build upon the new order were guided by a vision of enduring success, where the reforms they had implemented would serve as a foundation for future growth. This vision included a commitment to fostering economic development, social cohesion, and political stability, all of which were essential for ensuring the continued well-being of their people. In conclusion, the leaders' vigilance and commitment to sustaining and building upon the new order were crucial for ensuring its long-term success. By planning for regular assessments, embracing adaptability, involving citizens, addressing grievances, and fostering innovation, they aimed to create a governance model that was both resilient and dynamic. Their efforts were guided by a vision of lasting stability and prosperity, reflecting their dedication to creating a better future for their realms and their people. In establishing this new order, the leaders had undertaken a monumental task of not only addressing the root causes of their previous conflict, but also setting the stage for a more harmonious and prosperous future. The upheaval and struggles of their recent past had provided crucial insights into the systemic issues that had fueled discord and instability. This understanding guided their efforts to craft a governance framework designed to prevent the recurrence of such deep-seated conflicts. The framework was built on principles of fairness, inclusivity, and transparency, aimed at addressing both historical grievances and emerging challenges. The new governance structure was meticulously designed to rectify past injustices and create a more equitable society. By tackling issues such as economic inequality, political exclusion, and social division, the leaders sought to heal the wounds that had once driven their realms to the brink of disaster. The reforms implemented were not merely symbolic but substantive, intended to dismantle entrenched power structures and establish mechanisms for fair representation and resource distribution. This comprehensive approach was crucial for laying the groundwork for long-term stability and harmony. The leaders' commitment to preventing the recurrence of conflict was evident in the strategic planning and policy formulation that characterized their efforts. They emphasized the importance of ongoing dialogue and engagement with all sectors of society, ensuring that the voices of various communities were heard and considered. This inclusive approach was designed to build a sense of shared ownership and responsibility among the populace, reinforcing the stability of the new order. The leaders recognized that sustained peace required active participation and cooperation from all levels of society. As they moved forward, the leaders remained steadfast in their conviction that their efforts would yield a legacy of peace and stability for future generations. They understood that the true measure of their success would be reflected in the enduring prosperity and cohesion of their realms. To this end, they continued to invest in initiatives that promoted economic development, social welfare, and environmental sustainability. These initiatives were integral to ensuring that the benefits of their reforms were felt broadly and equitably across their societies. The establishment of the new order was also marked by the creation of institutions and practices designed to uphold the principles of justice and equality. Independent oversight bodies were established to monitor the implementation of reforms and address any issues that arose. These institutions were tasked with ensuring that the governance framework remained effective and responsive to the needs of the people. By embedding mechanisms for accountability and transparency, the leaders aimed to foster trust and confidence in the new system. The transition to the new order was not without its challenges, but the leaders approached these obstacles with a determination to succeed. They recognized that the process of change required patience and perseverance, as well as a willingness to adapt and refine their strategies. Despite the difficulties, the leaders remained optimistic about the future, drawing strength from their collective resolve and the progress they had achieved. Their ability to navigate these challenges was a testament to their leadership and the resilience of their people. Looking ahead, the leaders' vision for the future was one of continued growth and development. They were committed to building upon the foundation they had established, striving to create a society characterized by unity, prosperity, and justice. This vision encompassed not only the maintenance of the new order, but also the pursuit of innovation and progress. By fostering a culture of collaboration and forward-thinking, the leaders aimed to ensure that their realms thrived in the face of evolving challenges. In conclusion, the establishment of the new order represented a significant achievement in the leaders' quest for lasting peace and stability. Their efforts to address the underlying issues that had led to conflict and to build a more equitable and inclusive society were central to their vision for the future. Through strategic planning, inclusive engagement, and the creation of robust institutions, they laid the groundwork for a legacy of harmony and prosperity. The leaders' dedication to this vision underscored their commitment to creating a better future for their realms and their people. Chapter 56: an unforeseen challenge. The sun had barely risen over the newly reconstructed city when an unexpected crisis emerged, casting a daunting shadow over the leaders' hard-earned progress. The city, which had begun to thrive under the stability and prosperity achieved through their relentless efforts, was suddenly threatened by a situation that seemed poised to unravel the fabric of their recent successes. The crisis struck without warning, challenging the very foundation of the new order and putting at risk the delicate balance of their reformed alliance. Mara and Kale, who had grown increasingly confident in their roles as architects of this revitalized era, now found themselves facing a formidable test. The unexpected challenge not only jeopardized their political achievements, but also strained their personal bond. The crisis required swift and decisive action, forcing them to confront their deepest fears and uncertainties about their ability to maintain the stability they had worked so hard to establish. The pressure was intense, and their responses would determine whether the progress they had made would withstand this new threat. As they grappled with the unfolding crisis, Mara and Kale had to navigate a maze of difficult decisions and potential pitfalls. Their ability to collaborate effectively and draw upon their shared experiences from the conflict was crucial in devising a strategy to address the situation. The crisis tested their problem-solving skills, leadership qualities, and the strength of their relationship, revealing both the depth of their resolve and the vulnerabilities that lay beneath their confident exteriors. The stakes were high, and their responses would be closely scrutinized by both their allies and their people. Despite the gravity of the situation, Mara and Kale remained determined to confront the challenge head-on. They understood that their ability to overcome this unforeseen obstacle would not only affect the immediate stability of their realms, but also shape the future trajectory of their leadership. With their resolve tested, they had to rely on their experience, mutual trust, and the lessons learned from their past struggles. As they worked to address the crisis, their partnership was put to the ultimate test, highlighting the resilience and adaptability required to navigate the unpredictable nature of governance in a newly reformed era. The fragile peace established in the wake of their monumental efforts was soon threatened by a series of mysterious incidents that began to unravel the progress made. Critical resources essential for the ongoing rebuilding efforts and the daily lives of the citizens were reported missing or sabotaged. These vital supplies, which had been carefully allocated for the city's reconstruction and aid to struggling communities, seemed to vanish without a trace, creating a growing sense of unease and frustration among the populace. The disappearance and deliberate tampering with these crucial resources sparked widespread discontent throughout the city. The disruption of the flow of supplies not only hindered the reconstruction but also exacerbated the difficulties faced by the most vulnerable members of society. As the shortages continued and the situation grew more dire, rumors of corruption and betrayal began to circulate, further inflaming public sentiment. The once stable environment was now clouded by suspicion and fear, threatening to derail the fragile peace that had been so hard-won. As discontent spread, the leaders who had been symbols of unity and strength found themselves in the crosshairs of public scrutiny. Accusations of mismanagement and corruption began to surface, casting a shadow over their credibility and authority. The once clear image of competent and trustworthy leadership was now marred by doubts and allegations. The leaders were forced to confront a restless and questioning public, whose confidence in their ability to govern was increasingly undermined by the unfolding crisis. In the face of this destabilizing challenge, Mara and Kale were compelled to address the situation with urgency and transparency. The credibility of their leadership was at stake, and the resolution of this crisis would require a careful and strategic approach. They needed to restore faith in their governance, investigate the sources of the sabotage, and take decisive action to rectify the shortages and alleviate public concerns. The task was daunting, but their response would be critical in determining whether they could navigate this unforeseen obstacle and preserve the stability they had worked so hard to achieve. In response to the escalating crisis, Mara and Kale took immediate action by convening an emergency council. The urgency of the situation necessitated a rapid and coordinated response, bringing together a diverse group of advisors, military leaders, and representatives from the regions most affected by the resource shortages. The council's meetings were intense and fraught with tension, as they grappled with the gravity of the disturbances and the need to restore order swiftly. The leaders' commitment to uncovering the truth behind the thefts and sabotage was unwavering, but the path to resolution proved to be arduous and complex. The council worked tirelessly to investigate the thefts and prevent further damage, employing all available resources and expertise. Each lead was meticulously scrutinized, and every suspicion was pursued with diligence. Despite their best efforts, the perpetrators of the sabotage remained elusive, their motives and methods shrouded in mystery. The lack of concrete progress only intensified the frustration among the council members and heightened the sense of urgency to resolve the crisis. The ongoing uncertainty was exacerbating the already strained atmosphere within the council and among the citizens. As the investigation dragged on, the delays in resolving the crisis contributed to mounting frustrations among the populace. The shortages continued to impact daily life, and the initial relief and optimism following the reform of the alliance began to erode. The public's patience wore thin as the situation persisted without resolution, leading to growing discontent and further erosion of trust in the leadership. The leader's ability to manage the crisis and provide timely solutions was being constantly tested, placing additional pressure on Mara and Kale to act decisively. The prolonged crisis also took a toll on Mara and Kale's relationship, straining their once solid partnership. The intense demands of managing the emergency, coupled with the mounting frustrations from their citizens, created a challenging environment for collaboration and decision-making. Their ability to maintain unity and effective communication was critical, but the stress of the situation tested their resolve and their connection. Despite the pressure, both leaders remained determined to navigate the crisis and restore stability, knowing that their actions during this turbulent time would define the future of their leadership and the trust of their people. As the crisis unfolded, the personal strain on Mara and Kale became increasingly apparent. The pressure of managing the emergency while maintaining their leadership roles placed an immense burden on their relationship. Their once solid partnership, forged through years of shared challenges and victories, now faced significant strain. The dual demands of addressing public discontent and investigating the sabotage intensified the emotional and practical challenges they encountered, leading to a notable shift in their interactions. Mara and Kale's differing priorities began to surface more starkly under the stress of the situation. Mara, focused on maintaining order and addressing the growing public concerns, became increasingly absorbed in the logistical and political aspects of the crisis. Her determination to restore stability often put her at odds with Kale, who was deeply troubled by the betrayal and the threat it posed to their hard-won achievements. This divergence in focus led to frequent clashes and heated arguments, further straining their already fragile partnership. The intensity of the crisis exacerbated the existing rifts between them, making communication and collaboration more difficult. Mara's drive to implement immediate solutions and quell public unrest often conflicted with Kale's need to uncover the truth behind the sabotage and address his own sense of betrayal. The resulting tension and moments of doubt cast a shadow over their once harmonious working relationship, adding a layer of complexity to the already challenging situation. Despite their efforts to manage the crisis and support each other, the emotional toll of the situation created a rift between them. The combined weight of their responsibilities, coupled with their differing approaches to the crisis, made it increasingly difficult to maintain a unified front. As they struggled to reconcile their roles with their personal connection, both leaders faced the daunting task of navigating their strained relationship while striving to resolve the emergency and restore their once stable leadership. Despite the growing tension between them, Mara and Kale recognized the urgent need to put aside their personal conflicts for the greater good. The gravity of the crisis demanded not only their leadership but also their unity and cooperation. They both understood that their effectiveness in resolving the emergency hinged on their ability to work together harmoniously. With this realization, they committed themselves to overcoming their differences and refocusing on their shared goal of restoring stability and trust. Determined to address both the external crisis and their internal discord, Mara and Kale took deliberate steps to reconcile their differences. They initiated joint briefings and strategy sessions, making a concerted effort to present a united front to the public. By coordinating their responses and maintaining open lines of communication, they aimed to reassure the citizens and reinforce confidence in their leadership. This collaborative approach was crucial in demonstrating their commitment to resolving the crisis while also mending their fractured partnership. The process of rebuilding their relationship was as critical as addressing the immediate issues posed by the sabotage. Mara and Kale engaged in candid conversations and worked through their disagreements with a renewed sense of purpose. Their efforts to understand each other's perspectives and find common ground were integral to their ability to lead effectively. The strain of the situation tested their resolve, but their shared commitment to their leadership roles and each other drove them to persevere through the challenges. In reconciling their personal conflicts, Mara and Kale not only strengthened their partnership but also reinforced their leadership. Their ability to address the crisis while navigating their own differences showcased their resilience and dedication. As they worked together to restore stability and trust, their renewed unity became a symbol of hope for their people, reflecting their determination to overcome adversity and build a stronger future. As the investigation into the sabotage deepened, a critical breakthrough emerged that shifted the course of their efforts. Evidence began to point toward a faction within their own ranks, individuals disillusioned by the recent changes and intent on undermining the new order for their own gain. This revelation, though deeply troubling and a blow to their trust, provided Mara and Kale with a clear target. The realization that the threat came from within their own ranks allowed them to focus their efforts and strategize more effectively. With this new intelligence, Mara and Kale swiftly mobilized their resources to confront the conspirators head-on. They implemented a series of targeted operations aimed at uncovering and neutralizing the faction responsible for the sabotage. The task was far from simple. It required meticulous planning and execution to avoid further inflaming public sentiment or causing additional unrest. The leaders had to navigate a complex web of intrigue while managing the potential fallout of their actions. The process of addressing the sabotage and rooting out the conspirators was painstaking and required careful management. Mara and Kale worked tirelessly to ensure that their actions were both effective and measured, striving to prevent any further disruption to the fragile stability they were working to restore. Their efforts involved extensive collaboration with loyal advisors and security personnel, and they took steps to communicate transparently with the public to maintain trust and prevent panic. Gradually, as the conspirators were identified and dealt with, Mara and Kale's combined efforts began to yield positive results. The stability and confidence that had been so severely tested started to be restored. The leaders' decisive actions and careful handling of the situation not only addressed the immediate threat, but also reinforced their commitment to the new order. Their perseverance in the face of adversity demonstrated their dedication to safeguarding the future of their realms and restoring the faith of their people. In the aftermath of the crisis, Mara and Kale emerged with a newfound depth of understanding regarding both their own vulnerabilities and the resilience of their partnership. The unexpected challenge had pushed them to their limits, exposing weaknesses in their individual and collective resolve. Yet, it also revealed their remarkable capacity to adapt and overcome adversity, ultimately providing them with a profound appreciation for the strength of their bond. The intense experience had tested every facet of their relationship, from their professional coordination to their personal trust. Through the trials they faced, Mara and Kale discovered that their partnership was not just a symbol of their shared leadership, but a vital asset in their ability to navigate crises. The process of overcoming the sabotage and restoring order had fortified their connection, demonstrating that their unity was a critical component of their effectiveness as leaders. The crisis, though daunting and fraught with challenges, ultimately served to reinforce the foundation of their leadership. It became a defining moment that underscored the importance of unity and trust in managing the complexities of their new order. The way they confronted and resolved the unforeseen challenge showcased their commitment to not only their roles but also to each other, highlighting their dedication to building a stable and prosperous future. As they moved forward, the lessons learned from this crisis informed their approach to leadership. The experience had solidified their understanding of the delicate balance between personal and professional dynamics, and underscored the need for continued vigilance and adaptability. The renewed sense of partnership and commitment they carried with them was a testament to their ability to face any future challenges with confidence, guided by the unity and trust that had emerged stronger from the crucible of adversity. Chapter 57: A Resilient Partnership. The echoes of the recent crisis had barely faded when Mara and Kale were thrust back into the relentless pace of their leadership responsibilities. The aftermath of the crisis left a lingering sense of urgency, as the leaders were expected to navigate the complex landscape of governance while managing the expectations and concerns of their people. The weight of recent events loomed large, and the leaders were acutely aware that their ability to restore confidence and stability would be scrutinized. Despite the challenges that had shaken their confidence and tested their partnership, Mara and Kale were resolute in their determination to demonstrate their resilience. The crisis had exposed vulnerabilities and strains, but it also underscored the strength of their bond. They approached their renewed responsibilities with a sense of purpose, driven by the knowledge that their leadership would be pivotal in guiding their kingdoms through the period of recovery and growth. The scars of their recent trials were still fresh, evident in the weary lines on their faces and the occasional falter in their steps. The emotional and practical toll of the crisis had left its mark, but Mara and Kale were committed to moving forward. They knew that their capacity to lead effectively depended not only on their strategic acumen but also on their ability to support and rely on each other, as they had done throughout their shared journey. Their partnership, forged through adversity, was now poised to face the ultimate test. The true measure of their resilience would be demonstrated in how they handled the challenges that lay ahead. As they re-engaged with their roles, they drew strength from their shared experiences and the lessons learned during the crisis. This period of transition required them to blend their personal growth with their leadership duties, ensuring that their actions continued to reflect their renewed unity and commitment. With a renewed focus, Mara and Kale worked diligently to address the ongoing needs of their kingdoms and to implement the reforms that had been set in motion. Their shared vision for a stable and prosperous future guided their decisions and actions. The strength of their partnership, now tempered by their recent experiences, became a cornerstone of their efforts, demonstrating that even in the face of adversity, their bond was a source of unwavering support and effectiveness in leadership. The aftermath of the crisis brought to light cracks in Mara and Kale's relationship that had been exacerbated by the intense stress and high stakes they had faced. The trials they had endured had tested their partnership in ways they had not anticipated, revealing vulnerabilities that had previously been masked by their united front. The once seamless collaboration that had characterized their leadership began to show signs of strain, as the pressures of their roles and the lingering effects of the crisis took their toll. In the wake of the upheaval, moments of tension and frustration became more frequent. Disagreements over strategy and priorities, which had once been easily resolved, now erupted into more heated debates. The weight of their responsibilities, coupled with the emotional exhaustion from the crisis, seemed to magnify their personal struggles and differences. Each decision carried heavy implications, and their varying perspectives on how best to navigate their new challenges occasionally clashed, leading to friction. Despite these difficulties, there was a profound respect and shared commitment that underpinned their interactions. Beneath the surface of their discord, Mara and Kale continued to value each other's strengths and contributions. Their mutual admiration for each other's resolve and dedication remained intact, serving as a reminder of why their partnership had been so effective in the past. This respect provided a foundation upon which they could work through their differences, even as they grappled with their personal and professional conflicts. The strain on their relationship highlighted the complexity of their situation and underscored the need for open communication and mutual support. The once clear-cut paths of their collaboration were now intertwined with emotional and strategic challenges that required them to confront and address their issues directly. While their bond was tested, the underlying commitment to their mission and to each other provided a beacon of hope for resolving their conflicts and moving forward. As they navigated these turbulent waters, Mara and Kale had to balance their personal dynamics with their professional responsibilities. They were acutely aware that their ability to lead effectively depended on their capacity to reconcile their differences and reinforce their unity. The shared goal of their mission remained a powerful motivator, encouraging them to seek solutions that honored both their individual perspectives and their collective objectives. In the end, the difficulties they faced served as a crucible for their partnership, challenging them to grow and adapt. The respect and commitment that had initially united them would need to be the cornerstone of their renewed efforts to overcome their differences. Through perseverance and mutual understanding, Mara and Kale aimed to emerge from this period of discord with a stronger, more resilient partnership that could continue to drive their mission forward. In the face of mounting challenges and strained interactions, Mara and Kale understood the urgency of addressing their troubled partnership directly. They knew that to restore their effectiveness as leaders and partners, they needed to confront their issues openly rather than allowing them to fester. Consequently, they committed to scheduling regular, candid discussions to address their concerns and frustrations head-on. This proactive approach was a testament to their dedication to both their personal relationship and their leadership responsibilities. The initial conversations were fraught with difficulty, marked by raw emotions and unfiltered reflections. Each discussion began with a heavy atmosphere, as both Mara and Kale struggled to articulate their feelings and frustrations while navigating the complex interplay of personal and professional grievances. The weight of their recent experiences, combined with the pressures of their roles, made these dialogues intense and challenging. They had to contend with their own vulnerabilities, acknowledging how the crisis had affected their dynamics and exacerbated existing tensions. Despite the initial discomfort, these open dialogues proved to be crucial for their healing process. Through their honest exchanges, Mara and Kale began to peel back the layers of misunderstanding and discord that had built up over time. As they shared their perspectives and listened to each other's experiences, they started to rediscover the core elements of their partnership: the deep trust, mutual respect, and shared vision that had previously united them. This process of introspection and communication was instrumental in beginning to bridge the gap that had developed between them. As the conversations progressed, Mara and Kale found that their efforts to openly address their issues fostered a renewed sense of understanding and empathy. They began to see each other's perspectives more clearly and appreciated the strengths that each brought to the partnership. The discussions allowed them to realign their goals and expectations, reinforcing their commitment to their shared mission and to supporting one another through the challenges they faced. This rediscovery of their foundational connection was essential for mending their strained relationship. The process of reconciling their differences and rebuilding their partnership was not immediate, but it set the stage for a stronger and more resilient bond. By facing their issues openly and working through their conflicts together, Mara and Kale demonstrated their dedication to both their personal relationship and their collective goals. Their willingness to engage in difficult conversations and address their vulnerabilities became a testament to their commitment to overcoming adversity and moving forward as a unified force. Their efforts to mend their relationship were mirrored in their approach to leadership, as Mara and Kale sought to restore stability and confidence among their people. Recognizing that their personal reconciliation was crucial for effective governance, they channeled their renewed partnership into their roles as leaders. The healing of their bond became a catalyst for their efforts to rebuild and unify their fractured realms. As they worked together to address the lingering issues from the crisis, they were guided by a shared commitment to their values and objectives. Mara and Kale's renewed collaboration emphasized their respective strengths, which now complemented each other more effectively than ever before. Mara's strategic acumen, honed through countless battles and diplomatic maneuvers, provided a framework for addressing the broader issues facing their kingdoms. Her ability to see the larger picture and plan for long-term outcomes became a cornerstone of their approach. In contrast, Kale's tactical insights, rooted in his experience on the battlefield, offered practical solutions and immediate responses to pressing challenges. Their combined expertise allowed them to approach problems from multiple angles, enhancing their leadership effectiveness. Together, Mara and Kale crafted a unified response to the crisis's aftermath, focusing on rebuilding trust and addressing the concerns that had emerged during the turmoil. They prioritized transparency and inclusivity in their decision-making processes, ensuring that their actions resonated with the values they sought to uphold. By openly acknowledging past mistakes and demonstrating a commitment to change, they worked to rebuild the public's faith in their leadership. Their collaborative efforts were designed not only to resolve the immediate issues but also to lay the groundwork for a more resilient and equitable system. Their approach to leadership reflected the depth of their personal growth and the strength of their partnership. The challenges they faced had tested their resolve and pushed them to confront their vulnerabilities, but it also forged a stronger connection between them. This renewed bond was evident in their interactions with their people and in the strategic decisions they made. By addressing their relationship issues and channeling their collaborative spirit into their leadership, they were able to navigate the complexities of the post-crisis landscape more effectively. Ultimately, Mara and Kale's renewed collaboration became a powerful testament to their resilience and adaptability. Their ability to turn personal struggles into a source of strength for their leadership demonstrated their commitment to their roles and to each other. The way they managed to harmonize their personal and professional lives underscored the effectiveness of their partnership and the potential for growth even in the face of adversity. Their journey from discord to unity not only strengthened their alliance but also provided a model for overcoming challenges with integrity and shared purpose. Gradually, Mara and Kale's partnership began to heal, with the wounds of their recent struggles slowly mending. The intense pressures and challenges they had faced together forged a deeper, more nuanced connection between them. They moved beyond the surface-level disagreements and tensions that had marked their relationship during the crisis, finding a renewed sense of understanding and respect for each other. Their bond, once strained, now grew stronger as they learned to navigate their differences with greater empathy and insight. The process of healing allowed them to rediscover the true strength of their partnership. The trials they had endured together revealed the depth of their mutual support and the value of their collaborative efforts. Each leader recognized how their unique strengths complemented the others, enhancing their ability to address complex issues and navigate the aftermath of the crisis. This realization was pivotal in transforming their relationship from one marked by discord into one characterized by a profound sense of unity and shared purpose. As they worked through their personal challenges, Mara and Kale found that their ability to overcome the crisis was a powerful affirmation of their enduring partnership. The experience reinforced their commitment to each other, highlighting the resilience of their bond. The obstacles they had faced together became a testament to their strength and determination, proving that their connection could withstand even the most daunting trials. This renewed commitment was crucial in enabling them to continue their leadership with confidence and clarity. Their shared experiences during the crisis served as a foundation for a more robust and cohesive partnership. The lessons learned from their struggles were instrumental in shaping a more effective and harmonious dynamic. They applied these lessons to their leadership roles, fostering a collaborative environment where their combined strengths could flourish. The once fractured dynamics of their relationship had evolved into a more integrated and supportive alliance, reflecting their growth both personally and professionally. Ultimately, the challenges they had faced only served to reinforce their dedication to each other and their vision for the future. The journey from discord to unity not only strengthened their partnership but also solidified their shared goals and aspirations. Their ability to emerge from the crisis stronger than before was a testament to their resilience and the enduring nature of their connection. As they looked ahead, they did so with the confidence that their partnership would continue to thrive, guiding them through future challenges and towards a more promising future. As their relationship solidified, so too did their leadership. The renewed unity between Mara and Kale began to manifest in their governance, bringing a new level of cohesion and effectiveness to their rule. Their strengthened partnership allowed them to approach leadership with a shared vision and a more harmonious strategy, which significantly enhanced their ability to manage their realms. The clear, consistent communication and mutual support they displayed set a positive tone for their administration, fostering an environment of trust and collaboration. The effectiveness of their leadership was evident in the way they tackled emerging issues. Working together, Mara and Kale were able to address challenges with a unified approach that integrated their individual strengths. Mara's strategic foresight combined with Kale's tactical expertise created a balanced decision-making process, ensuring that policies and initiatives were both innovative and practical. This collaborative method of governance helped to resolve disputes more efficiently and implement reforms more smoothly, reinforcing their authority and credibility. Their ability to support each other in their roles contributed to a renewed sense of stability within their realms. The shared commitment to their leadership duties helped to create a stable environment where progress could be made without the disruptions that previously plagued their administration. This stability was crucial in maintaining public confidence and ensuring that the benefits of their reforms were realized. The leaders' united front demonstrated to their people that their administration was resilient and capable of handling both anticipated and unforeseen challenges. The lessons learned from their trials were deeply integrated into their approach to governance. Mara and Kale applied the insights gained from their previous struggles to create a more dynamic and responsive leadership style. They implemented systems that allowed for more effective communication and quicker adaptation to changing circumstances. This proactive approach ensured that their leadership remained flexible and able to meet the evolving needs of their populations, helping to sustain the progress they had achieved. Overall, the restoration of their relationship had a profound impact on their effectiveness as leaders. The personal growth and strengthened partnership between Mara and Kale translated into a more successful administration, characterized by cohesive strategies and a unified vision. Their experience not only fortified their bond but also enhanced their governance, setting a solid foundation for continued stability and advancement in their realms. The resilient partnership between Mara and Kale emerged as a powerful symbol of hope and strength for their kingdoms. Their journey, which had evolved from conflict to cooperation, showcased the remarkable transformation that could occur when leaders work together toward a common goal. The trials they faced, both personal and political, demonstrated their ability to overcome significant challenges through unity and shared vision. This collective resolve became an emblem of the potential for positive change, inspiring their citizens to believe in the possibility of a brighter future despite past hardships. Their leadership journey was characterized by profound and often arduous trials that tested their resolve. However, their capacity to navigate these difficulties together illuminated the strength of their partnership. The way they managed to reconcile their differences, address emerging issues, and maintain a consistent focus on their shared goals highlighted the effectiveness of mutual respect and collaboration. Their joint efforts served as a testament to the strength that could be derived from working in harmony, providing a model of leadership that others in their kingdoms could look up to. As Mara and Kale continued to lead, their enduring bond served as a beacon of inspiration for their people. Their commitment to each other, and their joint vision for their kingdoms became a source of encouragement for citizens who had endured the uncertainty and disruption of earlier conflicts. The leaders' ability to maintain their unity while steering their realms towards stability and prosperity demonstrated the transformative power of perseverance. Their relationship became a living example of how adversity could be met with resilience and how enduring bonds could foster substantial progress. The impact of their partnership extended beyond the realm of governance and touched the hearts of their people. The public's perception of Mara and Kale shifted from viewing them solely as wartime figures to seeing them as symbols of enduring hope and strength. Their successful transition from conflict to cooperation inspired confidence and optimism, fostering a collective sense of pride and unity within the kingdoms. This shift was vital in solidifying the foundation of their leadership and ensuring that their reforms were supported and embraced by the populace. In their continued leadership, Mara and Kale's story of overcoming adversity became a powerful reminder of the value of perseverance. Their ability to transform their relationship from one strained by conflict into a partnership marked by mutual respect and shared vision underscored the importance of growth and adaptation. Their journey from turmoil to stability highlighted the potential for positive outcomes when challenges are faced with a unified and determined approach, setting a precedent for future leaders and providing hope for future generations. In the end, the trials Mara and Kale had faced served to deepen their connection and reaffirm their commitment to one another. The intense challenges they endured were not merely obstacles but transformative experiences that solidified their bond. Each test, whether it was the external pressures of leadership or their internal struggles, contributed to a more profound understanding between them. The process of overcoming adversity allowed them to appreciate the strength they drew from their partnership and reinforce their mutual dedication to their shared goals. The crucible of conflict had not only tested their resilience but also refined their collaboration. Through the heat of battle and the complexity of governance, their partnership evolved from a mere alliance into a formidable union. This journey through adversity revealed the depth of their trust and the strength of their combined efforts. The trials they faced became a proving ground for their ability to work together effectively, adapting their strategies and supporting each other in ways that strengthened their leadership. As they emerged from these trials, Mara and Kale found themselves in a position to guide their kingdoms with renewed vigor and insight. Their experiences had equipped them with the wisdom and resilience necessary to lead effectively. The challenges they had overcome ensured that their approach to leadership was informed by both practical experience and a deep-seated understanding of the value of unity. Their partnership, now more robust and refined, was prepared to navigate the complexities of governance with a clear sense of purpose and direction. Their redefined partnership was poised to guide their kingdoms into a future marked by stability and collaboration. The lessons learned from their trials had forged a path forward that emphasized mutual support and collective progress. As they continued to lead, their relationship became a cornerstone of their governance, providing a model of resilience and cooperation that inspired their people. This renewed strength was not just a personal achievement, but a significant asset to the broader stability and prosperity of their realms. Looking ahead, Mara and Kale's partnership was ready to embrace the future with a spirit of enduring strength. The challenges they had faced and overcome had prepared them to address new issues with confidence and resolve. Their commitment to each other and to their shared vision for their kingdoms ensured that their leadership would be characterized by stability, collaboration, and a deep understanding of the importance of unity. The legacy they built through their trials would continue to guide their realms toward a future defined by enduring strength and collective success. Chapter 58. A Vision for the Future. The air in the Grand Council chamber was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that seemed to cling to every surface as Mara and Kale prepared to address the assembly. The room was vast, its high ceilings and ornate pillars lending an air of solemnity to the proceedings. Light streamed in through tall windows, casting long shadows across the polished floor, where the rulers of both kingdoms had gathered with their most trusted advisors. The atmosphere was hushed, with the quiet murmurs of conversation barely audible over the steady thrum of anticipation. This was no ordinary meeting. It was the culmination of months of careful planning, negotiation, and compromise. For Mara and Kale, this moment represented the fruition of a vision they had nurtured together, a vision of unity and collaboration that extended beyond the borders of their respective realms. As they approached the head of the table, the weight of their responsibilities pressed down upon them. They were not just presenting a plan. They were laying the groundwork for a future that could redefine the very fabric of their world. The gravity of the task ahead was not lost on them, and they exchanged a brief, reassuring glance as they took their seats. The eyes of every person in the room were fixed on them, awaiting their words. The council chamber was filled with the most influential figures from both kingdoms, advisors, diplomats, military leaders, and scholars, each representing a crucial aspect of their society. These were individuals who had dedicated their lives to the service of their realms, and their presence here signified the importance of the occasion. The table was a symbol of the cooperation that Mara and Kale sought to forge, its circular shape emphasizing equality and collaboration. As they settled into their seats, the low murmur of voices ceased entirely, replaced by a silence that was both expectant and respectful. Mara began by acknowledging the long and arduous journey that had brought them to this point. Her voice was steady, carrying the confidence and resolve that had defined her leadership. She spoke of the challenges they had faced, the barriers they had overcome, and the sacrifices that had been made along the way. There was no attempt to downplay the difficulties they had encountered. Rather, she framed them as necessary steps toward a greater goal. Her words resonated with those in attendance, many of whom had been part of the process from the beginning. They knew the stakes, and they understood the significance of what was about to be proposed. As Mara spoke, Kale listened intently, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those gathered. He could see the mix of emotions in their expressions: hope, skepticism, determination. When it was his turn to speak, he addressed the assembly with a calm authority that commanded attention. He spoke of the shared values that had united their kingdoms in the past, and the common goals that would guide them into the future. He emphasized the importance of trust, cooperation, and mutual respect, knowing that these principles would be the foundation of any lasting alliance. His words were measured, yet they carried an undeniable weight, reflecting the seriousness with which he approached the task at hand. The vision that Mara and Kale presented was ambitious, a bold blueprint for a future in which their kingdoms would work together as equal partners. They proposed a range of initiatives, from joint economic ventures to shared defense strategies, all designed to strengthen the bonds between their realms. They spoke of cultural exchanges that would foster greater understanding between their people and educational programs that would prepare future generations for the challenges ahead. It was a vision that extended far beyond mere political alliance. It was a comprehensive plan for lasting unity and prosperity. As they outlined their proposals, the reactions from the assembly were mixed. Some nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by the scope and detail of the plan. Others remained more reserved, their expressions guarded as they considered the implications. Mara and Kale were well aware that not everyone would be immediately convinced. They had anticipated resistance, and had prepared themselves for the questions and concerns that would inevitably arise. This was a moment for dialogue, for listening as much as speaking, and they were ready to engage with those who needed reassurance. The discussion that followed was intense, with voices rising and falling as various points were debated. Some members of the assembly expressed concerns about the feasibility of certain proposals, questioning whether the two kingdoms could truly overcome their differences to achieve such an ambitious vision. Others raised doubts about the potential risks, particularly in areas where collaboration would require significant compromises. But through it all, Mara and Kale remained composed, addressing each concern with thoughtful responses and a clear commitment to finding solutions that would benefit both realms. As the hours passed, the tone of the discussion began to shift. What had started as a series of pointed questions gradually evolved into a more collaborative dialogue. The advisors and representatives began to see the potential in what Mara and Kale were proposing, recognizing the opportunities that such a partnership could offer. By the time the meeting drew to a close, there was a sense that a consensus was beginning to emerge. The path forward would not be easy, but the seeds of unity had been planted, and there was a growing belief that, with careful nurturing, they could flourish. When Mara and Kale finally rose to bring the meeting to a close, they did so with a deep sense of satisfaction. The vision they had presented was no longer just an idea. It was a tangible plan, supported by the collective will of those who would help bring it to life. As they left the council chamber, they knew that the journey ahead would be long and challenging, but they also knew that they were not alone. Together, with the support of their people and the strength of their partnership, they would build a future worthy of the hopes and dreams they had shared on this momentous day. Mara glanced at Kale, her eyes reflecting a quiet determination that had been forged through countless trials. The path that had led them to this moment had been anything but smooth. They had faced obstacles that could have easily torn them apart, yet each challenge had only served to strengthen their bond. The battles fought, the compromises made, and the sacrifices endured had all culminated in a partnership that went beyond mere political alliance. It was a connection rooted in mutual respect, shared values, and a deep understanding of the weight they both carried. This moment, standing on the precipice of a new era, was the result of that journey. As she held Kale's gaze, Mara felt a profound sense of clarity. Their destinies, once separate and distinct, had become intertwined in ways neither had anticipated. What had started as a tentative collaboration between two rulers had evolved into something far more significant. They were no longer just leaders of their respective kingdoms. They were partners in a grander purpose, bound by a common vision for the future. Mara knew that the challenges ahead would be formidable, but she also knew that with Kale by her side, there was nothing they couldn't face together. Kale, sensing the resolve in Mara's eyes, felt a surge of confidence. He returned her gaze with a nod of reassurance, a silent acknowledgement of the journey they had shared. Like Mara, he understood the gravity of the moment. The proposal they were about to present would not be easily accepted, and the road to its realization would be fraught with difficulties. But Kale believed in their vision, one that promised unity, prosperity, and peace for both their kingdoms. More than that, he believed in the strength they drew from each other, a strength that had seen them through the darkest of times. There was an unspoken understanding between them, a bond that required no words. They had faced countless adversities together, emerging stronger each time. It was this shared history that gave Kale confidence in what they were about to propose. He knew that as long as they remained united in their purpose, they could overcome any obstacle. The challenges ahead were daunting, but they had already defied the odds time and time again. Kale trusted that their combined resolve would guide them through whatever lay ahead. The council chamber, where they now stood, had been the site of many difficult decisions. But none had been as crucial as this one. The stakes were higher than ever, and the outcome of this proposal would shape the future of their kingdoms for generations to come. Mara and Kale were acutely aware of the weight of this responsibility. They had spent months deliberating, planning, and refining their vision. Now they were ready to present it to those who would help them bring it to life. The journey that had brought them here had prepared them for this moment, and they were determined to see it through. Mara took a deep breath, steadying herself for what was to come. The challenges they had faced together had taught her the value of perseverance and the importance of standing firm in her convictions. She knew that the path forward would be difficult, but she also knew that they were fighting for something greater than themselves. The vision they shared was not just about securing their kingdoms. It was about creating a legacy that would endure long after they were gone. It was about building a future where their people could thrive, united by a common purpose. As Mara and Kale prepared to address the assembly, they drew strength from each other. They had faced countless trials together, and each one had brought them closer, deepening their connection. The proposal they were about to present was bold, ambitious, and unlike anything their people had ever attempted. But it was also necessary. They knew that in order to achieve the future they envisioned, they would need to push the boundaries of what was possible. And they were ready to do just that, knowing that they could rely on each other every step of the way. The assembly, composed of their most trusted advisors and representatives from both kingdoms, watched them closely. There was a sense of anticipation in the air, a collective breath held in suspense. Mara and Kale had earned the respect of these men and women through their actions, their leadership, and their unwavering commitment to their people. Now, they would need to inspire them with a vision that transcended the challenges of the past and offered hope for a brighter future. It was a daunting task, but one they were prepared for. Mara felt a deep sense of responsibility as she looked around the chamber. The faces before her represented not just the interests of their respective realms, but the hopes and dreams of countless individuals who had placed their trust in her and Kale. The decisions made in this room would have far-reaching consequences, and she was determined to ensure that they led to a future of peace and prosperity. As she began to speak, Mara's voice was steady, filled with the conviction that had carried her through so many trials. She knew that what they were about to propose was the right path, and she was ready to fight for it. Kale stood beside her, his presence a steadying force. Together, they presented their vision, laying out the steps they believed would lead to a lasting alliance between their kingdoms. It was a vision rooted in unity, collaboration, and shared purpose. As they spoke, it was clear that their words came not just from a place of duty, but from a deep belief in what they were trying to achieve. They knew the challenges would be great, but they also knew that together, they could overcome them. With determination in their hearts, and each other to rely on, Mara and Kale were ready to face whatever the future held. The meetings leading up to this day had been nothing short of a whirlwind, a blur of ideas, debates, and negotiations that stretched late into the night. Mara and Kale had understood from the beginning that if their vision was to succeed, it needed to be crafted with the utmost care and precision. They had spared no effort in assembling the brightest minds from both kingdoms, individuals whose expertise and insight could help them shape the future they envisioned. Every meeting was a battle of wits, a contest of ideas where no detail was too small to be scrutinized, no proposal too bold to be considered. Their advisors were seasoned veterans, individuals who had spent decades navigating the complexities of governance, economics, and diplomacy. These were people who had seen kingdoms rise and fall, who understood the delicate balance of power and the nuances of statecraft. They brought with them a wealth of experience, their perspectives shaped by years of service and hard-earned wisdom. But experience alone was not enough. Mara and Kale knew they needed fresh ideas, innovative solutions that could address the unique challenges of their time. That's why they had also included younger voices in their discussions, those who could think outside the confines of tradition. The representatives, too, played a crucial role. They were not just figureheads. They were the voices of the people, each carrying the hopes, fears, and aspirations of those they represented. These men and women came from all walks of life, nobles, merchants, scholars, and even a few who had risen from humble beginnings. Their presence was a reminder that the decisions made in these meetings would affect more than just the ruling class. They would shape the lives of countless individuals across both kingdoms. Mara and Kale were determined to ensure that every voice was heard, every concern addressed, so that no one would feel left behind in the new order they sought to create. Balancing these diverse perspectives was no easy task. The meetings often grew heated, with conflicting opinions and clashing priorities threatening to derail their progress. There were times when it seemed as though they would never reach a consensus, as though the divisions between their kingdoms were too deep to bridge. But Mara and Kale refused to be discouraged. They knew that these debates, as exhausting as they were necessary. The friction, the push and pull of ideas, was what would ultimately lead to a stronger, more resilient plan. They welcomed the challenges, seeing them not as obstacles, but as opportunities to refine and improve their vision. The process was exhaustive, leaving everyone involved physically and mentally drained. There were nights when Mara and Kale retired to their chambers, their minds still racing with the day's discussions, wondering if they had overlooked something important. But they also knew that this was the price of true collaboration. They were not building something temporary, a fleeting alliance that would crumble at the first sign of trouble. They were laying the groundwork for a partnership that would stand the test of time, a foundation so solid that it could weather any storm. To achieve that, they had to be thorough, methodical, and above all, patient. Mara found herself constantly amazed by the dedication and commitment of those who had joined them on this journey. Her advisors, despite their years of service, approached each challenge with a vigor that belied their age. The representatives, too, demonstrated a remarkable willingness to compromise, to find common ground where none had seemed possible. There was a sense of shared purpose in the air, a recognition that what they were working toward was bigger than any one person, bigger even than the two kingdoms they represented. This was about creating a legacy, something that would outlast them all. For Kale, these meetings were a test of his leadership. He had always prided himself on his ability to inspire others, to bring people together in pursuit of a common goal. But this was different. This was not about rallying troops or leading a campaign. It was about building consensus, finding ways to reconcile opposing viewpoints without compromising the integrity of their vision. It required a different kind of strength, a different kind of resolve. Kale knew that he could not do it alone, and he was grateful for Mara's steady presence by his side. Together, they made a formidable team, complementing each other's strengths and shoring up each other's weaknesses. As the meetings progressed, a sense of momentum began to build. The initial skepticism and resistance gave way to cautious optimism, then to genuine excitement. Slowly but surely, the outlines of their vision began to take shape, becoming clearer with each passing day. There were still many details to be worked out, and undoubtedly more challenges to come, but the foundation was there. They had created something that was both practical and visionary, something that balanced the needs of the present with the possibilities of the future. It was a plan that could, if properly executed, change the course of history. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the day arrived when they could present their vision to the wider assembly. The air was thick with anticipation as Mara and Kale prepared to take that next step. They knew that the journey was far from over, but they also knew that they had done everything in their power to set it on the right path. As they looked around the chamber at the faces of those who had worked alongside them, they felt a deep sense of pride. This was not just their vision, it was the result of a collective effort, the culmination of countless hours of hard work, sacrifice, and collaboration. And now, they were ready to share it with the world. One of the first challenges Mara and Kale faced was reconciling the differing priorities of their kingdoms. Both realms were prosperous in their own right, but their strengths and values were starkly different. Mara's kingdom, blessed with vast natural resources, had always been a land of abundance. Fertile fields stretched as far as the eye could see, providing a bounty that supported thriving agricultural communities. The people were skilled artisans, masters of craftsmanship who took pride in their work. The kingdom's economy was built on the back of this abundance, with trade routes that brought their goods to distant lands. Yet, this reliance on natural resources and traditional crafts had also made them cautious, slower to embrace change. In contrast, Kale's kingdom was a beacon of technological innovation, a place where the pursuit of knowledge and progress was the highest calling. Over the years, they had developed advanced industries, pioneering new technologies that had transformed their way of life. The kingdom's universities and research institutions attracted scholars from far and wide, making it a hub of intellectual activity. The people of Kale's realm valued progress, efficiency, and the power of human ingenuity. However, this relentless drive for advancement had sometimes led them to overlook the importance of tradition, leaving some aspects of their culture behind in the rush toward the future. These differences were both a strength and a potential source of conflict. Mara and Kale understood that if they were to build a lasting alliance, they would need to find a way to unite these strengths rather than allow them to clash. The challenge was not just about merging economies or sharing resources. It was about blending two distinct philosophies. They needed to find common ground between the stability of tradition and the dynamism of innovation, ensuring that neither realm lost its identity in the process. It was a delicate balancing act, one that required careful consideration and a willingness to compromise. To begin this process, Mara and Kale convened a series of meetings with their top advisors and experts in both realms. They needed to identify the key areas where their kingdoms could complement each other, where the strengths of one could offset the weaknesses of the other. These discussions were intense, with representatives from both sides passionately advocating for their respective priorities. For Mara's advisors, the preservation of their natural resources and traditional crafts was paramount. They argued that these elements were not just economic assets, but also a vital part of their cultural heritage. On the other hand, Kale's advisors emphasized the need for technological advancement, insisting that progress was the key to securing a prosperous future for both kingdoms. As the discussions unfolded, it became clear that both sides had valid concerns. Mara recognized the importance of innovation, understanding that her kingdom could benefit greatly from the technological advancements Kale's people had achieved. However, she was determined to ensure that her people's way of life would not be overshadowed or rendered obsolete by this partnership. Kale, in turn, saw the value in the traditions and natural wealth that Mara's kingdom offered. He knew that a partnership that respected and preserved these elements would not only strengthen their alliance, but also enrich his own kingdom's culture and economy. The breakthrough came when they realized that they didn't need to choose between tradition and progress. They could integrate both. They began to explore ways in which technology could enhance rather than replace traditional practices. For example, Kale's engineers proposed developing new agricultural techniques that would increase yields without depleting the soil, allowing Mara's kingdom to produce even more while maintaining its commitment to sustainability. Meanwhile, Mara's artisans worked with Kale's designers to create new products that combined traditional craftsmanship with cutting-edge technology, opening up new markets and opportunities for trade. This spirit of collaboration soon extended beyond the initial discussions, inspiring a wave of innovative projects that combined the best of both kingdoms. Joint research initiatives were launched, bringing together scholars from both realms to tackle common challenges. New industries began to emerge, fueled by the fusion of natural resources and technological expertise. Even the cultural exchange between their people deepened, as artisans and engineers, farmers and scholars, began to learn from one another, sharing skills and knowledge that enriched both societies. As these efforts took shape, Mara and Kale could see the potential of what they were building. The alliance was no longer just a strategic necessity. It was becoming a symbol of what could be achieved when two very different worlds came together with a common purpose. They had taken the first step in reconciling their kingdom's priorities, laying the groundwork for a future where tradition and innovation could coexist, each enhancing the other. The journey was far from over, but they had proven that unity was possible, even in the face of significant differences. In the end, the process of reconciling their kingdoms' differing priorities had not only strengthened their alliance, but also deepened the bond between Mara and Kale. They had learned to trust each other's instincts, to see the value in perspectives that differed from their own. Together, they had created a vision that was far greater than the sum of its parts, a vision that honored the past while embracing the future. This newfound understanding would be the foundation upon which they would build the next phase of their partnership, guiding them as they continued to navigate the challenges ahead. The discussions on joint ventures were among the most intense and complex aspects of Mara and Kale's negotiations. Both sides were eager to collaborate, but the stakes were high, and there was little room for error. Each kingdom had its own priorities, strengths, and vulnerabilities, which needed to be carefully considered in every proposal. Representatives from both realms brought forward ideas on how best to pool their resources and talents, knowing that the success or failure of these ventures could determine the future of their alliance. It was clear from the outset that these joint ventures would need to be mutually beneficial, ensuring that neither kingdom felt overshadowed or disadvantaged. Trade agreements, in particular, required meticulous crafting. The economies of Mara's and Kale's kingdoms were vastly different, with each relying on its unique assets. For Mara's realm, the abundant natural resources and skilled artisans were their greatest strengths, while Kale's kingdom excelled in technology and innovation. The challenge was to create a balanced exchange of goods and services that would respect these differences while maximizing the benefits for both sides. Every clause in the trade agreements was carefully scrutinized, with negotiations stretching late into the night as they worked to ensure that both kingdoms would reap equal rewards from the partnership. Beyond trade, the discussions also delved into education and research initiatives. Both Mara and Kale recognized that the true strength of their alliance lay in the potential for shared learning and innovation. By pooling their intellectual resources, they could drive progress in ways that would have been impossible alone. Proposals were put forward to establish joint universities, research centers, and scholarship programs that would encourage collaboration between their brightest minds. These initiatives were designed not only to foster innovation but also to create a culture of shared knowledge, where the pursuit of learning would become a unifying force between their people. Cultural exchanges were another vital aspect of their discussions. While trade and technology were crucial, Mara and Kale knew that a true partnership required more than just economic and intellectual collaboration. It needed to be rooted in mutual understanding and respect. To bridge the gap between their people, they proposed a series of cultural exchange programs that would allow citizens from both kingdoms to experience each other's way of life firsthand. Artists, musicians, scholars, and ordinary citizens would travel between the realms, sharing their traditions, stories, and values. These exchanges would help break down prejudices and build a sense of shared identity. Every detail of these discussions was scrutinized with the utmost care. Mara and Kale knew that they were not just negotiating for their present, but for the future of their kingdoms. They considered the long-term impact of every decision, weighing the potential benefits against the risks. The complexity of these discussions often led to heated debates, with advisors and representatives passionately defending their positions. But despite the intensity, there was a shared understanding that they were all working toward a common goal, a future where both kingdoms could thrive together. The process was exhausting, but Mara and Kale remained resolute. They knew that the success of their alliance depended on getting these agreements right. The foundation they were building had to be strong enough to withstand the test of time, capable of evolving as their kingdoms grew closer. This required not only careful planning but also a willingness to compromise. Both sides had to make concessions, giving up certain advantages in favor of the greater good. It was a delicate balancing act, but one that Mara and Kale were committed to achieving. As the discussions progressed, a sense of momentum began to build. The initial skepticism gave way to cautious optimism, then to genuine excitement. The representatives from both kingdoms started to see the potential of what they were creating, a partnership that was not just about survival, but about thriving. The joint ventures, trade agreements, educational initiatives, and cultural exchanges were no longer just theoretical ideas. They were becoming a tangible reality. The vision that Mara and Kale had worked so hard to craft was beginning to take shape, and with it, a new era of cooperation and unity. In the final stages of their negotiations, Mara and Kale reflected on how far they had come. The discussions had been difficult, the challenges immense, but they had persevered. They had created a framework that would allow their kingdoms to grow together, respecting their differences while building on their shared strengths. The joint ventures, trade agreements, educational programs, and cultural exchanges were just the beginning. These initiatives would pave the way for deeper collaboration, laying the groundwork for a future where their people could stand united, not just as allies, but as partners. As they prepared to present their agreements to the wider assembly, Mara and Kale felt a deep sense of accomplishment. They had taken on one of the most daunting challenges of their reigns and had emerged victorious. The path ahead was still uncertain, but they were confident that the foundation they had built was strong enough to support their vision for the future. This was more than just a political alliance. It was a shared commitment to a better world, one that would benefit not just their kingdoms, but generations to come. Equally important to their alliance was the matter of resource sharing. Mara and Kale knew that unity required more than just cooperation on paper. It demanded a deep sense of trust between their kingdoms. The exchange of resources was not simply an economic transaction. It was a symbol of their commitment to one another and their shared future. They needed to ensure that the resources each kingdom provided would be used wisely, fairly, and in a way that would benefit both realms equally. This delicate balance would require careful planning and transparent oversight, as any perceived inequality could threaten the fragile bonds they were striving to forge. From the outset, Mara and Kale agreed that environmental sustainability would be a central theme in their discussions. Both rulers understood that their responsibility extended beyond the present. They were stewards of their lands, tasked with protecting their natural wealth for future generations. Mara's kingdom, with its vast forests, fertile lands, and abundant wildlife, had long practiced careful stewardship of its resources. Kale's realm, though more focused on technological advancement, also recognized the importance of sustainable development. They knew that to build a lasting alliance, they needed to prioritize the preservation of their natural environments. The challenge was to find a way to manage these resources in a manner that respected the unique needs and traditions of each kingdom while also ensuring that their shared future would not come at the expense of the environment. To address this, Mara and Kale proposed the establishment of joint councils specifically tasked with overseeing the management of shared resources. These councils would be composed of representatives from both kingdoms, including experts in agriculture, forestry, water management, and other relevant fields. Their mission would be to develop and implement strategies that balance resource use with conservation efforts, ensuring that the land could continue to sustain their people for generations to come. The creation of these joint councils was a significant step toward building the trust necessary for their alliance to thrive. By bringing together experts from both realms, Mara and Kale hoped to foster a spirit of collaboration that would transcend traditional boundaries. The councils would not only manage resources but also serve as a forum for the exchange of knowledge and ideas. Through this collaboration, they could learn from each other's strengths and develop innovative solutions to the challenges they faced. This approach would ensure that both kingdoms benefited equally from their shared resources while also protecting their natural heritage. As the discussions progressed, the councils began to take shape, with detailed plans for their structure and operations. Each council would have equal representation from both kingdoms, with decisions made through consensus rather than majority rule. This approach was designed to prevent any one side from dominating the process and to ensure that all voices were heard. Additionally, the councils would be transparent in their operations, regularly reporting their findings and decisions to both rulers and the wider public. This transparency was key to building trust, as it would allow the people of both kingdoms to see that their resources were being managed responsibly and for the common good. The focus on sustainability extended beyond just the management of natural resources. Mara and Kale recognized that their alliance had the potential to set a new standard for how kingdoms could work together to protect the environment. They envisioned a future where their collaboration would lead to the development of new technologies and practices that would not only benefit their own realms, but also serve as a model for others. The joint councils, therefore, were not just about resource management. They were about leading by example, showing that prosperity and environmental stewardship could go hand in hand. Despite the progress, the discussions were not without challenges. There were disagreements over how to prioritize resource use, with some advisors arguing for more aggressive exploitation to fuel economic growth, while others insisted on stricter conservation measures. Mara and Kale had to navigate these conflicting views carefully, balancing the need for development with their commitment to sustainability. They knew that if they were to maintain the trust they were building, they could not afford to be seen as favoring one approach over the other. Their solution was to adopt a flexible, adaptive strategy that allowed for both careful use and preservation, depending on the circumstances. As the framework for resource sharing and sustainability was finalized, Mara and Kale felt a sense of accomplishment. They had laid the groundwork for a partnership that was not just about immediate gains but about securing a prosperous and sustainable future for both kingdoms. The joint councils would play a crucial role in this, ensuring that their resources were managed in a way that respected their mutual interests and responsibilities. This achievement was a testament to the trust they had built, a trust that would be essential as they continued to navigate the complexities of their alliance. In the end, the establishment of the joint councils marked a turning point in Mara and Kale's journey. They had successfully addressed one of the most challenging aspects of their alliance, proving that they could work together not just in theory but in practice. The focus on resource sharing and sustainability had not only strengthened their partnership, but also deepened their commitment to one another and to the future they were building. With this foundation in place, they were ready to move forward, confident that their alliance would endure and thrive. The most complex issue in Mara and Kale's alliance was governance. Crafting a system that allowed both kingdoms to retain their sovereignty while functioning as a united entity was no small feat. Both rulers understood that the success of their partnership hinged on finding a governance model that balanced the need for unified action with respect for each kingdom's individual autonomy. This task required not just political acumen but also a deep understanding of the cultural and historical contexts of their respective realms. As they delved into the intricacies of governance, it became clear that there were no easy answers, and every model came with its own set of challenges. Mara and Kale began their exploration by considering various governance models, each with its own merits and drawbacks. One of the first options they explored was a loose confederation, where the kingdoms would remain largely independent but agree to cooperate on specific matters of mutual interest. This model promised flexibility and preserved the autonomy of each realm, but it also risked weakening the unity of their alliance. Without a strong central authority, there was a possibility that conflicts between the kingdoms could arise or that the shared goals could become sidelined by individual interests. In contrast, a more integrated council-based system presented a different set of possibilities. In this model, a central governing body would handle most matters, with representatives from each kingdom working together to make decisions. This approach could ensure a more cohesive strategy and a stronger unified voice, but it also raised concerns about the potential erosion of each kingdom's sovereignty. Mara and Kale worried that such a system might centralize too much power and dilute the unique identities and traditions of their realms. They needed to find a way to integrate the benefits of a central authority with the need for local control. The debates over these models were rigorous and often intense. Mara and Kale spent countless hours discussing the pros and cons of each approach, considering how they could address the specific needs and concerns of their kingdoms. They consulted with their advisors, legal experts, and scholars, seeking insights and perspectives that could guide their decision-making. Each conversation added layers of complexity to the issue, as they grappled with questions of representation, authority, and the balance of power. It was a test of their leadership and their ability to navigate the delicate balance between unity and diversity. After extensive deliberations, Mara and Kale devised a hybrid approach that combined elements of both the Confederation and Council-based systems. They proposed the creation of a central council composed of representatives from each kingdom. This council would handle matters of mutual interest and coordinate efforts on issues that affected both realms. At the same time, each kingdom would retain control over its internal affairs, maintaining its own governance structures and decision-making processes. This hybrid model aimed to blend the strengths of both approaches, providing a framework for collaboration while preserving the autonomy of each realm. Implementing this hybrid model required careful planning and negotiation. Mara and Kale needed to establish clear guidelines for how the Central Council would function, including its powers, responsibilities, and decision-making procedures. They also had to address potential areas of conflict, ensuring that the council's authority did not infringe upon the rights of each kingdom. This involved drafting a comprehensive agreement that outlined the scope of the council's mandate, the processes for resolving disputes, and the mechanisms for ensuring fair representation. The proposal was a bold experiment, one that carried inherent risks but also offered the potential for significant rewards. Both Mara and Kale were aware that the success of this governance model depended on the strength of their leadership and the commitment of their people. They would need to work tirelessly to build trust and ensure that the council operated effectively. The hybrid system required not only careful implementation but also ongoing adjustments and refinements as the needs of their alliance evolved. It was a dynamic process, one that would require flexibility and resilience. Despite the challenges, Mara and Kale were optimistic about the potential of their hybrid governance model. They believed that it struck the right balance between unity and autonomy, allowing them to work together on shared goals while respecting the distinct identities of their kingdoms. Their confidence was bolstered by the support they had received from their advisors and representatives, who had worked alongside them to develop and refine the proposal. There was a shared sense of excitement about the possibilities that the new system could bring. As they prepared to present their governance model to the wider assembly, Mara and Kale felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. They knew that this was a pivotal moment in their alliance, one that would shape the future of their partnership and the lives of their people. The success of their proposal would depend on how well they could communicate their vision and address any concerns that might arise. With careful preparation and a strong commitment to their shared goals, they hoped to gain the support needed to move forward with their ambitious plan. In the end, the hybrid governance model represented a significant step toward achieving their vision of a united, yet sovereign, alliance. It was a testament to their dedication and their willingness to explore new solutions to complex challenges. As they embarked on this new phase of their partnership, Mara and Kale were prepared to face the uncertainties ahead with determination and resolve. Their ability to navigate the complexities of governance would be crucial in ensuring that their alliance not only survived but thrived, creating a legacy of cooperation and mutual respect for future generations. As the planning sessions drew to a close, Mara and Kale were enveloped in a profound sense of accomplishment. The intense months of deliberation, negotiation, and compromise had culminated in a comprehensive and thoughtful blueprint for their future alliance. They had confronted and navigated the multifaceted challenges of politics, economics, and governance with unwavering resolve. Each session had been a test of their leadership and vision, pushing them to find solutions that respected the unique needs of their respective realms while forging a path toward unity. The complexity of their task had been daunting. They had delved into every aspect of their partnership, from crafting fair trade agreements to establishing joint councils for resource management. The debates had been rigorous, the decisions far-reaching. Yet, through it all, Mara and Kale had maintained their focus on the overarching goal, creating a sustainable and prosperous future for both kingdoms. The detailed plans and agreements they had developed were more than just documents. They represented a shared commitment to a new era of collaboration. However, their achievements went beyond mere political and economic agreements. They had built the foundation for something much more profound, a shared identity that transcended borders. Mara and Kale understood that true unity was not just about merging systems or pooling resources. It was about fostering a sense of belonging and common purpose among their people. This new identity would be cultivated over time, growing from the everyday interactions and mutual respect that their initiatives would encourage. Creating this shared identity was a central part of their vision. They had worked tirelessly to design programs and exchanges that would bring their people together, bridging the gap between their cultures and traditions. By promoting cultural exchanges, joint educational initiatives, and collaborative projects, they aimed to build a collective sense of belonging. This shared identity would be the bedrock upon which their alliance would stand, helping to forge bonds that would endure across generations. Mara and Kale were keenly aware that their vision was not a quick fix, but a long-term endeavor. They understood that the true impact of their work would take time to manifest. The processes and programs they had established were just the beginning of a broader journey toward deeper integration and understanding. The success of their alliance would be measured not only by immediate results, but also by the gradual strengthening of the ties that bound their people together. Despite the challenges that lay ahead, Mara and Kale were confident in the resilience and potential of their vision. They had designed a flexible framework capable of adapting to the evolving needs of their kingdoms. This adaptability would be crucial as they faced new challenges and opportunities. Their shared commitment to their goals would help guide them through any obstacles, ensuring that their alliance remained strong and effective. The groundwork they had laid would require ongoing effort and dedication from both rulers and their people. Mara and Kale knew that sustaining their vision would involve continuous dialogue, regular assessments, and adjustments as necessary. They had set the stage for a collaborative partnership, but the real work of nurturing and growing their alliance would be an ongoing process. Their leadership and commitment would be pivotal in driving this effort forward. As they looked to the future, Mara and Kale felt a sense of optimism and hope. They had crafted a vision that held the promise of a brighter, more unified future. The road ahead was still long and filled with uncertainties, but they were confident that their plans would pave the way for lasting change. Each step they took would bring their people closer together, creating a legacy of cooperation and mutual respect. In the end, the success of their endeavor would be defined by the strength of the connections they had fostered. The blueprint they had created was a testament to their hard work and dedication, but its true value would be realized in the lived experiences of their people. Mara and Kale were determined to see their vision through, committed to building a future where their kingdoms could thrive together as one. With each passing generation, their shared identity would grow stronger, and the bonds they had forged would become an enduring symbol of their unity. Now, as Mara and Kale prepared to present their vision to the assembled advisors and representatives, they felt the weight of history pressing down upon them. The grand hall, filled with influential figures from both kingdoms, seemed to hum with anticipation. This was the culmination of months of intense planning and negotiation, the moment when their carefully crafted blueprint would be unveiled to those who would play a crucial role in bringing it to life. The air was thick with expectation, and Mara and Kale could feel the gravity of their task bearing heavily upon their shoulders. Standing side by side at the head of the hall, Mara and Kale shared a silent exchange of determination. They had journeyed together through a complex maze of political and diplomatic challenges to reach this point. The trust they had built in one another, along with their unwavering commitment to their shared vision, had been the driving force behind their efforts. As they prepared to address the assembly, they were acutely aware of the significance of the moment, not just for themselves, but for the future of their kingdoms. The presentation was not merely a formality, it was a pivotal moment in their partnership. Mara and Kale had invested countless hours into developing a vision that blended their kingdom's strengths while addressing their unique needs. The proposed framework, with its hybrid governance model and focus on sustainability and resource sharing, represented their collective aspirations for a united future. They knew that the success of their vision hinged on convincing the Assembly of its merits and garnering their support. Each detail of their plan had been meticulously crafted to ensure it met the needs of both realms while fostering a sense of shared purpose. The Central Council, the joint resource management, the cultural exchanges, all these elements were designed to create a balanced and effective partnership. Mara and Kale had worked hard to ensure that their proposal was not just a theoretical concept but a practical, actionable plan that could be implemented and adapted over time. As they prepared to speak, Mara and Kale reflected on the challenges they had faced along the way. They had encountered skepticism, resistance, and numerous obstacles, but their determination had never wavered. The road to this moment had been fraught with difficulties, but they had navigated each hurdle with perseverance and a shared vision. Now, they stood at the threshold of a new era, ready to take the final step toward realizing their dream. The path ahead was not without its uncertainties. Mara and Kale understood that the implementation of their vision would require ongoing effort, negotiation, and adjustment. They were prepared for the possibility of further challenges and knew that their success would depend on the continued support and collaboration of their advisors and representatives. Despite these potential obstacles, they remained resolute in their belief that their vision was achievable. Their presentation was crafted to inspire confidence and enthusiasm among their audience. Mara and Kale intended to convey not just the details of their plan but also the passion and commitment that had driven their efforts. They hoped to ignite a shared sense of purpose and excitement, rallying their supporters around the vision of a united future. The goal was to turn their detailed blueprint into a collective endeavor, one that would be embraced and championed by all those involved. As they began to speak, Mara and Kale felt a deep sense of pride and anticipation. This was the moment they had envisioned for so long, the point where their dreams would be laid out for scrutiny and support. They were ready to answer questions, address concerns, and make a compelling case for their vision. Their confidence was bolstered by their thorough preparation and the strength of their partnership. The outcome of this presentation would be crucial in determining the future trajectory of their alliance. Mara and Kale were fully aware that their vision would only succeed if it was embraced by the assembly and translated into concrete actions. With every word and gesture, they hoped to convey their unwavering commitment and the transformative potential of their plan. Their belief in the possibility of achieving what had once seemed impossible fueled their determination as they faced the assembly. In the end, Mara and Kale knew that the success of their vision would not be measured by this single moment, but by the lasting impact it would have on their kingdoms. They were prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and resolve. As they concluded their presentation, they felt a profound sense of accomplishment and hope. The future was now within reach, and with the support of their assembled advisors and representatives, they were ready to turn their dream of a united future into a reality. The chamber fell into a profound silence as Mara stepped forward to address the assembly. Her voice, steady and clear, cut through the stillness with a commanding presence. Mara began by articulating their vision for the future, weaving together the intricate threads of unity, collaboration, and shared purpose that would become the foundation of their alliance. Her words were carefully chosen, each phrase crafted to convey the depth of their commitment and the potential for transformative change. As she spoke, it was clear that she was not merely presenting a plan but sharing a vision that held the promise of a brighter, more interconnected future. Mara's eloquence was matched by the weight of her message. She spoke of the challenges they had overcome and the opportunities that lay ahead, emphasizing the need for both kingdoms to work together towards common goals. Her passion for the project was evident, as she outlined the benefits of their proposed framework, how it would allow them to pool their strengths, address their shared challenges, and build a lasting legacy of cooperation. The assembly listened intently, captivated by the clarity and conviction in her voice. As Mara concluded, Kale took his turn at the podium. His presence was equally commanding, and his words carried a similar weight of conviction. Kale's speech complemented Mara's, adding layers of depth and insight to their shared vision. He spoke of the values that underpinned their proposal: trust, respect, and a commitment to mutual prosperity. His tone was firm but hopeful, reflecting his belief in the potential of their partnership to achieve what had once seemed unattainable. Together, Mara and Kale presented their vision not just as rulers, but as equals and partners in a grand endeavor. Their combined voices underscored the collaborative nature of their approach, highlighting the strength that came from their unified leadership. They were not presenting a top-down directive but inviting their advisors and representatives to join them in a collective effort to reshape their world. This partnership, they emphasized, was built on shared values and a common goal. The assembly remained hushed as Mara and Kale spoke, absorbed in the gravity of their words. The silence in the chamber was palpable, a reflection of the profound impact their presentation was having on their audience. Each member of the assembly was processing the significance of what had been proposed, an ambitious plan that sought to blend the strengths of both kingdoms while fostering a sense of shared identity and purpose. As the final words of their presentation echoed through the chamber, a deep sense of anticipation settled over the room. Mara and Kale had laid out their vision with clarity and passion, and now the assembly was left to contemplate the implications of their proposal. The weight of their words was not just in the content of the plan but in the shared commitment to a future that promised to bring their kingdoms closer together. The impact of their presentation was evident in the thoughtful expressions of the assembly members. Some nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting the alignment with the vision presented. Others appeared deep in thought, considering the potential challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. The room was filled with a sense of collective deliberation, as each person grappled with the significance of what they had just heard. Mara and Kale exchanged a brief, knowing glance as they awaited the response from their audience. The silence that followed their presentation was a testament to the weight of their words and the importance of the moment. They understood that the next steps would be critical in turning their vision into reality, and the support of their assembled advisors and representatives was crucial to this process. As the assembly began to stir, the atmosphere was charged with a mixture of hope and resolve. The presentation had set the stage for the next phase of their partnership, one that would involve careful planning, negotiation, and implementation. Mara and Kale stood poised, ready to engage with their audience and address any questions or concerns that might arise, confident that their vision had laid a solid foundation for the future. For a moment, the grand chamber was enveloped in silence, a heavy, expectant pause that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. The gravity of Mara and Kale's presentation had left the room in a contemplative stillness. The assembly members sat motionless, their expressions ranging from thoughtful to pensive, as they absorbed the full impact of the vision laid before them. The silence was charged with the weight of potential and the significance of the proposal, a collective holding of breath as the room awaited the response. Then, as if on cue, the silence began to break. One by one, the advisors and representatives started to nod in agreement, their gestures small but meaningful. The first nod was tentative, a flicker of acceptance, but it quickly gained momentum. Each subsequent nod seemed to build upon the previous one, creating a ripple effect throughout the room. The assembly's response was a visual affirmation of the resonance of Mara and Kale's vision, a sign that their message had struck a chord with those who held the power to shape the future. The nods were accompanied by murmurs of approval, soft conversations that started to weave through the chamber. The atmosphere shifted from one of uncertainty to one of cautious optimism. The vision presented by Mara and Kale was more than just a plan. It was a promise of change and renewal. The assembly members were beginning to see the potential for a future where the barriers that had historically divided their peoples would gradually dissolve, replaced by new connections forged through trust and cooperation. As the room filled with the sound of agreement, the sense of hope became palpable. Mara and Kale's vision had ignited a spark of possibility in the hearts of those present. They had outlined a future that was not merely aspirational but attainable, one where the combined strengths of their kingdoms would create a more cohesive and resilient alliance. This vision offered a path forward, one that promised to overcome the traditional divides and build a stronger, more unified future. The idea of a united future where the kingdoms would stand together, stronger and more integrated than ever before, resonated deeply with the assembly. It was a compelling vision that promised not only practical benefits but also a profound transformation in the way their peoples related to each other. The prospect of overcoming long-standing divisions and fostering a sense of shared identity was a powerful motivator, and it was clear that Mara and Kale had succeeded in capturing the collective imagination. The approval from the advisors and representatives was not just a formality. It was a crucial step in the journey toward realizing the vision. Their agreement signified more than mere acceptance. It was an endorsement of the values and goals that Mara and Kale had championed. This moment of consensus was a critical validation of the hard work and dedication that had gone into crafting the proposal, and it marked a turning point in the process of building their united future. As the assembly continued to express their support, the atmosphere in the chamber grew more energized. The initial silence had given way to a sense of collective purpose and excitement. The representatives' nods and murmurs reflected their belief in the potential of the vision and their willingness to contribute to its realization. This growing enthusiasm was a testament to the effectiveness of Mara and Kale's presentation and the compelling nature of their proposal. With the assembly's support becoming increasingly evident, Mara and Kale felt a surge of relief and encouragement. The path ahead would still require careful implementation and ongoing effort, but the foundation had been laid. The approval they were receiving was a strong indication that their vision was not only feasible but also widely supported. It was a moment of affirmation that their ambitious plans were on the verge of becoming a reality. As the final nods of agreement were given and the murmurs of approval subsided, the chamber buzzed with a renewed sense of purpose. Mara and Kale stood together, their shared vision having ignited a collective commitment to a future of unity and collaboration. The room was now a testament to the power of their proposal and the potential it held for transforming their kingdoms. The vision they had crafted was beginning to take shape, driven by the support and enthusiasm of those who would help bring it to life. In the end, the silence that had initially dominated the room was replaced by a powerful sense of hope and possibility. Mara and Kale's vision had resonated deeply with the assembly, promising a future where their kingdoms would not only coexist but thrive together. The journey toward this new era had just begun, but the first crucial step had been taken with the collective endorsement of their assembled leaders. As the assembly erupted into a wave of applause, Mara and Kale exchanged a meaningful glance, their faces reflecting the profound mix of emotions they were experiencing. The sound of clapping filled the grand chamber, a tangible expression of the assembly's approval and enthusiasm for the vision they had presented. The applause was not just a formality. It was a heartfelt endorsement of their ambitious plan, signaling that their efforts had truly resonated with those who would be instrumental in making their dream a reality. In that moment, Mara and Kale's hearts swelled with an immense sense of pride and accomplishment. The journey they had undertaken had been arduous and fraught with challenges, but the positive reception from the assembly was a powerful validation of their hard work. As they stood side by side, the weight of their shared achievement settled over them, a reminder of the dedication and perseverance that had brought them to this point. They had succeeded in taking the first crucial step toward creating a new world, one defined by unity and collaboration between their kingdoms. This was a momentous milestone, marking the beginning of a transformative journey that promised to reshape their future. The applause was a clear signal that their vision of a more connected and cooperative world was not only achievable, but eagerly embraced by those who would help bring it to life. Despite the elation of the moment, Mara and Kale were acutely aware that their journey was far from complete. The enthusiastic reception was just the starting point. The real work of implementing their vision lay ahead. They would need to navigate the complexities of turning their plans into action, address unforeseen challenges, and ensure that their partnership remained strong and effective as they moved forward. However, as they stood together amidst the applause, Mara and Kale felt an unwavering confidence in their ability to face whatever lay ahead. Their shared commitment and mutual support had been the foundation of their success thus far, and they knew that these qualities would continue to guide them through the next phases of their journey. The bond they had forged through their collaborative efforts was a source of strength and reassurance. The sight of their supporters celebrating was a powerful affirmation of the impact they had made. The cheers and applause were not just a celebration of their vision, but also an acknowledgement of the hard work and dedication that had gone into crafting it. This moment of recognition was a testament to the importance of their goals and the positive changes they aimed to bring about. As the applause continued, Mara and Kale felt a deep sense of gratitude towards their advisors and representatives. Their support had been instrumental in reaching this milestone, and the enthusiasm of the assembly was a reflection of the collective commitment to the vision they had outlined. This shared sense of purpose was a crucial element in moving forward with confidence and determination. With the first step of their ambitious plan successfully launched, Mara and Kale were energized by the possibilities that lay ahead. The path to their envisioned future would be challenging, but the support they had garnered provided a strong foundation upon which to build. They were ready to tackle the next stages of their journey with the same resolve and dedication that had brought them this far. As they prepared to address the assembly one final time, Mara and Kale felt a renewed sense of optimism. The journey ahead would require continued effort and collaboration, but the success of this initial phase had solidified their belief in the potential of their vision. They were confident that, with each other by their side, they could overcome any obstacles and achieve the goals they had set out to accomplish. In the end, the applause was a powerful reminder of the collective hope and determination driving their partnership. Mara and Kale knew that they were not alone in their quest for a more unified and collaborative future. With the support of their allies and their unbreakable bond, they were ready to forge ahead, confident that they could achieve what had once seemed an impossible dream. Chapter 59: A Peaceful Celebration. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and amber, as it cast a warm, golden glow over the sprawling gardens of the palace. The setting sun seemed to celebrate the day itself, its light enhancing the beauty of the meticulously landscaped grounds. Lush greenery, vibrant flowers, and elegant fountains created a picturesque backdrop for the festivities. The gardens were transformed into a grand venue, adorned with twinkling lights and colorful decorations that shimmered in the fading daylight. The air was alive with a symphony of sounds, a joyful cacophony that filled the space with an infectious sense of celebration. Laughter floated on the breeze, mingling with the melodious strains of music that drifted from various corners of the garden. Musicians played lively tunes on stringed instruments, their melodies weaving through the air, while dancers in flowing garments performed graceful movements that added to the festive atmosphere. The rustle of fine silks and the clinking of glasses created a sensory tapestry that captured the essence of the joyous occasion. People from both kingdoms gathered in the gardens, their presence a testament to the significance of the day. The diverse assembly included nobles, advisors, and citizens who had come together to witness and partake in the historic celebration. There was a palpable sense of camaraderie among the guests, a shared understanding that this moment represented more than just a formal event. It was a celebration of the unity and collaboration that had been achieved through months of hard work and dedication. Today marked the achievement of peace, a peace that had been hard-won through careful negotiation, sacrifice, and unwavering determination. The journey to this moment had been fraught with challenges, requiring both Mara and Kale to navigate complex political landscapes and make difficult decisions. Their tireless efforts and steadfast resolve had culminated in this day of celebration, a day that honored the successful resolution of conflicts and the forging of a lasting alliance between their kingdoms. For Mara and Kale, the celebration was more than just a political victory. It symbolized the beginning of a new era, one characterized by hope, cooperation, and shared purpose. As they looked out over the jubilant scene, they felt a profound sense of accomplishment and anticipation. This moment was a reflection of their dreams and aspirations, a tangible manifestation of the vision they had worked so hard to realize. It was a new chapter for both their kingdoms and their personal journey. The significance of the celebration was not lost on them. As they stood together, surrounded by the revelry and the collective joy of their people, Mara and Kale knew that the real work was just beginning. The peace they had achieved was a foundation upon which they would build a future of collaboration and mutual respect. The festivities were a testament to their shared success, but also a reminder of the responsibilities that lay ahead as they continued to guide their kingdoms into this promising new era. The gardens had undergone a stunning transformation, emerging as a scene of breathtaking beauty that captured the essence of the celebration. Lanterns were delicately hung from the ancient trees, their soft, golden light casting a warm, inviting glow across the landscape. As the evening breeze rustled through the leaves, the lanterns swayed gently, their flickering lights creating a magical ambience that danced across the garden's expanse. This illumination turned the garden into an enchanting realm, where shadows and light played together to enhance the festive mood. The pathways meandering through the gardens were adorned with flowers in full bloom, their vibrant colors adding a splash of brilliance to the evening's festivities. The carefully arranged floral displays were a testament to the successful union between the two realms, symbolizing the beauty and harmony that had been achieved through their collaboration. Each step along the paths revealed a new burst of color and fragrance, weaving a tapestry of natural splendor that celebrated the occasion. Long tables were set up under the open sky, each one laden with a sumptuous feast that showcased the culinary traditions of both kingdoms. The tables were elegantly draped and adorned with intricate centerpieces, adding a touch of grandeur to the dining experience. The array of dishes reflected a fusion of flavors and techniques, highlighting the rich and diverse culinary heritage of both realms. This gastronomic display was not only a feast for the palate, but also a symbol of the blending of cultures and traditions. The mingling scents of the feast wafted through the air, creating an olfactory symphony that drew people together in shared appreciation. The aroma of roasted meats, perfectly seasoned and cooked to perfection, mingled with the tantalizing scent of spiced vegetables and the sweet, inviting fragrance of pastries. This blend of scents was both comforting and exhilarating, inviting guests to indulge in the culinary delights and savor the flavors that represented the successful union of their kingdoms. As guests wandered through the gardens, their conversations were accompanied by the delightful sensory experiences of the evening. The visual beauty of the lanterns and flowers, combined with the rich aromas of the feast, created an atmosphere that was both festive and intimate. The gardens had become a space where people from both kingdoms could come together, celebrate their shared achievements, and enjoy the fruits of their collective efforts in a setting of unparalleled beauty. The transformation of the gardens into this enchanting setting was a fitting tribute to the significance of the occasion. Every detail, from the flickering lanterns to the blooming flowers and the sumptuous feast, was designed to reflect the harmony and unity that had been achieved. As the evening continued, the gardens remained a vibrant and living testament to the new era of collaboration and peace, offering a memorable backdrop for a celebration that honored the journey and the future that lay ahead. Mara stood at the edge of the gardens, her gaze sweeping over the vibrant scene before her. From her vantage point, she could see her people and Kales mingling freely, their interactions marked by genuine warmth and camaraderie. The barriers that had once divided them seemed to have dissolved, replaced by a shared sense of belonging and mutual respect. The transformation was striking. It was as if the very air in the gardens had become charged with a new spirit of unity and cooperation. As she observed the festivities, Mara marveled at how swiftly her people and Kales had adapted to this new reality. The ease with which they embraced each other, sharing laughter and conversation, was a testament to the success of their efforts. It was clear that the foundation they had laid was solid, allowing their citizens to connect and build relationships without the weight of past divisions. This seamless integration was a powerful confirmation of the progress they had made. The atmosphere in the gardens was imbued with a palpable sense of joy and relief. There was a collective exhale in the air, a release of the tension and uncertainty that had long overshadowed their interactions. The festivity was not just a celebration of a political achievement, but a genuine moment of communal happiness. The guests moved with an air of ease and contentment, savoring the occasion as an opportunity to embrace the peace and prosperity they had worked so hard to attain. Mara understood that this celebration was far more than a grand feast. It represented the culmination of years of effort, negotiation, and sacrifice. Each smiling face, each shared laugh, was a testament to the unity they had fought to achieve. The gardens, transformed into a symbol of their success, reflected the hard work and dedication that had gone into creating this new era of collaboration between their kingdoms. As Mara continued to watch the scene unfold, she felt a deep sense of pride and fulfillment. The celebration was a powerful visual representation of the dreams she and Kale had worked so tirelessly to realize. It was a moment of triumph, not just for them as leaders, but for their people, who were now experiencing the tangible benefits of their efforts. The sight of their joyful interactions was a moving affirmation of their collective achievement. In the midst of the revelry, Mara knew that the journey was far from over. The celebration marked the beginning of a new chapter, one that would require continued effort to nurture and sustain the unity they had established. However, as she looked out over the gardens, she was filled with hope and optimism. The success of this momentous occasion was a powerful reminder of what could be achieved through perseverance and collaboration, and it set the stage for a future where the bonds between their people would only grow stronger. Kale joined Mara at the edge of the gardens, his presence a source of steadying comfort amidst the vibrant celebration. As he stood beside her, the familiar warmth of his proximity offered a reassuring solidity. Together, they took in the scene before them, a scene that represented the realization of dreams and aspirations that had once seemed distant. His quiet demeanor mirrored the reflective mood of the moment, adding a layer of shared contemplation to their view of the festivities. As Kale's eyes scanned the crowd, he allowed himself a moment of quiet satisfaction. The joy and unity displayed in the gardens were a testament to the hard-fought success of their efforts. "It's hard to believe how far we've come," he said, his voice low and thoughtful. The words carried the weight of their shared journey, acknowledging the transformation that had taken place from a time of discord to this current era of harmony. His reflection on their progress was tinged with a deep sense of accomplishment and wonder. Kale's statement resonated with the gravity of their achievement. "There was a time when a gathering like this would have been unthinkable," he continued, his tone reflecting the improbability of the present moment. The contrast between the past and the present was striking, underscoring the significant shift in their relationship and their kingdoms. The realization of what they had accomplished together was both humbling and exhilarating, marking a profound change in the landscape of their shared history. The memory of the obstacles and conflicts that once stood in their way seemed almost distant now, overshadowed by the vibrant reality of their success. As Kale spoke, Mara could sense the depth of his reflection, the sense of disbelief and pride that came from overcoming such formidable challenges. It was a poignant reminder of how much effort and resilience had gone into achieving this moment of unity, and how much it meant to both of them personally. Mara turned to Kale, her expression mirroring the sentiment of his words. She shared in the quiet satisfaction, recognizing the enormity of their accomplishment. The journey from discord to harmony had been long and arduous, and witnessing the fruits of their labor was a deeply moving experience. Together, they had navigated the complexities of their respective realms to build something greater than either could have achieved alone. As they stood side by side, the sight of their people enjoying the celebration was a powerful affirmation of their success. The gardens, alive with the colors of joy and unity, were a living testament to their efforts. For both Mara and Kale, the gathering was not just a celebration but a symbol of a new beginning, a shared vision that had come to fruition through their dedication and perseverance. The moment was a profound reflection on their journey, one that would continue to inspire them as they moved forward into this promising new era. Mara nodded thoughtfully, her gaze following the figures who moved gracefully across the garden, each step and gesture a testament to the harmony they had worked so hard to achieve. The sight before her was a vivid representation of the dream she and Kale had envisioned, a dream that had once seemed distant and unattainable. The guests, mingling and interacting with ease, were a living embodiment of the unity that had emerged from their efforts. Their joyous expressions and animated conversations painted a picture of success that was both heartening and profound. As Mara continued to watch, her eyes softened with emotion. "It's true," she said, her voice filled with a deep sense of fulfillment. The laughter that echoed through the garden, the stories shared among friends and strangers alike, and the spirited dances were all manifestations of the vision they had aspired to create. It was a moment of collective joy, where the barriers of the past had been replaced by bonds of friendship and mutual respect. This vibrant scene was exactly what they had dreamed of achieving. "This is what we dreamed of, Kale," Mara continued, her voice tinged with a mix of pride and relief. The reality of their dream had surpassed their expectations, with their people coming together in a celebration of shared humanity. The sight of them dancing together, celebrating without reservation, was a powerful confirmation that their efforts had not been in vain. It was a tangible realization of their vision, a world where the divisions of the past had been bridged by a new understanding and cooperation. Her gaze remained fixed on the revelers, each interaction a testament to the success of their endeavor. The sense of fear and mistrust that had once plagued their relations had faded, replaced by a genuine sense of community. Mara's heart swelled with a profound sense of satisfaction as she observed the harmonious interactions, knowing that their hard work had paved the way for this moment of unity. The garden, alive with laughter and connection, was a symbol of their collective achievement. Mara's reflection was a moment of recognition of the significant shift that had occurred. The transformation from a world marked by discord to one defined by harmony was a remarkable journey, and witnessing the fruits of their labor was deeply moving. It was a celebration not just of their political victory but of the personal and collective growth that had brought them to this point. The garden was more than just a venue. It was a manifestation of their shared dreams and aspirations. Turning to Kale, Mara's expression was one of shared triumph and hope. They had envisioned a future where their people could overcome their differences and come together in a spirit of unity. And now, seeing that vision come to life was an immensely rewarding experience. The moment was a reflection of their success and a hopeful glance toward the future, knowing that the path they had forged would lead to continued collaboration and understanding. He turned to Mara, a soft smile playing on his lips as he absorbed the beauty of the scene before them. The joy and unity visible in the garden seemed to reflect in his expression, his eyes holding a glimmer of both satisfaction and anticipation. "And it's only the beginning," he said, his voice gentle yet imbued with a sense of earnest optimism. The weight of his words carried the promise of more to come, acknowledging that while this night was a significant milestone, it marked just the start of a much larger journey. The smile that graced Kale's lips was a testament to his deep appreciation of the moment's significance. The celebration was a culmination of their hard work and dedication, but he understood that it was also the foundation upon which they would build their future. "Tonight is just the first step in a long journey," he continued, his tone reflecting the gravity of the path that lay ahead. The acknowledgement of the journey being far from over was a reminder that their efforts were ongoing, and the road to lasting unity required continued commitment and perseverance. Mara's gaze met Kale's, and she could sense the weight of his words resonating with her own thoughts. The success of the evening was undeniably gratifying, but she shared his understanding that this was merely an initial step toward a broader goal. The long journey ahead would demand sustained effort and collaboration, requiring them to navigate future challenges with the same resolve that had brought them to this point. His words reinforced the idea that while tonight's celebration was momentous, it was part of a larger, evolving process. Kale's acknowledgement of the journey ahead was not a note of caution but rather an expression of hopeful determination. The night's festivities were a symbol of what had been achieved, but they also served as a precursor to the ongoing work required to nurture and sustain the unity they had fostered. The journey was one of growth and development, and Kale's sentiment underscored the importance of remaining focused on their long-term goals while celebrating the progress made so far. His smile, though soft, carried a profound sense of optimism about the future. The good step he referred to was not just about the success of the evening but about the potential it represented for their shared future. It was a celebration of what had been accomplished, but also a hopeful glance toward the future, where continued efforts would build on the foundation laid that night. The evening was a beacon of what was possible, and Kale's words reflected his belief in the positive direction they were heading. As they stood together, the weight of Kale's words and the promise of what lay ahead seemed to bind them in a shared vision. The journey was a collaborative one, requiring the efforts and dedication of both leaders and their people. Tonight, they had taken a significant step, and while the path forward would be long, the sense of accomplishment and the optimism for the future provided a strong foundation on which to build. Their journey, marked by this meaningful beginning, would continue to evolve, driven by the same spirit of unity and cooperation that had made this night possible. The evening's celebration unfolded as more than just a grand feast. It was a vibrant tapestry of shared traditions that brought together the best of both kingdoms. The air was alive with the sound of music, as musicians from both realms had come together to perform. Their collaboration produced a harmonious blend of distinct musical styles, creating a unique and captivating auditory experience. The melodies, while new and unfamiliar, wove together seamlessly, reflecting the successful merging of their cultures and traditions. The music filled the gardens with an enchanting ambience that perfectly complemented the festive atmosphere. As the musicians played, their instruments and melodies intertwined in a display of cultural fusion. The rhythmic beats and harmonious chords resonated through the night, creating a rich soundscape that celebrated the unity achieved. The musical collaboration was not merely a performance, but a powerful symbol of the blending of their respective heritages. Each note and chord represented the coming together of two distinct worlds, crafting a sound that was both novel and familiar to the attendees. Adding to the sensory delight of the evening, a troupe of dancers performed a choreographed piece that elegantly combined elements from both kingdoms. Their routine was a visual symphony of movement, gracefully merging traditional dance forms with innovative new expressions. The dancers' fluid motions told a story of unity and shared purpose, their choreography reflecting the seamless integration of their cultures. As they moved across the stage, their performance became a testament to the harmonious future that lay ahead. The audience watched in rapt attention as the dancers spun and leapt, their every movement a reflection of the collective spirit of the celebration. The grace and precision of the performance captivated the crowd, drawing them into the narrative of collaboration and unity. The visual spectacle was as mesmerizing as the music, with each dance step and twirl underscoring the theme of togetherness that defined the evening. The beauty of the collaboration between the dancers was not just in their technical skill but in the way they conveyed the essence of their unified vision. Their performance was a living representation of the cultural synthesis that had been achieved, a moving tribute to the successful merging of their traditions. The elegance and artistry of their dance left a lasting impression, reinforcing the significance of the event and the promise of a shared future. As the night progressed, the celebration continued to unfold as a profound expression of unity and shared heritage. The music and dance, integral parts of the evening's festivities, provided a powerful reminder of what had been accomplished and what lay ahead. The celebration was a vibrant affirmation of their collective achievements, setting the stage for a future where the blending of their cultures would continue to enrich and inspire. The harmonious blend of sounds and movements was a fitting tribute to the new era they had forged together. As the night deepened and the glow of the lanterns cast a warm, amber light across the gardens, the celebration began to take on a more intimate and reflective tone. The grand festivities gradually gave way to smaller, more personal gatherings around flickering fires. These small fires, nestled among the flower beds and pathways, created pockets of warmth and intimacy amid the expansive celebration. The soft crackling of the flames provided a soothing backdrop to the deeper conversations that unfolded in their light. Groups of people clustered around these fires, their faces illuminated by the gentle glow. They engaged in heartfelt conversations, sharing stories of their histories, their personal hopes, and their dreams for the future. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of camaraderie as individuals from both kingdoms opened up about their lives and experiences. These exchanges fostered a deeper understanding and connection between the people, bridging the gap between their diverse backgrounds. While laughter and light-hearted anecdotes flowed freely, there were also moments of quiet reflection. The significance of the evening was not lost on the participants, who took time to acknowledge the sacrifices and struggles that had paved the way for this moment of peace. These reflective moments underscored the weight of the achievement and honored the efforts and perseverance required to reach this point. The conversations became a way to both celebrate and commemorate the journey that had led them to this harmonious gathering. Old rivalries and past grievances seemed to melt away in the warmth of the fires and the sincerity of the conversations. As people shared their stories and listened to others, the barriers that once separated them began to dissolve. The evening's events facilitated the formation of new friendships and alliances, as individuals found common ground and mutual respect. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of unity and reconciliation, as the focus shifted from past conflicts to the promise of a shared future. The bonds being forged around the fires were tangible and profound. The personal connections made during these intimate exchanges were not fleeting but had the potential to endure and strengthen over time. These new relationships, built on shared experiences and mutual understanding, would become an integral part of the foundation for the new era they were entering. The fires symbolized not just physical warmth but the growing warmth of solidarity and partnership between the people of both kingdoms. As the night wore on, the fires continued to burn brightly, serving as a beacon of the unity and hope that had emerged from their collective efforts. The evening's transition from grand celebration to intimate reflection highlighted the depth of the change that had taken place. The connections made and the friendships formed would play a crucial role in supporting and sustaining the peace and collaboration they had achieved. The night's events marked the beginning of a new chapter, one where the shared vision of a united future was both celebrated and solidified through the heartfelt interactions of its people. Mara and Kale moved through the crowd, their presence a reassuring constant amidst the swirling energy of the celebration. As they wove their way between groups, they took the time to speak with their people, engaging in conversations that ranged from casual greetings to more in-depth discussions. Their approach was both genuine and attentive, reflecting their commitment to understanding the experiences and sentiments of those they had worked so hard to bring together. Every interaction was an opportunity to connect on a personal level, reinforcing the sense of unity that the evening represented. The warmth and gratitude they encountered from their people were both palpable and overwhelming. Many individuals expressed their appreciation with heartfelt words, their voices tinged with emotion as they shared their thoughts on the significance of the celebration. For numerous attendees, the event transcended the boundaries of a typical festivity. It was a profound healing moment, a chance to release the burdens of past conflicts and look forward to the future with renewed hope. The collective sense of relief and optimism was a powerful testament to the impact of their efforts. As Mara listened to the expressions of gratitude and joy, she noticed the visible change in the faces of those she spoke with. The relief in their eyes was unmistakable, a reflection of the long-awaited peace that had finally been achieved. It was evident that the celebration was more than just a festive occasion. It was a symbolic release of the past and an embrace of new possibilities. The hopeful glances and relieved smiles were a stark contrast to the tension and uncertainty that had once prevailed, highlighting the success of their shared vision. For Mara, witnessing this transformation was deeply fulfilling. The sight of her people moving forward with a sense of hope and renewal filled her with a quiet pride. The realization that their vision had resonated so deeply with those they served was a profound moment of validation. It was clear that the efforts and sacrifices made to reach this point had not only been worthwhile but had also touched the hearts of their people in a meaningful way. Kale shared in Mara's sense of pride and accomplishment, observing the genuine interactions and heartfelt expressions of gratitude. The success of the celebration and the positive reactions from their people underscored the significance of their journey and the effectiveness of their approach. As they continued to engage with the crowd, it became increasingly apparent that the bond they had helped to forge was strong and enduring, built on a foundation of mutual respect and understanding. As the evening continued, Mara and Kale's interactions with their people served as a poignant reminder of the transformative power of their collaboration. The celebration had become a living symbol of the unity they had achieved, and the heartfelt responses from their people were a clear indication of the deep impact of their efforts. The night was not only a celebration of their success but also a testament to the hopeful future that lay ahead, made possible through their dedication and the shared vision of a harmonious new era. As the evening began to wane and the first hints of dawn approached, the crowd naturally converged around the central fountain, its waters sparkling under the gentle caress of the moonlight. The fountain, a symbol of both beauty and continuity, became the focal point of the gathering, its serene flow complementing the tranquil mood that settled over the garden. The gentle ripples in the water mirrored the calm and reflective atmosphere that had developed as the night progressed, creating a perfect setting for the final moments of the celebration. Mara and Kale stood at the edge of the fountain, their presence commanding attention as they prepared to address their gathered people. The two rulers were positioned side by side, their postures both strong and composed, ready to deliver the words that would encapsulate the significance of the night. The soft murmur of conversation gradually faded away as the crowd's focus shifted to the leaders, their anticipation palpable in the cool evening air. The collective gaze was filled with expectation, a silent request for words that would resonate with the depth of the occasion. Mara took a deep breath, allowing herself a moment to fully absorb the weight of the moment. The responsibility of speaking on behalf of both kingdoms, of articulating the shared journey and the promise of the future, was not lost on her. As she looked out over the faces of her people, she felt a profound sense of connection and responsibility. The magnitude of the evening's success and the significance of the new chapter they were embarking upon pressed upon her, adding a layer of gravity to her forthcoming words. The moonlight cast a gentle glow over Mara and Kale, highlighting the earnest expressions on their faces. The quiet beauty of the fountain and the soft illumination of the night provided a fitting backdrop for the final remarks of the evening. Mara's thoughts gathered as she prepared to speak, her mind reflecting on the journey that had brought them to this point. The moments of tension, the efforts to bridge divides, and the shared celebrations of unity were all part of the narrative she was about to unfold. Cale stood next to Mara, his demeanor equally poised and reflective. His eyes, like Mara's, scanned the faces of those gathered, taking in the expressions of hope and anticipation. The shared sense of accomplishment and the collective optimism about the future were evident in the crowd's demeanor. As Mara prepared to speak, Cale's supportive presence was a testament to their partnership and shared vision. Together they were about to offer words that would encapsulate the essence of the night and the promise it held. As Mara began to speak, her voice carried the weight of both their hopes and the collective achievements of the evening. The crowd listened intently, the silence around the fountain a testament to the importance of her words. Each sentence she spoke was a reflection of the journey they had undertaken and the future they were poised to embrace. The moment was a poignant closure to the night's festivities, marking not just the end of a celebration but the beginning of a new era defined by unity and shared purpose. We stand here tonight not just as rulers, but as members of a united community, Mara began, her voice carrying with clarity through the crisp night air. The words resonated across the garden, their sincerity reinforced by the serene ambience of the moonlit fountain. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the gathered crowd, taking in the faces illuminated by the gentle glow of lanterns. Each individual, from the youngest child to the oldest elder, was a part of this collective journey, and Mara's words sought to acknowledge that shared experience. This celebration is a testament to what we can achieve when we set aside our differences and work together for a common purpose. Mara continued, her tone imbued with a deep sense of pride. The festivities that surrounded them were not merely a backdrop but a living representation of their collective effort and unity. The joyful mingling of both kingdoms' people, their shared laughter and camaraderie, embodied the success of their collaborative endeavor. Mara's words underscored the significance of the evening, highlighting how their unity had transformed into a tangible, vibrant reality. It is a symbol of our commitment to peace, to collaboration, and to the future we are building together, Mara declared, her voice steady and resolute. The emphasis on peace and collaboration was not just a ceremonial gesture but a reflection of their shared vision for a harmonious future. The fountain's shimmering water seemed to echo her sentiments, adding a layer of tranquility to the moment. The celebration was a manifestation of their dedication to creating a future where differences were celebrated and cooperation was the cornerstone of their relationship. As Mara spoke, the crowd remained absorbed in her words, their expressions a mix of admiration and hope. The impact of her speech was evident in the way the audience leaned in, their collective attention focused on the promise of a unified future. The ambience of the garden, with its softly glowing lanterns and the soothing sounds of the fountain, provided a fitting setting for the gravity of her message. The celebration had culminated in this poignant moment, where the shared vision of peace and unity was being reaffirmed. Mara's address was a culmination of the evening's festivities, wrapping the event in a layer of reflective significance. Her words served to crystallize the collective achievements of the past, and to set a hopeful tone for the future. The emotional weight of the moment was palpable, as the crowd absorbed the depth of what had been accomplished, and what lay ahead. The celebration was more than a party. It was a foundational moment in the shared history of the two kingdoms. As she finished, Mara's gaze met Cale's, a silent acknowledgement of their shared accomplishment. The words she had spoken were not just about celebrating the present but about cementing the future. The night's festivities had provided a powerful reminder of what could be achieved through unity and dedication. The crowd's response, a mix of applause and heartfelt cheers, was a testament to the success of their efforts and the bright future they were now poised to embrace together. Cale stepped forward, his presence commanding attention as he took his place beside Mara. His eyes moved methodically across the faces of the crowd, each one illuminated by the soft glow of the lanterns. The multitude of expressions before him, ranging from hopeful anticipation to reflective gratitude, was a testament to the significance of the evening. As he addressed them, his voice carried a tone of resolve and reassurance, acknowledging the shared journey that had led to this pivotal moment. "We have come a long way," Cale began, his words deliberate and resonant. The weight of his statement was evident as he spoke, recognizing the immense progress that had been made in bridging the gap between their kingdoms. The journey from conflict to cooperation had been arduous, marked by both triumphs and setbacks. By highlighting their achievements, Cale underscored the importance of acknowledging how far they had come, while also preparing the crowd for the reality of the road that still lay ahead. "But our journey is far from over," Cale continued, his tone growing more resolute. His acknowledgement of the challenges that awaited them was not a deterrent but a call to action. He understood that the path to lasting unity would require ongoing effort and dedication. The journey was not merely about celebrating their successes, but also about preparing to face future obstacles with the same determination and resilience that had brought them this far. "There will be challenges ahead," he said, his gaze steady and unyielding. The prospect of future difficulties was a realistic component of his message, reminding the crowd that while the evening was a significant milestone, it was not the end of their efforts. Cale's words served as a call to remain vigilant and committed, reinforcing the idea that maintaining unity would require continuous work and mutual support from all members of their newly united community. "But if tonight has shown us anything," Cale asserted, his voice filled with conviction, "it is that we are capable of overcoming those challenges." The celebration itself, with its display of unity and shared joy, was evidence of their collective strength. By drawing on the success of the evening, Cale emphasized that their ability to surmount future difficulties was grounded in their recent achievements. The collective experience of overcoming past challenges had prepared them to tackle whatever lay ahead with renewed confidence. "Together, we are stronger than we ever were apart," Cale concluded, his words a powerful affirmation of the evening's theme. The unity they had achieved was not merely a political or ceremonial success but a profound realization of their collective strength. As the crowd absorbed his final statement, there was a palpable sense of unity and determination that permeated the garden. The celebration had not only marked the beginning of a new era but had also fortified their resolve to face the future as a unified and resilient community. The crowd erupted in applause, their cheers and clapping creating a resounding wave of sound that cascaded through the garden. The joyful noise echoed off the surrounding walls and mingled with the soft gurgle of the fountain, creating a harmonious backdrop to the evening's celebrations. The collective enthusiasm of the crowd was palpable, their claps and cheers a vivid expression of their shared excitement and approval. The garden, bathed in moonlight and festooned with lanterns, seemed to come alive with the energy and optimism of the gathered people. As the clapping gradually subsided, Mara and Cale took their places at the forefront of the assembly. Their poised figures, framed against the shimmering backdrop of the fountain, were the focal point of the evening. Both rulers raised their goblets high, each filled with a wine that represented the finest offerings from their respective kingdoms. The goblets caught the light, their contents gleaming with a rich, deep hue that symbolized the abundance and prosperity they hoped to share. The gesture was both ceremonial and deeply personal, marking a moment of unity and celebration. "To peace, to unity, and to the future," Mara declared, her voice ringing with unwavering conviction. Her words were not merely a toast but a powerful affirmation of the ideals that had guided their journey. The clarity and strength of her voice cut through the lingering echoes of applause, drawing the attention of every individual present. The sentiment she expressed was one that resonated deeply with the gathered crowd, encapsulating the essence of what they had worked so hard to achieve. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of shared purpose as Mara and Kale raised their goblets in a synchronized gesture of celebration. The clink of their glasses was a soft yet significant sound, marking the conclusion of their speeches and the beginning of a new chapter. As the wine flowed freely, the act of toasting became a symbol of the hopes and dreams that had been poured into the unity they now celebrated. The ceremonial aspect of the toast was imbued with the personal significance of their journey and the bond they had forged. The crowd responded to the toast with renewed applause and cheers, their excitement mingling with the sound of the flowing wine. The celebration was more than just a party. It was a communal affirmation of their collective achievements and the promise of a brighter future. The joyful reactions of the attendees, coupled with the festive ambience of the garden, created a sense of unity and shared celebration that transcended the formalities of the evening. As Mara and Kale looked out over the crowd, the satisfaction of their accomplishments was evident in their expressions. The toast had encapsulated the spirit of the evening, reflecting both the hard work that had led to this moment and the hopeful aspirations for what lay ahead. The combination of the rapturous applause, the shared clinking of goblets, and the heartfelt declaration of their commitment to peace and unity made the night a memorable celebration of their collective journey and future. To peace! The crowd echoed, their voices rising in a unified cheer that reverberated through the garden. The jubilant exclamation was more than just words. It was a powerful affirmation of the shared values and aspirations that had brought them together. Each individual, from high-ranking dignitaries to the common folk, raised their glasses high in a sweeping gesture of solidarity. The collective action of lifting their glasses was a tangible manifestation of their commitment to the ideals of harmony and cooperation that the evening celebrated. The sight of so many glasses being raised in unison created a sea of shimmering reflections under the moonlit sky. The clinking of countless glasses as they touched was a crisp, celebratory sound that added to the festive atmosphere. The golden hues of the wine, illuminated by the soft glow of the lanterns, added a touch of warmth to the scene, symbolizing the unity and shared joy that defined the moment. The act of toasting together transformed the garden into a vibrant tableau of collective hope and festivity. As the cheers of "To peace!" echoed through the garden, Mara and Kale watched with satisfaction. Their eyes met over the sea of raised glasses, a silent exchange of pride and relief. The emotional weight of the moment was palpable, their shared vision now fully embraced by the people. The echo of the crowd's cheer was a testament to the success of their efforts, affirming that their dream of unity and collaboration had truly taken root. The enthusiasm of the crowd was matched by the palpable sense of unity that permeated the garden. The shared toast was a powerful reminder of the progress they had made and the future they were committed to building. Each cheer and raised glass was a personal declaration of support for the peace and collaboration that Mara and Kale had worked tirelessly to achieve. The collective spirit of the evening was a stark contrast to the divisions of the past, highlighting the transformative impact of their efforts. As the initial excitement of the toast settled, a gentle hum of contentment filled the air. The crowd continued to mingle and celebrate, their conversations and laughter creating a warm, inviting atmosphere. The sight of so many people, all joined in a single purpose, underscored the significance of the evening. The echo of "To peace!" served as both a celebration of their current achievements and a hopeful promise for the future. The garden, now alive with the sounds of joy and camaraderie, was a fitting backdrop for the culmination of their efforts. The raised glasses and echoed cheers symbolized more than just a moment of celebration. They represented a shared commitment to a future defined by unity and collaboration. The evening had successfully transformed their collective aspirations into a tangible reality, and the reverberation of their toast was a poignant reminder of the journey they had undertaken together. The moment was electric, charged with a palpable energy that seemed to envelop everyone present. the collective cheer of "To peace!" had transformed into a shared vow, binding the crowd in a unified commitment to the ideals they had come together to celebrate. Each individual, holding their glass aloft, felt a profound connection to the others around them, as if the act of toasting had woven them into a single, cohesive fabric. The electric atmosphere was a testament to the power of collective aspiration and mutual hope. As the guests took their first sips, the sense of unity solidified, becoming something tangible and real. The wine, rich and smooth, seemed to symbolize the blending of their diverse cultures and traditions into a harmonious whole. Each taste was a reminder of the hard-fought peace and the collaborative effort that had brought them to this point. The moment, marked by the clinking of glasses and the shared enjoyment of the festivities, transformed abstract ideals into a concrete experience of togetherness and cooperation. This was indeed the dawn of a new era, one built on a foundation of trust and cooperation that had been painstakingly established through months of effort and negotiation. The evening's celebration was more than a mere party. It was a reflection of the shared journey that had led them here and the promise of what was yet to come. The joy and camaraderie on display were testaments to the strength of their new alliance and the potential it held for the future. As the celebration continued into the night, the sense of excitement and possibility was undeniable. The vibrant atmosphere, filled with music, laughter, and animated conversation, conveyed the feeling that this was just the beginning of something truly extraordinary. The event had successfully marked the beginning of a new chapter, where the barriers of the past had been replaced by a spirit of collaboration and shared purpose. The night unfolded with an air of optimism and potential, as if the festivities themselves were a living embodiment of the promises made and the hopes shared. The gardens, lit by the warm glow of lanterns and the twinkling stars above, became a backdrop for the unfolding story of a unified future. Each moment of the celebration seemed to build upon the last, creating a sense of continuity and momentum that carried them forward into the new era they had envisioned. As the evening drew to a close, the lingering sense of unity and excitement was a powerful reminder of the journey ahead. The bonds formed and the shared experiences of the night were not just fleeting memories, but the start of a lasting transformation. The celebration had solidified their collective commitment to a future defined by peace and cooperation, and the sense of something extraordinary beginning was a testament to the strength and promise of their newfound alliance. Under the canopy of stars, Mara and Kale stood side by side, their figures silhouetted against the deep, velvety sky. The celestial display above them seemed to mirror the hope and promise that filled their hearts. They gazed out over the garden, now quieting down as the festivities wound to a close. The sense of accomplishment and fulfillment was palpable, a testament to their hard work and dedication. The stars, like distant beacons, seemed to symbolize the bright future they had set in motion for their people. As they reflected on the evening's success, the challenges that lay ahead no longer seemed as daunting. The fears and uncertainties that had once clouded their path were replaced by a newfound confidence. Mara and Kale understood that the strength of their unity was a powerful tool, capable of overcoming any obstacles they might encounter. The solidarity they had forged, both among themselves and within their realms, provided a solid foundation on which to build their shared future. Their conversation turned to the endless possibilities that lay before them. The evening had been a celebration of more than just the peace they had achieved. It was a nod to the potential that now stretched out before them. The vision they had crafted together was not limited to the present moment, but was a gateway to a future brimming with opportunities. The optimism they felt was not just for the immediate future but for the generations to come, as they anticipated the positive changes their united efforts would bring. The soft murmur of the remaining guests, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze provided a serene backdrop to their reflections. Mara and Kale took a moment to savor the tranquility and satisfaction of their accomplishment. The calm of the night was a stark contrast to the tumultuous journey that had brought them here, highlighting the peace they had worked so hard to achieve. It was a time for quiet celebration, where the enormity of their success could be fully appreciated. Together, they celebrated, not just the peace they had secured but the spirit of collaboration and shared vision that had made it possible. The joy of the evening was a reflection of the deeper connection they had cultivated between their kingdoms. As they looked to the future, it was with a sense of excitement and anticipation. The unity they had achieved was a testament to their resilience and determination, and they were eager to explore the potential it held. In the stillness of the night, with the stars as their silent witnesses, Mara and Kale felt a profound sense of contentment. They knew that the path they had paved was only the beginning of a journey toward a more harmonious and prosperous future. The celebration had marked a significant milestone, but it also highlighted the promise of what was yet to come. The endless possibilities of their united future were now within reach, and they embraced the horizon with hope and confidence. Chapter 60: A Romantic Interlude. The night had grown still, the once vibrant sounds of celebration fading as the final revelers slowly made their way home. The lively laughter and rhythmic music that had animated the palace gardens were now replaced by an enveloping silence, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of the night breeze. The air, once filled with the exuberance of the festivities, had settled into a serene calm, allowing the tranquility of the night to take center stage. The garden's transformation from a scene of exuberant revelry to a quiet, moonlit sanctuary marked a poignant shift, reflecting the end of a significant chapter in their journey. The palace gardens were now bathed in the soft, silvery glow of moonlight, which cast gentle shadows and highlighted the delicate features of the landscape. The lanterns, which had earlier flickered with warm hues, were now dimmed, their soft light mingling with the moon's ethereal sheen. The vibrant blooms and lush greenery, which had earlier been vibrant with color, now appeared in muted tones under the moon's gaze. This quiet, reflective ambience provided a perfect backdrop for Mara and Kale, offering a moment of calm after the whirlwind of events. For Mara and Kale, this was a time they had specifically reserved for themselves, a rare opportunity to step away from the weighty responsibilities and relentless duties that had occupied them for so long. The evening had been a celebration of their shared accomplishments and the promising future they had secured for their people, but this moment was about them. It was a chance to pause, to reflect, and to savor the personal connection that had deepened through their shared efforts and triumphs. The peacefulness of the night offered them a chance to enjoy the fruits of their labor in an intimate and personal setting. Tonight was their night, a precious space carved out to honor not only their achievements as rulers but also the profound bond that had grown between them. In the stillness of the gardens, away from the public eye and the demands of leadership, Mara and Kale found solace and joy in each other's company. As they stood together beneath the moonlit sky, they celebrated their partnership, a relationship that had evolved from professional collaboration into something deeply meaningful. This moment, serene and personal, was a testament to their shared journey and the bright future that lay ahead. Mara stood at the edge of the reflecting pool, her gaze fixed on the shimmering surface of the water. The moonlight danced upon the calm waters, creating a mesmerizing play of light and shadow. The pool, once a backdrop to the evening's festivities, now mirrored the stillness of the night, offering a moment of serene contemplation. The soft ripple of the water, disturbed only by the occasional breeze, seemed to echo the tranquility that Mara was beginning to feel. The night air was cool and crisp, carrying with it a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves overhead. The subtle, soothing sounds of the night created a calming atmosphere, allowing Mara to let go of the tension that had accumulated over months of relentless duties. The coolness against her skin and the rhythmic whisper of the breeze provided a welcome respite from the heat of the day and the pressures of her role. This quiet interlude was a rare gift, a brief pause in the whirlwind of her responsibilities. As Mara took in the tranquil beauty surrounding her, she felt a profound sense of calm that had been elusive for what felt like an eternity. The responsibilities and challenges that had once seemed all-consuming were momentarily set aside, leaving her with a sense of peace she had longed for. The reflecting pool, with its quiet allure, was a reminder of the balance she had sought to achieve, a balance between duty and personal contentment. She sensed Cale's presence behind her, a comforting warmth that contrasted with the cool night air. His closeness was a reassuring reminder of the bond they shared, one that had been forged through their journey together. As Mara stood there, enveloped in the gentle night and Cale's silent support, she allowed herself to fully embrace this fleeting moment of calm. The serenity of the night, combined with Cale's presence, offered her a deep sense of connection and solace, making this quiet interlude all the more precious. He stepped closer, his presence a comforting anchor amidst the tranquil night. With a subtle grace, he reached out and gently took her hand in his. The warmth of his touch contrasted with the cool air, offering a soothing reassurance that seemed to melt away the last remnants of tension she had been holding. His fingers, firm yet tender, intertwined with hers in a gesture that spoke volumes more than words ever could. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice low and gentle, carrying a note of concern that was both calming and intimate. The question was more than a simple inquiry. It was an expression of his deep care and attentiveness. His tone was soft, almost reverent, as though he was mindful of the delicate space they were sharing. The sincerity in his voice reached out to her, providing a safe harbor in the midst of her reflections. As Mara looked up, she met his gaze, which was filled with genuine empathy and understanding. The warmth of his hand and the tenderness of his voice created a cocoon of comfort around her. The cool night air seemed to soften under his reassuring presence, making the moment feel both intimate and expansive. It was as if his concern and closeness had the power to bring a sense of completeness to the calm that enveloped them. She gave his hand a gentle squeeze, a silent affirmation of both her well-being and her appreciation for his support. The simple, unspoken exchange between them was filled with a profound connection, reinforcing the bond they had nurtured through their shared journey. In that quiet, moonlit moment, with the night's serenity as their backdrop, Mara felt a deep sense of contentment and gratitude for the partnership they had forged. She smiled, the corners of her lips lifting in a genuine expression of contentment as she turned to face him. The warmth of her smile seemed to light up the night, reflecting the peace and satisfaction she felt. Her eyes sparkled with the soft glow of the moonlight, conveying the depth of her emotions in a way that words alone might not have captured. The smile was both an acknowledgement of his concern and a signal of her own inner calm, a gentle reassurance that she was indeed at ease. "I'm more than all right," she replied, her voice infused with a sense of heartfelt joy. The words flowed effortlessly, carrying the weight of her true feelings and the fulfillment she had experienced throughout the evening. The sincerity in her voice was evident, and it mirrored the tranquil joy she felt inside. It was a simple declaration, yet it carried the essence of her appreciation for the night's events and the meaningful moments they had shared. "Tonight was everything we hoped it would be," she continued, her gaze unwavering and filled with a mixture of pride and happiness. Her words painted a vivid picture of the evening's success, encapsulating the culmination of their efforts and the realization of their dreams. The celebration had not only met but exceeded their expectations, and her statement was a testament to the hard work and dedication that had gone into making it a reality. The atmosphere around them seemed to resonate with her sentiments, as if the night itself was reflecting their joy and contentment. The moonlight and the soft breeze appeared to harmonize with their feelings, enhancing the sense of completion and satisfaction that enveloped them. In that serene moment, with the garden's quiet beauty as their backdrop, Mara and Kale shared a profound connection, celebrating not just the success of the evening but the deep bond that had brought them to this place. "It was," Kale agreed, his voice rich with earnestness as he spoke. His thumb brushed lightly over her knuckles, a tender gesture that conveyed both reassurance and affection. The softness of his touch was a gentle contrast to the coolness of the night air, creating a warm, intimate connection between them. Each delicate stroke seemed to amplify the depth of his feelings, underscoring the significance of the moment they were sharing. "But as much as I'm proud of what we've accomplished," he continued, his gaze fixed on her with a mixture of pride and tenderness. His words were heartfelt, carrying the weight of the immense effort and dedication they had both invested. The achievements of the evening, the successful celebration, and the united future they had envisioned were indeed monumental, but Kale's focus shifted, revealing something even more profound. His pride in their accomplishments was palpable, but it was his gratitude for their personal bond that truly resonated. "I'm even more grateful for this, for us," Kale added, his voice softening with the sincerity of his emotions. The emphasis on us highlighted the importance of their relationship amidst the grandeur of their achievements. The night had been a celebration of unity and success, but for Kale, the most cherished aspect was the deep and meaningful connection they had forged. His words reflected a deep appreciation for the partnership they had developed, a bond that had grown stronger through their shared journey and triumphs. As they stood together, hand in hand, the significance of his sentiment lingered in the air. The quiet of the night and the soft moonlight seemed to frame their moment of connection, amplifying the heartfelt nature of their exchange. Kale's gratitude for their relationship was a poignant reminder of the personal victories that had accompanied their public successes. In this intimate setting, amidst the tranquility of the night, they celebrated not just the external achievements but the profound, enduring bond they had nurtured along the way. Mara's heart swelled at his words, feeling a deep and profound warmth that seemed to resonate through every fiber of her being. The journey they had undertaken together had been anything but easy, marked by a series of trials that tested their resolve and commitment. Their path had been forged in the fires of conflict, each challenge adding to the strength of their bond and refining their shared purpose. The weight of their responsibilities had often been heavy, but through every obstacle and struggle, they had emerged stronger and more united. The journey that had brought them to this moment was not merely a tale of political maneuvering and strategic victories. It was a story of personal growth and mutual discovery, one that had tempered their connection through the harshest of trials. The intensity of their experiences had sculpted a relationship that was both resilient and deeply meaningful. The trials they faced had not only shaped their kingdoms but had also woven their lives together in ways they had never anticipated, creating a foundation that was both solid and enduring. In Kale, Mara had found more than just a fellow ruler. She had discovered a partner who understood her in ways no one else did. Their connection went beyond the professional and into the realm of the deeply personal. Kale was not merely someone who shared her duties and burdens. He was a kindred spirit who resonated with her vision and dreams. Their shared experiences had fostered a unique understanding and empathy that transcended their official roles, allowing them to connect on a level that was profoundly intimate. As Mara reflected on their relationship, she realized how rare and precious their bond was. It was a connection forged through mutual respect, shared goals, and unwavering support. In Kale, she had found not just an ally but a confidant and a companion whose presence enriched her life in ways she had always hoped for but never fully expected. Their relationship was a testament to the strength they had built together, a beacon of hope and unity that would continue to guide them as they faced the future hand in hand. "Come with me," Kale whispered, his voice low and inviting, carrying a hint of mischief. The playful smile tugging at his lips was infectious, and it spoke of an adventurous spirit that belied the calm of the night. His eyes sparkled with a light-hearted glint, as though he were on the brink of revealing a secret or leading her to a hidden delight. The warmth of his smile and the softness of his voice created an irresistible allure, drawing Mara closer with the promise of an intimate moment shared between them. Mara glanced up at him, curiosity piqued by his charming invitation. The atmosphere of the night, serene and tranquil, seemed to amplify the sense of intrigue in his words. The soft glow of the moonlight played across his features, highlighting the genuine affection and excitement that filled his expression. The quiet surroundings seemed to hold their breath, making the moment feel suspended in time as she considered the possibilities that lay ahead. Without hesitation, Mara allowed herself to be led by Cale, trusting in the bond they shared and the joy that his presence always brought. As they moved away from the reflecting pool and the quiet of the gardens, she felt a thrill of anticipation. The night was still and filled with promise, and Cale's playful demeanor added a touch of excitement to their journey. His hand, warm and steady in hers, guided her through the shadows, creating a sense of intimacy and connection that felt both exhilarating and comforting. As they ventured into the heart of the palace grounds, the world around them seemed to dissolve into a backdrop for their shared moment. The playful smile never left Cale's lips, and the light-hearted nature of his invitation seemed to brighten the path ahead. Mara couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder and delight, knowing that this spontaneous adventure was a testament to the special bond they had cultivated. Together, they embraced the night, savoring the simple joy of being in each other's company, free from the weight of their usual responsibilities. Without hesitation, Mara followed Cale as he led her along a winding path through the gardens. The path meandered through the lush greenery, illuminated by the soft, silvery glow of the moon. Each step they took was accompanied by the gentle rustling of leaves and the subtle crunch of gravel underfoot. The interplay of moonlight and shadow created a magical atmosphere, where the world seemed to shift into a realm of dreamlike beauty. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers, adding to the sense of serene enchantment that enveloped them. They walked in comfortable silence, the quiet of the night providing a soothing backdrop to their shared moment. The peace and tranquility of the gardens allowed them to savor the intimacy of their connection, free from the demands of their roles and the bustle of the celebration. The silence between them was filled with unspoken understanding and affection, creating a space where they could simply be present with each other. The gentle hum of the evening added a layer of serenity, making their stroll feel both personal and profound. It wasn't long before they arrived at a secluded alcove, hidden away from the rest of the garden. The alcove was a hidden gem, cocooned by the embrace of flowering vines and softly glowing lanterns that cast a warm, inviting light. At its center was a small table, set with care and elegance. The table was adorned with a delicate arrangement of flowers that complemented the natural beauty surrounding them. The bottle of wine placed carefully beside the floral centerpiece hinted at a thoughtful touch, adding a sense of romance to the already intimate setting. The scene was simple, yet it spoke volumes about the thoughtfulness behind it. The meticulous arrangement and the serene location reflected Cale's deep understanding of what would make this moment special for Mara. It was a testament to his attention to detail and his desire to create a space where they could escape the world's pressures and enjoy each other's company. As Mara took in the scene, she felt a surge of warmth and appreciation, recognizing the effort and affection that had gone into creating this perfect, tranquil retreat. Cale pulled out a chair for Mara, his gesture both chivalrous and endearing. As she settled into the seat, her eyes sparkled with curiosity and a touch of playful intrigue. The soft glow of the lanterns cast a warm light on her face, highlighting the genuine interest that lit up her features. The secluded alcove, with its intimate setup, seemed to amplify her sense of wonder, making the moment feel even more special and personal. "What is this?" Mara asked, her tone teasing and filled with anticipation. Her gaze shifted from the delicate floral arrangement on the table to the bottle of wine, each element adding to the charm of the scene. Her playful question was laced with a hint of expectation, as if she were eager to uncover the surprise that Cale had meticulously planned. The warmth of the evening, combined with the cozy setting, made her inquiry feel like a natural extension of their shared intimacy. Cale's eyes met hers with a twinkle of amusement and affection. He allowed a brief moment of silence to stretch, savoring the anticipation that hung in the air. With a gentle smile, he finally spoke, his voice soft and filled with warmth. "I thought we might take a break from the festivities and enjoy a quiet moment together," he explained, his words carrying the sincerity of his intentions. The simplicity of his explanation contrasted with the elaborate setting, creating a poignant balance between grand gestures and genuine affection. As Mara listened to Cale's words, she felt a rush of appreciation for the thoughtful surprise he had orchestrated. The night's tranquility and the carefully arranged details spoke to his deep understanding of her needs and desires. Her heart swelled with gratitude and affection, recognizing that this intimate dinner was not just a reprieve from their responsibilities, but a heartfelt expression of their bond. The moment was a perfect blend of romance and relaxation, underscoring the depth of their connection and the joy they found in each other's company. "Just a little surprise," Cale replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting the soft light of the lanterns as he poured them each a glass of wine. The rich, deep hue of the wine glimmered in the dim light, promising a toast to the special occasion. The act of pouring the wine was deliberate and slow, each movement infused with care and attention. The subtle clink of the glass as it filled seemed to punctuate the tranquility of the evening, adding to the sense of intimacy that surrounded them. "After everything we've been through," Cale continued, his voice gentle and contemplative, "I thought we deserved a moment to ourselves." The weight of his words carried the significance of their shared journey, the trials they had overcome, and the milestones they had achieved. His tone was imbued with a deep sense of gratitude and reflection, acknowledging the effort and dedication that had brought them to this point. The quiet of the night seemed to echo his sentiments, enhancing the profound nature of the moment. "To celebrate us," he concluded, lifting his glass in a gesture that was both affectionate and celebratory. His words, simple yet profound, captured the essence of their shared experience. The celebration was not merely about their recent achievements, but also about the bond they had nurtured and the love that had grown amidst the challenges. His gaze lingered on Mara, a mixture of pride and tenderness in his expression, as he conveyed the importance of this personal celebration. Mara's heart warmed at his gesture, touched by the thoughtful simplicity of the moment. The wine, the setting, and Cale's words all contributed to a feeling of deep connection and shared joy. As she raised her glass in response, she felt an overwhelming sense of contentment and appreciation. The evening, with its quiet elegance and sincere sentiment, was a perfect reflection of the love and partnership they had built together. It was a celebration of their journey, their triumphs, and most importantly, their unwavering support for one another. Mara took the glass Cale offered, her fingers brushing against his as she accepted it. The delicate weight of the glass felt reassuring in her hand, a tangible reminder of the thoughtful surprise he had prepared. Her gaze met his, and she could see the affection and understanding reflected in his eyes. The warmth of the wine seemed to mirror the warmth of his gesture, and she was deeply touched by the care he had put into this moment. "You always know exactly what I need, don't you?" she asked, her voice carrying a blend of admiration and tenderness. Her question was both a compliment and an expression of her gratitude, acknowledging the depth of his intuition and his ability to make her feel cherished. The gentle curve of her smile spoke volumes, conveying how much she valued his thoughtful attention and the emotional support he had consistently provided. Cale's smile widened at her words, a mixture of pride and contentment lighting up his features. He took a sip from his own glass before responding, savoring the sweetness of the wine and the satisfaction of having made her feel special. "I try," he replied softly, his tone reflecting the sincerity of his effort. "It's important to me that you feel valued and understood, especially after everything we've been through together." The night seemed to hold its breath as they shared this moment of connection. The serenity of the alcove, coupled with the gentle clink of their glasses, created a sense of peaceful intimacy. Mara's heart swelled with affection, appreciating not just the thoughtful gesture but the profound understanding that Cale brought into their relationship. As they toasted to their shared journey and the future that awaited them, the simplicity of the evening became a beautiful testament to their love and the deep bond they had forged. "I try," Cale said, his gaze softening as it met hers. The intensity in his eyes dimmed to a tender warmth, reflecting the depth of his feelings. His voice carried a quiet sincerity, and the sincerity was evident in the way he held her gaze. The soft light of the lantern seemed to amplify the gentleness of his expression, making the moment feel even more intimate. "I wanted tonight to be special," he continued, his words deliberate and filled with meaning. "For us to remember why we're doing all of this." His tone conveyed the importance he placed on this evening, highlighting his desire to create a memorable experience amidst the weight of their responsibilities. The care he had put into planning the surprise was a testament to his commitment to making their shared moments meaningful, even in the midst of their demanding roles. Cale paused for a moment, letting his words sink in before he added, "Not just for our kingdoms, but for each other." His emphasis on the personal aspect of their celebration underscored the deep connection they shared. It was a reminder that, despite the grand scope of their duties, the love and partnership between them were the foundation of their strength. His voice carried a note of vulnerability, revealing how much he valued their relationship and the role it played in their journey. Mara's heart warmed at his declaration, touched by the heartfelt sentiment behind his words. The evening, with its serene beauty and thoughtful touches, had already been a special occasion, but Cale's intention to honor their bond added a profound layer to the celebration. As she looked at him, she felt a renewed sense of gratitude for the shared journey they had embarked on and the love that had carried them through. The night, with its quiet elegance and sincere affection, was a perfect reflection of the deep connection they cherished. They clinked their glasses together, the sound delicate in the stillness of the night. The gentle chimes seemed to hang in the air, a soft acknowledgement of their shared moment. As the night deepened, the noise of the celebration faded into the background, leaving them in a serene bubble of tranquility. The rich tones of their glasses meeting were a reminder of the simple yet profound connection they had cultivated amidst their grand responsibilities. As they sipped the wine, a rich vintage from Cale's kingdom, they fell into easy conversation. The wine's complexity mirrored the depth of their discussion, each sip enhancing the intimacy of their exchange. They spoke of the celebration, recounting the moments of joy they had witnessed, the lively interactions, and the sense of fulfillment that came from seeing their vision materialize. The conversation flowed naturally, reflecting their shared experiences and the satisfaction of their achievements. Gradually, their talk shifted to more personal matters, delving into the intimate aspects of their relationship. They reminisced about quiet moments they had shared, times spent away from the public eye, where they had simply enjoyed each other's presence. These memories were a testament to the bond they had nurtured, contrasting with the grandeur of their roles as rulers. Their voices softened as they spoke of these cherished times, revealing the depth of their emotional connection. Their conversation then turned to dreams for the future, filled with hopes and aspirations that extended beyond their immediate responsibilities. They shared their visions of what lay ahead, discussing their desires and the potential paths they wished to explore together. The happiness they found in one another's company was evident in their smiles and the warmth that radiated from their words. In this quiet, intimate moment, they celebrated not just their successes but the profound joy of their partnership, feeling reassured that their shared journey was as fulfilling as it was significant. "Do you remember the first time we met?" Cale asked, a nostalgic smile playing on his lips. His voice carried a gentle curiosity, as though he was inviting Mara to revisit a cherished memory. The smile on his face was a mix of fondness and amusement, hinting at the significance of that initial encounter. The night's calm seemed to amplify the warmth of his recollection, drawing them both into a shared moment of reflection. Mara's eyes softened as she considered his question, her mind drifting back to their first meeting. She recalled the intricate details of that day, the tension in the air, the unfamiliarity of their roles, and the subtle hints of the connection that would grow between them. "I do," she replied, her voice carrying a tender nostalgia. "It was a time of uncertainty, but there was something undeniably compelling about you from the start." Cale's gaze remained fixed on her, the memory clearly vivid in his mind. "I remember being struck by your strength and resolve," he continued, his tone reflective. "You had this way of commanding respect without demanding it. It was both intimidating and inspiring." His words carried a deep admiration, revealing how their initial impressions had shaped his view of her and contributed to the bond they had since developed. Mara smiled, touched by his words. "And you," she said, "you had this quiet confidence that drew me in. I could see the dedication in your eyes, the same drive that I now see in everything you do." Their shared recollection was a testament to how far they had come since that first meeting. The memory, once a simple encounter, had evolved into a foundation of mutual respect and affection, setting the stage for the deep connection they now celebrated. Mara chuckled softly, the sound a gentle ripple in the quiet of the night. "How could I forget?" she began, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "You were so serious, so determined to convince me that peace was possible." Her laughter carried a touch of nostalgia, remembering how Cale had approached their first meeting with an earnestness that had both intrigued and bewildered her. The seriousness with which he had spoken about their shared future had seemed almost outlandish at the time. Cale's expression softened, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I suppose I was rather insistent," he admitted, his tone laced with a hint of self-deprecation. "But I believed in it so strongly, this vision of peace and unity. I couldn't see any other way forward." His words reflected the fervor and commitment he had felt from the beginning, a commitment that had driven him to push for a future that had seemed so distant back then. Mara continued to smile, shaking her head slightly. "I thought you were mad, to be honest," she said, her voice carrying a playful edge. "You had this grand idea of bridging two worlds that were so different, and I wasn't sure how you could make it happen." Her initial skepticism had been a natural response to the ambitious nature of his goals. Yet, looking back, she could see how his vision, though once seemingly far-fetched, had gradually become a reality. Cale laughed softly, his eyes meeting hers with a mixture of gratitude and affection. "And yet here we are," he said, his voice filled with warmth. "You were willing to take that leap of faith with me, even when it seemed impossible. For that, I'll always be thankful." The moment was a celebration of their journey from doubt and skepticism to achievement and unity. Their shared laughter and reflections on the past underscored the depth of their connection and the remarkable progress they had made together. "And now?" Cale prompted, raising an eyebrow with a hint of playful curiosity. His gaze remained fixed on Mara, inviting her to continue their conversation with a touch of challenge. The question hung in the air, a gentle nudge to reflect on the transformation that had occurred since their first meeting. It was a question that carried both the weight of their shared journey and the promise of the future they were building together. Mara met his gaze with a thoughtful smile, her eyes reflecting the flickering light of the nearby lanterns. "Now," she began, her tone warm and contemplative, "I see how far we've come. What once seemed like an impossible dream has become our reality. Your determination and vision weren't madness after all, but the driving force behind something truly extraordinary." Her words acknowledged the depth of their accomplishments, and the way their once unlikely goals had evolved into tangible successes. Cale's expression softened, a sense of pride evident in his features. "I'm glad you think so," he said, his voice sincere. "It's been a journey of growth, not just for our kingdoms but for us as well. What began as a bold vision has grown into something far greater than I could have imagined." His words reflected the gratitude and satisfaction he felt in looking back on their shared efforts, recognizing the strength of their partnership in achieving their dreams. Mara reached out, her hand brushing gently against his. "And I wouldn't have wanted to share this journey with anyone else," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "Together, we've created something beautiful, something that will continue to grow and flourish long into the future." Their shared glance and tender touch underscored the profound connection they had forged, celebrating not just their successes, but the deep bond that had made their journey together so meaningful. "Now I see that you were right," Mara admitted, her expression turning tender as she gazed at Cale. Her words carried a depth of reflection, acknowledging the accuracy of his vision that had once seemed so distant. The sincerity in her voice was matched by the warmth in her eyes, revealing the profound impact of their journey on her perspective. The realization that his ambitious dreams had materialized into reality was a testament to the strength of their shared efforts. She continued, her voice softening further as she considered their journey. "But more than that, I see how much we've both changed. How much we've grown together." Her words were imbued with a sense of appreciation for the personal transformation they had experienced alongside their political achievements. The growth they had undergone was not just in the realm of leadership, but in their personal development and understanding of one another. Cale's gaze remained fixed on her, his own emotions reflecting the depth of her sentiments. "It's true," he agreed, his tone resonating with a quiet acknowledgement. "We've both evolved in ways I never expected. The challenges we faced and the victories we celebrated have shaped us into who we are today. Our bond has grown stronger, and our vision for the future has become clearer." His words underscored the mutual journey of growth and discovery that had strengthened their connection. Mara reached out, her hand finding his with a sense of reassurance. "I'm grateful for every moment of it," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "Every challenge, every triumph, it's all brought us to this point. And I'm excited for what the future holds, knowing that we'll continue to face it together." Their shared touch and heartfelt words celebrated not only their past achievements, but also the enduring strength of their partnership, ready to embrace the future with renewed hope and unity. Cale reached across the table, his fingers gently closing around Mara's hand. The gesture was intimate, a physical connection that mirrored the depth of his feelings. "You've always been my equal, Mara," he began, his voice steady and sincere. "My partner." His words conveyed a profound respect and appreciation for the way they had shared their responsibilities and challenges. It was a recognition of the balance and strength that had defined their collaboration from the start. He paused, searching for the right words to express the depth of his emotions. "But somewhere along the way," he continued, his gaze locking with hers, "you became so much more to me." The admission was heartfelt, revealing a layer of vulnerability that spoke to the evolving nature of their relationship. What had begun as a partnership had grown into something far richer and more complex, marked by an emotional connection that transcended their roles as rulers. Mara felt a rush of warmth at his words, her heart swelling with a mix of affection and gratitude. The realization that she held such a special place in Cale's life was deeply moving. "I've felt the same way," she replied softly, her fingers squeezing his in return. "You've been more than just a partner to me. Through everything we've faced, you've become a source of strength and inspiration." Her response echoed the sentiment of their shared journey, acknowledging the personal bond that had developed alongside their professional achievements. As they held each other's gaze, the moment became a quiet celebration of their enduring connection. "Together," Cale said, his voice filled with conviction, "we've built something extraordinary. And I look forward to all that lies ahead, knowing that we face it as more than just partners. We face it as a united force, bound by a love and understanding that has grown deeper with each passing day." The shared sincerity of their words and the gentle touch of their hands underscored the strength of their relationship and their shared vision for the future. The words hung between them, charged with meaning that filled the quiet space around them. Mara felt her pulse quicken, her heart racing as she searched his eyes for the truth of his feelings. The intensity of the moment was palpable, a reflection of the deep emotions that had been building for so long. Their gazes locked, and she saw the depth of his feelings mirrored in her own, a connection that transcended their roles and responsibilities. They had danced around this moment for what felt like an eternity, always allowing their duties and the weight of their positions to take precedence over what lay within their hearts. The pressures of leadership, the demands of their kingdoms, and the expectations of their people had often overshadowed the personal desires that they had kept tucked away. But now, as they stood together under the canopy of stars, the barriers that had once held them back seemed to dissolve. In this serene and intimate setting, there was nothing to hold them back. The stars above witnessed their unspoken truths, and the gentle breeze seemed to whisper encouragement. The world outside the garden had receded, leaving only the two of them in this moment of clarity and connection. The responsibilities that had so often defined their lives were momentarily set aside, allowing them to fully embrace the feelings that had grown between them. Mara's heart swelled with anticipation and a sense of liberation. The boundaries that had constrained their emotions were finally removed, revealing a new horizon of possibility. Under the soft glow of moonlight, surrounded by the tranquility of the night, they stood on the brink of a profound new chapter in their relationship, one that promised to deepen their bond and bring their shared dreams into even sharper focus. With a soft smile playing on her lips, Mara rose from her seat, her movements graceful and deliberate. She extended her hand toward Cale, gently pulling him to his feet. There was a quiet understanding between them, an unspoken agreement that this moment was theirs to savor. Without a word, she guided him to the center of the alcove, where the moonlight cascaded in a perfect circle, bathing them in a silvery glow. As they reached the center, Mara and Cale stood within the luminous halo, the night around them transformed into a private sanctuary. The soft light of the moon highlighted their features, creating an ethereal atmosphere that seemed to deepen the intimacy of the moment. There was no need for words or grand gestures. The simplicity of their presence in that space was enough. They began to dance, their movements fluid and harmonious. The sound of the breeze and the gentle rustle of leaves provided a natural, soothing accompaniment to their dance. The absence of music only seemed to enhance the experience, allowing them to focus entirely on each other. Cale's arms encircled Mara, drawing her close, and they swayed together with a rhythm that was slow and unhurried, as though time itself had paused to witness their connection. In that serene moment, as they danced beneath the stars, the world beyond the alcove felt distant and inconsequential. The quietude of the night enveloped them, creating a cocoon of peace and contentment. Their movements spoke of a deep bond, one forged through shared experiences and profound understanding. With each gentle sway and subtle shift, They celebrated not just the achievement of their shared goals, but the personal connection that had grown between them, reaffirming the strength and depth of their relationship. In his embrace, Mara experienced a profound sense of peace that she had never known before. Here, enveloped by Cale's arms, the weight of her royal duties and the burdens of leadership seemed to dissolve. For this moment, she was free from the expectations and pressures that came with her position. Instead, she was simply a woman who had discovered a deep and unexpected love, one that transcended the boundaries of her life as a queen. As she rested her head against his chest, the steady rhythm of Cale's heartbeat provided a soothing, almost hypnotic reassurance. The gentle rise and fall of his breath, coupled with the warmth of his body, created a sanctuary of calm amidst the chaos that had often surrounded them. The simple, intimate connection they shared in this quiet space allowed her to feel an unparalleled sense of belonging. The tranquility of the night, combined with Cale's comforting presence, created a perfect cocoon of serenity. Mara's thoughts drifted away from the complexities of their world, focusing instead on the deep, unspoken bond that held them together. In this moment, she was acutely aware that this was where she truly belonged, not just alongside Cale, but within the quiet, loving space they had carved out for themselves. As the world outside remained distant and muted, Mara cherished the feeling of being so intimately connected to Cale. The peace she found in his embrace was more than just a fleeting sentiment. It was a deep, abiding certainty that she had found something extraordinary. Here, under the stars and bathed in moonlight, she felt whole and content, knowing that their love had created a haven of peace and understanding that would endure through any challenge they might face. As they danced in the moonlit alcove, the world around them seemed to dissolve into the background, becoming an almost forgotten memory. The grandeur of their achievements, and the complexities of their roles as rulers faded into insignificance. In this intimate space, it was just the two of them, their movements synchronized in perfect harmony, embodying the deep connection that had been forged through countless challenges. The gentle rhythm of their dance was a reflection of the journey they had traveled together, a journey marked by trials, triumphs, and unwavering support. Each step they took, each tender embrace, spoke of the strength and resilience they had cultivated. This moment of serenity was a testament to the bond that had grown ever stronger with each obstacle they had overcome. Their dance was more than just a physical act. It was a profound expression of their unity and shared commitment. As they moved together under the canopy of stars, they were reminded of the purity of their connection. It was a quiet reassurance that, despite the uncertainties of the future, they would face whatever came their way side by side, with the same grace and strength that had brought them to this point. In the stillness of the night, with the soft glow of moonlight enveloping them, Mara and Cale found solace in each other's presence. This simple yet profound moment of contentment was a powerful reminder that their love and partnership would guide them through any challenge ahead. It was an affirmation of their shared journey and a promise that, no matter what lay beyond the horizon, they would continue to navigate it together, united in purpose and affection. The night unfolded in a blissful haze of whispered words and tender smiles, each moment more intimate than the last. Mara and Cale moved together in their own private world, the rest of the celebration fading into a distant memory. The warmth of their shared laughter and the quiet intensity of their conversation created an atmosphere of pure connection, a cocoon of tranquility that felt both rare and precious. When the dance finally came to an end, they remained in each other's embrace, their reluctance to part palpable. The closeness they had experienced seemed to defy the constraints of time, making the idea of returning to their duties seem almost inconceivable. Their fingers lingered, their gazes held, and the space between them felt impossibly small as they cherished the final moments of their solitude. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in hues of pink and gold, the reality of the new day started to encroach upon their private sanctuary. The peaceful night that had been their escape from the world was giving way to the responsibilities and challenges awaiting them. The light creeping through the trees was a gentle reminder that their time alone was drawing to a close. With a final, lingering kiss, Mara and Kale slowly separated, their hearts still entwined despite the encroaching day. They took one last look at the beauty of their surroundings, now illuminated by the soft morning light. As they prepared to rejoin the world and face the tasks that lay ahead, they carried with them the serene joy of their shared night, knowing that it would fortify them for the challenges yet to come. Kale gently tilted Mara's chin up, his touch tender and deliberate. His eyes, reflecting the soft light of dawn, locked onto hers with a sincerity that spoke volumes. "Whatever comes next," he murmured, his voice imbued with quiet resolve and unspoken promises, "we'll face it together." The depth of his gaze conveyed an unwavering commitment, a bond forged in shared trials and triumphs. Mara held his gaze, the weight of his words settling into her heart. The world outside might shift and change, bringing new challenges and uncertainties, but in this moment, the reassurance of his presence was a constant. His promise was a balm to her soul, a pledge that they would navigate the future side by side, no matter what obstacles lay ahead. In the silence that followed, the significance of his vow lingered between them, as tangible as the morning breeze that stirred around them. The gentle strength of his resolve offered her solace, a reminder that their partnership was built on more than just shared goals. It was rooted in a profound connection that transcended the demands of their roles. As they prepared to leave the sanctuary of the gardens and step back into their responsibilities, Mara felt a renewed sense of confidence. Kale's words had fortified her spirit, reminding her that together they could face any challenge. With a final, shared look of understanding, they turned toward the day ahead, united in purpose and heartened by the strength of their bond. "Together," Mara echoed, her voice a soft whisper that carried the weight of her emotions. As she looked up at Kale, her heart swelled with a profound love that seemed to transcend words. The sincerity in his gaze mirrored her own feelings, and in that shared moment, the depth of their connection became almost palpable. Her eyes, filled with warmth and affection, held his with an intensity that spoke of the journey they had embarked upon and the future they were building. The promise of facing whatever came next side by side was not just a vow, it was a testament to the strength and resilience of their partnership. She felt an overwhelming gratitude for having found not only a co-ruler, but a soulmate who understood her in ways no one else could. The quiet intimacy of the morning light accentuated their shared resolve, wrapping them in a cocoon of tranquility and mutual support. Mara's heart, once heavy with the burdens of leadership and uncertainty, now felt lighter, buoyed by the certainty of Kale's unwavering presence. Their bond was more than a mere alliance. It was a sanctuary that promised solace and strength. As they prepared to step back into the realm of their duties, Mara carried with her the reassuring warmth of their shared vow. The love and commitment they had affirmed would guide them through the complexities of their roles and the challenges that lay ahead. With each step, she knew that their journey was enriched by the profound connection they had cultivated, and that together, they were ready to face whatever the future held. With a final, lingering kiss, Mara and Kale parted, the warmth of their embrace lingering even as they separated. The kiss had been a silent promise, a reaffirmation of their love and commitment. As they drew away, their bond felt stronger than ever, solidified by the intimacy and shared resolve that had marked their private moment together. Their eyes met, reflecting a deep understanding and affection that spoke of countless shared experiences and dreams. Hand in hand, they made their way back to the palace, the soft glow of dawn casting a gentle light over their path. The quiet intimacy of their stroll was a stark contrast to the bustling celebration that had preceded it, a serene reminder of the strength they drew from each other. The hand clasp between them was both a literal and symbolic gesture, a connection that held firm against the uncertainties of the future. As they walked, the certainty of their love provided a steady anchor, guiding them through the challenges that lay ahead. They had faced many trials together, and had emerged not only as rulers but as partners in every sense of the word. This shared journey had equipped them with the resilience and trust needed to navigate the complexities of their responsibilities and the world beyond. With hearts full of confidence and a deep-seated belief in their unity, Mara and Kale stepped into the future. The path ahead was filled with potential, and they were ready to face it together, undaunted by the challenges that might come their way. Their shared commitment and love were their guiding lights, illuminating their path as they embraced the promise of a new era.